Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Colonization radio show. I'm the chief host of Collar Rumble, and your Colonization general and geopolitical pundit. All things point here, folks. And this may be the last show the, of the year tonight. So I started the show kind of early tonight because we're going to try to do a show as long as possible tonight so everybody can get a chance to call in, say their goodbyes, whatever like that. Say what you guys say, your final thoughts and stuff like that. So, after this, I don't know when I'm coming back on YouTube, whatever, if I'm ever coming back, you just have to wait and see. A couple of months from now, if you see that notification I did a show, that means I'm back and, it's back and popping. But I really don't have any desire to continue this anymore. I gave it a year. Today marks 1 year ago tonight. The Colonization show debuted a year ago today on this very night. The Colonization Review. And that night I talked about Liberia because it was Independence Day in Liberia. So I started my show talking about the Independence Day of Liberia. July 26, 1847, Liberia became a republic. Now when people talk about Liberia, I had this question with Bavani. He says, negative. Look, there's so many people that have a vested interest in spreading negativity and lies about Liberia. I don't know what it is. It seems like between Liberia, its history, and Black America, there's a growing global movement to tarnish our name, tarnish our image and everything like that. Because, why? Because we were the biggest victims of the transatlantic slave trade. So anytime we're trying to get up, people are going to vilify it or tear it down, whatever like that. Even if we act in our own interest and everything like that, the world basically is taught to hate us. The world's taught to resent us. And there's a lot of Black people who are now this is what this ADOS FBA comes. So for a while. The reason why Afro Think Tank is not going to succeed is this. There's a lot of Black people that we're losing that used to be Pan-Africanists that is walking away from the movement because they see all this hatred towards it. It's like, wait a minute here. I worked my whole life. I never committed crime. Why am I being vilified or made to feel like I'm less than because somebody has it in our head that we're bad people or stuff like that? Just like when people talk about Liberia, they went over there and enslaved, and they're lies. People, I don't understand. See, I always thought the white man was against us. He's going to bear false witness against us. But when you see your own people, your own race doing it, and we say like this is why I latched on to Liberia and said, look, I'm going to tell the story of this country. I'm going to tell the story of this country. No, I'm just done this, Audrey. You will never see me again. Bye. That's my last night, because I'm tired of YouTube. I'm tired of the crowd. I'm tired of everybody. This is not for me. It wasn't for me. I mean, I gave it a year. You can't say, look, last night they'll say, oh, Carly, you're old. One night. Yeah, but this old man was doing shows 5-6 nights a week and long shows 5-6 hours for a whole straight year. All these guys talk about this. This old man basically went to Liberia at his own expense, on his own dime, 3 straight years in a row, and took a tour group there. This old man is an author who got film companies one day make a movie about my thing, So at this point in time, I don't care about thousands of subscribers. I need my peace of mind, So the whole thing is this. When people judge me or not, I ask the question, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing with your life? If you're younger than me or whatever like that, you say you are, and I'm old, whatever like that, then how come you're not doing what I'm doing? Why is somebody at my age doing this? This should be a young man's thing. Somebody should be young up here on YouTube talking and stuff like this. Somebody should be a young man, younger than me, much younger than me, should be leading the nation building movement. So if I'm going out here doing this and I'm being mocked, that's unforgivable. I'm doing this because nobody else is stepping up to do this. I believe that learning about this country and its history is important. Just like it's important to know who Ben Franklin was, just like important to know who George Washington was. I believe it's important to know who Joseph Jenkins Roberts was, who Hillary Teague was. See, that's what it means by being a black nationalist. That you basically you fight for your black nation. That you believe like this. You cannot sit here and be a man, and you one is a black man got to start protecting his women. You can't be loving on another race of women. You can't be coveting another man's history, his creed, his belief system, and whatnot, and you don't have anything in your own. This is something. When I look at the words of Hillary Teague, and I'm gonna try to find those words tonight. I can't find the exact speech. It was like somebody did a rendition. It was really brilliant. I played on Bamani show a couple of years ago. I want to find that speech, the Declaration of Independence speech. What's up, Dave? That Declaration of Independence speech. That speech right there moved me. The U.S. Declaration of Independence does not move me. You know, the way the Declaration held by Hillary Teague moved me. It spoke to me. It was my truth. You know, basically, he was making a case for why there is a Liberia. Why, it was time called Christopolis. Why building a safe haven for black people who were persecuted in America, rejected and neglected in America. Even now, I'm sick and tired of on YouTube, all these white people revisionists make it seem like the American colonization was some great organization that put Liberia together and blah, blah, blah. And so you got people going along with it. So in other words, they don't want to give our ancestors credit for saying, you know something, yeah, we might need assistance for American colonization. So I say, yeah, we might need assistance from the U.S. government or white benefactors, but we're going to do most of the heavy lifting, and we're going to erect ourselves and rise from the ashes like a phoenix that rises from the dead. All that's erased by people who don't like us, Africans, Caribbeans, all these other people who hate us, right? And some ungrateful Negroes in America who hate themselves. So I did this because I said it was the right thing to do. I'm going to do honor by my ancestors. If they took the time to go across the Atlantic, right, face yellow fever, face malaria, face disease, face war, face everything, but they prevailed and made it happen. The least I could do is honor them by doing the work I do. And what gets me is we live in a world where nothing's taken seriously. That's why I'm done with this YouTube. I thought that I was going to meet intelligent people, even if you disagree with me. I want intelligent disagreement, not a bunch of stupid, giggling, stupid. And I can see if it was women, but have grown ass men who don't live for nothing, who don't believe in anything. Think about what you're doing. You don't believe in nothing. You just want to laugh and giggle and joke around and whatnot, And I asked myself, what are you doing with your life? What are you passing off to the next generation? God put you on this earth to build something, to make a difference. He gave you the dominion over this planet. Build something. You ain't supposed to be sitting here with nothing and whatnot while another race of people rules over you and they got everything. They got their future secured. Everything Trump is doing is securing the future of the white race. Where the hell's your future at, black man? So if you can't do it, at least get behind somebody, have enough sensibility about somebody who really is trying to build something. So it is what it is, so it is what it is, it is what it is. Yeah, the American Colonization Society was formed, right? Some people, they have all different intentions. Some believe that they want to protect black people in America, give them their own nation, but a good portion of that wanted to get rid of free blacks in America. You know why? And this is 17. I believe in 7. You believe in somebody else's dream. My people were not at the Declaration of Independence, so that's somebody else's dream. And basically, it doesn't mean. Look, when you do that and you go on somebody's dream, you're not a real man. 1776. What I'm talking about, you're not a real man. You could say, yeah, 1770 was a good idea, whatever, like this, but it's somebody else's dream. It's just like you go on the friggin' the Playboy Mansion. You can go there have a good time, but you can't live there because it's not yours. That's what we're talking about. Liberia was truly ours. You know, the way the thing was formed, the country was formed, everything like that. You know, so, was formed, everything like that was basically out of the uh, the loins, the soul of Black America. So it is what it is. The American colonization side and the white people who supported it, right? You got to understand something. And this is not taking a jab at my Haitian people and whatnot, but let me be honest with you. The so-called Haitian Revolution was not about a bunch of slaves on the island uprising. This Haitian uprising, right, came about from free Black Creole Haitians that frequented France back and forth, and they were basically gaining power and control and everything. So they said, wait a minute here. Why are we a second fiddle to these white people here? We're outnumbered, and that's what it was. They figured, well, why are we friggin' beholden to these white people here on the islands, And Haiti was nothing more than a struggle between the Black elite on the islands, the Black French elite, Creole, and the white settlers on the island. The Black elite went to the slaves, right, and say, hey, look, we're both the same color, whatever like that, And that's what happened. Every white person was like massacred, right, by the Haitian. It wasn't because, and then all of a sudden when it happened, right, these were Black French. A lot of them basically went and reassert ties with France. And they told France that they would be compensated for their losses. So Haitian was not the revolution 1804 people keep telling us was. It's not. When you start doing real revolution and whatnot, then you get the praise, And like I said, people are going to be angry when I say that, but it's the truth, So therefore, after all these white people flooded into New Orleans, and they told the stories how Black people who were free on the islands conspired with the Blacks who were enslaved, and that's what happened. They thought they could trust the Black. Then it became known in America that the free Blacks in America was a mortal threat to the institution of slavery, because one day they're going to try to lead with slavery. But that's what they feared the most. The free Blacks in America leading a slave revolt. And some of them came close, leading slave revolts. As they said, if you cut the free Blacks away from the slaves, you can have slavery forever. So the process of what do you do with the free Blacks in America? So they said, something, let's send them outside of America. They didn't say, let's build a nation for them. Let's just get them off territory. So they need a territory to dump free Black people on their own. People had really never had no skills in farming, and stuff like that, So so they dumped them on these shores and let them fend for themselves. So far from the American colonization formed the government and blah, blah, blah. No, that's not what happened. What happened with Liberia was a remarkable, like this, No, I know, Frenchie, it's like this is the last I'm going to do. I'm going to be gone for a few months at least, I'll be gone for at least 2 months, maybe I might come back. But I can't do this anymore. I just can't, I really can't, I thought I would make some traction, right? I thought I put my email address on the bottom. I figured I'd get email support. I thought I'd get new membership on my website and everything. That's what I did this for, I thought I'd be reaching out to people and stuff like that over the year. I got a lot of views and all these things, but it never translated to anything besides me entertaining people. I'm not an entertainer, And hopefully after I'm gone, somebody will come up and whatnot. Maybe they could give you the entertainment you desire. But I am a serious person. This movement I'm talking about is serious. This movement, this movement I'm telling about is serious. So it is what it is. So people don't want to take this seriously. I can't keep dragging it around because what's happening is I'm gonna end up looking like Umar Johnson. I'm just a clown or something for the people's amusement and stuff like that. And I am not that person, So it is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, so tonight we're celebrating 1847, 178 years of independence, and Liberia became a republic, one of the oldest republics in the world. And despite everything, 1776, Liberia is still standing. Yeah, they had a coup in 1980, but the republic is still standing. You know, so the bottom line is this: I still support the 1847 over the 1776 because 1776 never gave me everything. And the whole thing is this: there's something you sacrifice when you're black and you're slave descendants and you're American, right? You gain a lot. You're living in the most advanced, industrialized country in the world. You got a higher standard of living. But I always knew that there's something missing in Black America. There's something missing, and it really didn't dawn on me until the first time I went to Liberia, Africa. I felt it. I was like, something, I was like, damn, I don't feel burdened to prove myself. I could just be myself. I'm like, wow, this is powerful. See, in America, I always got to look over my shoulder, look over my shoulder and worry about what the white people are thinking about me. I get basically people that I look on the news. Oh man, this dude, a black. You see a brother out there said a man was arrested today for carjacking, and then I said, oh Lord, let's see it. And next thing you know, man, I'm innocent, man. I ain't do nothing. You got they're leading away some crazy looking Negro and whatnot. And I'm saying to myself, I'd be burying my head like, Lord, man. I'd be like, why you fucking have to put me with these people? Why am I black? But the bottom line is nobody should have to feel like that. Nobody should have to. That's because we're not free. We're not free people. We feel burdened by the problems that we did not create. We didn't create poverty. We didn't create unemployment. We didn't create redlining. We didn't create racism, which is the root of all this, We didn't create all that. So all the things that we don't have any control over, we're blamed for, and the white man gets off scot-free. We didn't tell them to ship jobs overseas to China and Mexico and everything, and basically cripple the one thing we had was a strong working class, industrial class people and whatnot, that fed many black communities. But we built our whole communities around that blue collar work ethic. We didn't tell them to friggin' create NAFTA and stuff like that, So the bottom line is this. But still, it does not matter. People still like, oh, y'all do is make excuses and whatnot. Well, geez, we don't control the policy. If it was up to us, man, there'd be billions of dollars invested in the black inner cities and whatnot. We'd have community policing, we have intervention, we have all that shit like that takes money and time, right? We don't have that, so we neglect. We have what they call benign neglect. You let a problem go on for so long that you cannot fix it. But it doesn't matter. We're still judged by the problems that are afflicting much of our community. We're judged. We're made to feel like we're the worst people on earth, man. Black America, man. This is such a land of opportunity and everything. Look at everybody comes over here. Everybody gets along and whatnot, But why can't you guys just straighten up and act right and whatnot? Look at these people from Africa, the Caribbean. They're just so happy to be here and whatnot. Why are you guys so bitter and angry and whatnot, After a while, you get tired, And I think a lot of our people at that point. This is why, although I'm not an ADOS FBA, I'm going to be very careful about what I say. I'm not going to lose my people. My people are trending towards that thing, ADOS FBA. I could see, at first I thought it was just ignorance, but I could see there's a lot of hurt and pain and anger out there. So I have to basically consider that when I start making my judgments about black to the 20th power, back to Africa and all this stuff like that, and my people are hurting. So what you never want to do is delegitimize somebody's pain and suffering. Never do that. And I think that's what Afro Think Tank is making his mistake. He's delegitimizing people's pain and grievances by upholding everybody else's thing. It looks like, okay, he seems like he wants to be, oh, we're all Pan, but the bottom line, that ship has sailed. You know, I never thought it. I thought, oh, Pan African will last forever. I thought it was invincible, like that. But the whole thing is, you can't keep having Pan Africanism and it doesn't bear any fruit. You know. So it is what it is, you know. Why would you call that a third right, Spearman? It's not the damn third right. It's just a disagreement among groups of people that's getting out of hand. That's all. You know, it's what you call it. So it is what it is. But yeah, we're talking about Liberia Independence Day. That's the only thing that gives me happy, man. Look, when I look at all the shit we've been through in our history and whatnot, it's saddening. The only bright spot in our history was the creation of Liberia. That's like the only thing that over the last, that came out of slavery, came out like that, was the creation of the Republic of Liberia. And I am not going to let these people, whoever you are, whether you're indigenous Liberian or whoever else, tarnish the image of this country, because you talk about my ancestors, you know, or my forefathers, you know, or people who decided to go there and carve out a place for us, you know, in Africa. You know, we're going to give them respect and honor, you know. Look, I'm like this. I'm like this. I don't know nothing about no FBA, wherever the fuck they are. I don't care about them, whatever, you know. It's like, I just think people, to be honest with you, people can't distinguish between me and a so-called FBA, you know. They can't, if they can't distinguish between me and FBA, what the hell am I fighting for, you know? I get called an FBA just for defending myself, you know, just for checking people. I get called an FBA. So in other words, to be a Pan-African, I got to let people spit in my face. I guess let's piss on my shoes and whatnot, and that's what it means to be a Pan-African. That's what Mr. Afro's think tank wants. You know, they want people to black people in America to. I look at Afro think tank today. He's about he's a chief, whatnot. You know, look at all my colors, whatnot. I'm a chief, man. I'm a chief. The guy is so fucking full of himself, man. You know, that's why Mouthy Megan called him a cornball. You know, he's like full of himself, man. I'm like this. I never wanted no titles. I never wanted to be a chief. Because it really means nothing to me, you know. So all this stuff like this, you know. The trip is $4,500 with flight. Without flight is $3,000 without the flight. You know, I have nothing against Afro Think Tank, but I think he's young and naive, you know. You know, Tariq talked about CIA, man. You know, that's a pot called the kettle black. He's called somebody CIA, you know. But what I don't want to do is I don't want to be caught up in this hoopla, you know, where free blacks deported to Liberia or they colonized. Like they were deported to, there was no such place called Liberia. They were recorded to the Grain Coast, what they call the Grain Coast, whatever. And they were dumped there. They had to make their own way. And it was a one-way ticket. There was no coming back, whatever like that. They were trying to depopulate America with free blacks. Because right around the time Liberia was formed, a good, I would say 10% of the black African population were free. These are people who were always free since the 1600s, right? They're called Creoles, Atlantic Creoles. They lived in cities and whatnot. They lived in most of them didn't live in proximity to the plantation system. Some of them did, maybe in Louisiana, right? But they lived in places like Ohio, places like upstate New York, Boston, Connecticut, New Jersey, and stuff like that. And a lot of them, they lived in places like New York City, Philadelphia. A lot of them were being engaged in things like criminal activity, hijacking, bootlegging, a whole bunch of stuff, right? And a lot of them were like my family. You know, my family come from Maroons, right? They were marauders. These people lived in a swamp. The Great Dismal. My family's from the Great Dismal Swamp. They were free blacks. But they were maroon free blacks for the most part. There was two types of free blacks. There was the maroons, right? These are people who hid in isolated areas that weren't penetrated by white people. And then there was Creole people who basically through some sort of assimilation never was a slave. They spoke good English. They were basically white Americans. They were just Americans, right? Slavery was something that was confined to people who were full African origin, full African blacks. What happened was most black people in the early 1600s, were Creole people, Atlantic Creoles, right? They lived in America as just as a colonial subject and everything. Slavery and race didn't become synonymous until 1619, when large numbers of Africans, who spoke African languages, whatever like that, were brought here. And then what happened was over the next 100 years, the majority of people in the country were slaves. So it was assumed that at one time that every black person was a slave. That's why the free black community was dangerous, because they were still could be subjugated to slavery, like what happened to Solomon Northup in the movie 12 Years a Slave. Yeah, you could be kidnapped and sold into slavery. That happened a lot. It happened a lot. You could be a businessman in an area, then you get drugged and kidnapped and dragged into slavery. Nobody cared. So we have this situation where the free blacks in America were considered a mortal threat to white supremacy. The mere fact that you had black people who were educated, owned businesses and stuff like that, went against the whole very set. This is what people don't seem to understand. Unlike other parts of where slavery existed and whatnot, it was never made clear that you're a slave because you're somehow subhuman or inferior as a race, right? That didn't happen in the Caribbean. That didn't happen in Africa. That didn't happen in South America. That only happened in America, where people were made to feel like you were part of an inferior race. One, they started to say you were the curse of Ham. Then they changed it to, they used science, pseudoscience, to basically say that black people are a subhuman species, a highly formed species of animal, of ape or beast, to justify slavery. That didn't happen to other people. The black man in America, black people were denied their humanity. So if you're going to deny somebody their friggin' humanity, and you got to convince them that the only thing they ever was and will be is a slave. So if you got the free blacks in the United States, knowing that there's somewhere in the United States they're free, that's going to give slaves the hope of uprising, of freedom. The whole idea was to take any hope that you might have of freedom. That's how brutal and mean and evil the system was. Talking about 17, so get the hell out of here. These people wrote slavery, race-based slavery, into law. At the same time, they went around saying that all men are created equal. All kinds of stuff like that is a lie. 1776 is a lie. That's a lie. The Declaration of Independence is a lie. It's a white supremacist, white nationalist truth, not my truth. I'm not a white nationalist. I'm not a white supremacist. So it is what it is. The coast of West Africa. Yeah. So actually, to tell you the truth, the slave coast was really just the between Ghana, Ivory Coast, and Benin. That was called the slave coast. I don't think he did that. That's a rumor that he accepted criminals. I don't think that was anything they did. There's no proof of that he accepted that. Stop reading, talking about this nonsense true quote. If you don't got any proof, then don't say anything. But yeah, so So, like I said, I've been studying this country for many years. Matter of fact, I knew about Liberia back in the 80s. I remember when I first learned about Liberia was back in like 86 when when Duvalier of Haiti was kicked out of Haiti. And at the time, they was having an election in Liberia, and Liberians lobbied, say they wanted him to come to Liberia and become president because it was a presidential election in 1986. I remember I was in high school, you know, and I remember that, yeah, because all the white kids in the like, oh, Haiti and Liberia, ha ha ha, what a joke, you know. And I just felt so ashamed, you know. I said Haiti because Haiti was going through that at the time when that Duvalier situation, you know, overthrow, whatever like that, disposed. And they said the country of Liberia said, we'll accept them, you know, to become there, become a leader, whatever, you know. So I don't know. I was like, whoa, man. So I started studying these two countries. I was like, man, and these are like the two worst countries in the world at the time, you know. Like, what is, you know, so, but then again, years later, I started studying all these countries in Africa, right? That's why I left Liberia alone. I started studying Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, the Congo, Zaire. It was Zaire at the time, you know, Zaire. And it became the DR Congo to the 90s. I remember that. Yeah. It's a lie, man. Look, 1776, there's people who still believe in Santa Claus. There's people who still believe in the Tooth Fairy, the Easter Bunny. You know, same thing. I'm not gonna tell somebody to stop believing in Santa Claus. My niece, grandniece, she believes in Santa. I'm not gonna go and say that's not right. Santa's not no. I'm gonna let her keep believing in Santa. I'm gonna let her keep believing in the Easter Bunny. I'm gonna let her keep believing in the Tooth Fairy. You know, but me as an adult, I know better. Just like 1776, you know, if you want to believe in 1776 as a black man, you know, hey, go right ahead. You know, people believe what do you believe in? All kinds of nonsense. People believe in everything nowadays. You know, some people believe a man could be a woman could be a man. So why not believe in 1776? This is a crazy time we live in. People find something to believe in and they just run with it. Get online, just run with it. No matter how crazy or insane it sounds, you know. If you're a black man, you're talking about 1776, you're borderline insane, you know. That's just the way it is. You know, that's just why I see it, you know. Just like you know, different than a person who you know, who believe in all kinds of things. You believe Jonah was swallowed by the whale, you know, and spit out. Well, okay, some people believe that shit, you know. You believe that all the animals in the world were put on a boat and God flooded the world and whatnot, Noah's Ark, whatnot. Hey, people believe in it. I can't tell you, if you want to believe it, it's fine. You know, we're you know, that's how we are human beings. You want to believe what you want. 1776 is the Declaration of the U.S. Declaration of Independence. You know, it was a white supremacist, white nationalist document. You know, however, that is what governed this country and whatnot. And I'll be honest with you, unfortunately, you know, that document made America the most powerful country in the world. And I'm not going to doubt that, you know. But at some point in time, it comes with a price, you know. It comes with a price. It comes with I had to sacrifice my humanity to go along with a lie, to live a lie, you know. And I'm saying I can't live a lie anymore, you know. We did what we had to do. You know, we had no choice. We had to do what we had to do, you know. So I have no idea. Look, Black African Americans just believe in themselves, you know. So the bottom line, we believe in ourselves. If we start saying that, look, I believe in an African. If we reject America, that's the first thing. You got to let America go. If you want salvation, you know, you got to give something up. You got to let something go. Like me, I used to believe in 1776. I used to believe in the Declaration. I was the first one who used to stand up for the American flag. But I know if I'm going to go down this journey to know what freedom really is, if I want real freedom or not, there's some things I can't hold on to. When I say like this, I said, look, I can't keep ignoring racism, white supremacy. oppression of my people because I'm living a lie. You know, I know what America stands for is wrong, but we go along with it because hey, we got money in the bank, good jobs, also yeah, I get that, but at some point in time, like everybody else, see the Jews. Let me tell you something about the Jews. Theodor Herzl, the founder of Zionism, he was a well-to-do Jew. Most of the people who founded Zionism weren't poor Jews or down and out, whatever like that. These were Jews who lived all throughout Europe and the world and whatnot, who had exception, had money, wealth, and everything. But they knew they had to hide their Jewishness. They couldn't be themselves. So the dream was to create a homeland by which they could be themselves. They don't have to apologize for who they are. In America, I got to keep apologizing for being who I am. I got to keep apologizing for the things I see Black people do that I have no power over. I have no power over a sexy red. I have no power over a Megan Thee Stallion. I have no power over the culture that I live in. We have no say-so. White people do, because they're the ones who put all this stuff out there, to destroy our culture. So I'm saying to myself, I'm tired of living a lie. I am not happy. I'm not happy. I am sick and tired of seeing my icons and everybody else be taken down like Bill Cosby. What they did to Bill Cosby was unforgivable. So I'm saying to myself, everybody that I believe in was Muhammad Ali, Bill Cosby. Everybody that I believe in was vilified by the same devil in America. I'm supposed to sit back and be like, oh, beautiful, oh, spacious side. Yeah, but all those things destroyed a lot of Black men. So even innocent Michael Jackson, these people couldn't even let that go. Lied about that man, persecuted him to his death. So all the time, that's just what America is, So I am not. If somebody else wants to keep defending America, I'm not going to be the one to defend America. It is what it is, So I'll tell people all the time, look, that sounded good. I think we're moving into a different time period. Now it's time to face reality. It's time to move beyond, If you're still going about the same freaking thing, oh, how beautiful, spacious, all that, them days of sailed, Well, the bottom line is people are in Liberia celebrating. And Liberia is the truth because all the people that's there right now, they know, like Liberians are now embracing their ancestors that they say their ancestors that came from America that founded a republic. They basically are now embracing the country. So it doesn't matter if you're American-Liberian or long as you embrace with those ideals of liberty, of a Black state, an Afghanistan, whatever Black state. This idea of people being a country being a sanctuary for oppressed people, oppressed Black people from around the world. If you believe in that still, then you are welcome into the fold of what we call historically Liberia. All right, we do need callers talk about our own. Yeah, with the bottom, that's the only way. That's the only way, because the demons that we have and whatnot, because it's not fair to Africans, right? Because we're bringing a lot of hell with us to Africa, They come to Africa like Benin, they don't know what they're doing. When they bring a lot of angry Black people from America, they got a bit like, this is the first thing you'll notice, like even me, right? I have to temper my thing, right? When I'm in Liberia, right, and I see a white American there, there's something that goes through me, right? And I'm trying to communicate with Liberians like, well, these people did this to us, did like that. And they're like, well, that's your real experience. That's not our reality. So they dawned on me, like, as much as I love Liberia, that can't be the final place because, that's a different culture. We have to have a land nation of our own that basically the Constitution, everything, the culture, everything like that speaks to us. If somebody does not like us, whatever like that, we should have the right to say, no, We're gonna throw you out of the country, suspend your visa, put you on a plane, get you the hell out of here. We should have the right to basically know what people are in our midst, what people are investing with us, who's our business partner. When you go to Liberia and these countries in Africa, they don't give a shit about what we think. You could be like, okay, yeah, be careful about the white Americans, and they're like, it's like, who are you? This white man's coming over here with this amount of money. He's saying this and whatnot, and I say it all the time. Look, last year there was an incident in Liberia where this white guy, was in Cape Mount, right? His name was Lucas Richards, right? He was messing around, having sex with these like girls in Grand Cape Mount, right? Anyway, he was dating this girl, and it was like he communicated with the family in the village like that he wanted to marry her, whatever like that. This white guy. Anyway, when it became time for him to say he got to leave in a month, right? He had a wife back in Iowa. So basically, I think the girl got pregnant, right? So anyway, he tried to kill her. He tried to slit her throat. And then he tried to blame it on the driver. What happened was the girl lived. Her name was Jessica. She lived. And then what gets me is this white guy who didn't want to, he was just so ashamed that he slept with an African woman and he had a white wife back in the States and whatnot, But back then, when that happened, I was in Liberia at the time. I was like, why do you guys got this white guy over here? Well, the Liberians are telling me we don't see color and all this kind of stuff like this, So I said, then I left it alone. I said, okay, that's true, though. They have a different way of seeing the world. They didn't go through everything we went through in America, because we're like this. There's no way in hell where you have some goofy ass motherfucker from Iowa dating one of our girls over here. It's not going to happen. There's going to be dudes. We're the men in this country, right? This guy walked away. He went to trial, whatever like that. He paid some dusty ass judge, said there was no evidence. Even though there was witnesses, they found a knife, everything like that. Not enough evidence. And he was free to go back to the United States. But that's them. That's what they want. That's what they wanted. That can't be us. That can't be us. We have a different way of seeing the world, Not saying we're going to be racist outright, but I'm saying like this, we're just going to, our women are going to be real more, conscious about who they are and stuff like that. So it is what it is. But we haven't, like I said, that was an unfortunate situation. I hope, the girl Jessica Hill, I seriously doubt it though. I got the girl Jessica Hill. I can hear from something like that. Somebody you love, College confuses me. You only confused because you don't know. Your comprehension is slow. On one hand, the Black Americans are the greatest blacks we. I never said that. I never said that. I never said we're the greatest blacks and whatnot. Some black people in America are great. Some people ain't shit. Some Nigerians are great. A lot of them ain't shit, like anybody else. So what the hell? Why would I say something like that? That's what I don't believe in. Some black people in America ain't no good, So, so all I could do is take the collective of what we did and say we're the greatest. I'm not saying all black people in America are great. I say, yeah, we come from a lineage of high achievers and we accomplish a lot in this world under duress, that we credit the black race. All the inventions credited to the black race come from Black America, So it doesn't mean that all Black Americans are great, because you got a lot of dumbass running around talking about, oh, we invented this one. That Negro, go out there and get your GED, talking about what somebody else invented, I could take part in that discussion because I'm a successful black man. So I could basically talk about another successful black man, an inventor or whatever like that. But if you're just a loser, don't try to hide behind your so-called FBA. I can't stand these FBA people. A lot of them are freaking low achievers and losers, but yet they want to hide behind the accomplishments of past black people and stuff like that. That's annoying, So I hope you get it now, Chukwu, Chukwu Igwe. But yeah, so today is July 26th. Oh, wait a minute. Is this without America? Look, Liberia, hold up. Let me tell you something. Liberia was like, just ask yourself, would America exist without Britain? Like the people who founded Liberia were the black people from America, and they founded Liberia because of the conditions and as the treatment they received in America. They created a place where they don't have to. They would not. They would be free. They would learn. They would enjoy this thing called liberty. That they grow accustomed to. So liberty. Yeah, he was a missionary. Yeah, he was a missionary. He was a white missionary. you know, and he was basically so ashamed that, he knew the church was going to find out but the church gets me is they paid the $5,000 fine. They got him out. They paid that judge off. So it is what it is. He went over there like a lot of these guys. Like, see me when I see white people especially single white men in Africa, red flags go off. Just something just bothers me. I see him and whatnot in Liberia, and my body language and everything tells me I'm not happy when they're around. So America never existed. There will be no Liberia. What was that? There will be no need for Liberia. Liberia was the only country. Liberia was created as a rejection of America. So America is a country that basically oppressed black people. Their reaction to America was the forming eventually of the Republic of Liberia as a like I said, a conundrum, a riddle. What's the answer to racism, sexism, whatever isms, oppression in America, right? Being neglected, disenfranchisement. The answer was Liberia all the time. And what gets me is that was always on the table, right? If we would approach if our leaders would approach our situation in that vein, you know, you know, then we would probably be in a better position right now. But our leaders, basically, like people like Charles Spurgeon Johnson, made it seem like the only thing option we had was integrated society in America. That's why, because we were led by mulattoes and people like that, people who want to see the eventual amalgamation of the races. So therefore, if you tell people, okay, there's an alternative, we could build a nation of our own, which is logical, right? Which is LARP. Those people, the academia, academia are basically historically tried to cover the existence of Liberia, or basically, even though Liberia was a direct line to Black America, right? They try to make Liberia out to be something these people are ancestors came over, but they're different people. No, they weren't. Some of these people still ate the same foods and everything. Liberia was still a part of Black America, you know. Free blacks were deported to a region, and now it's Liberia. So it's like this, Chukwo. See if you can understand something, right? Black people, free blacks were given an opportunity to voluntarily go. Yeah, nobody forced them, right? But the bottom line is, because it was so expensive to ship people back when that took a lot of money, but there was no coming back. That's how badly they wanted us out of this country. They wanted us. So what happened was they dumped people on this territory, Macerado Bay County and Cape Macerado. And it was a settlement called Christopolis. That means that they came there as to spread the gospel of Christianity and modern civilization to that what they call benighted continent, and it was called Christopolis, being as a Christian land. Christopolis, a land of Christ, right? And then what happened was when James Monroe a couple of years later, said he found interest and tried to support. He supported Liberia with federal funds, right? In honor of that, because that's what Liberia really got a boost, as far as support and stuff like that. And the city of Monrovia was able to be built because of the funds and support it got from James Monroe. So they named the capital of Liberia Monrovia. It was already underway long before that, so, and they built Providence Baptist Church, 12 years after they came there. So they erected a city on that soil right there, so, well, well, I don't know why you're 1776. Dude, you're a clown, 1776, No, it's not 17. No, nobody, that's a lie. How you gonna tell me? I know the history. Nobody came back to America. The only people that ever came back to America from Liberia was a Sino, Mississippi County, and because they had a relationship with the Greenville, Mississippi, and Greenville, Liberia. That's the only evidence of people returning from Liberia, right there. Other than that, it was a one-way thing. You went to Liberia, you were there for life. You had to make it work. So it's this idiot, this guy at 76 is a fucking clown. He's exactly what I'm talking about. A fucking clown. So yeah, like I said, we're gonna basically talk about this tonight. We're gonna basically get it all out because I'll be going on a hiatus for a few months and whatnot. You know. They're building a whites only town in Arkansas. This is insane. All you 1776 clowns and whatnot. How do you like that? A country of America is allowing white people to build a white only town in America. That's insane. Well, I'll miss you guys too. So I'll miss you guys too. So it is what it is. So. But you just gotta move on. You gotta move on with it. You know. I thought this platform would grow bigger or whatever like that. I thought. I'm not saying it failed, but it just didn't really get to like I expected it to. I thought that people hear truth, that everybody grabs. Obviously, people don't want to hear truth. Or not, Where are you going? I'm just gonna focus on my work. Focus on my work. Yeah, they building a white only town in Arkansas. This is 2025. Like I said, I do not want anything to do. And I'm not going to try to legitimize this country no more. Fact that white people got everything in this country. They got everything. They got the guy that they want in office. They got Donald Trump. They're deporting illegal aliens, but still not enough. It's about whiteness. That's how dangerous it is. It's not going to stop until these people one day just decide they're going to have a final solution, round black people up and just kill us all. This 1776 will be sitting there like, oh, well, yeah, if we have some of us have to die, we have to die, man. Freaking jackass, These people are on the watch. These white nationalists on the march. They want their creed back. They want their flag back. They want their seal back. They want everything back from you Negroes. So all you people think you're included in this shit. Okay, keep thinking that. One thing I'd say about Liberia is, when I look at it, nobody can take that from me. There's no doubt. The fact of the matter is, even me as an African American, I'm still included in that 1847 plan. There's no doubt about it. 1776. Whoever wrote that had my people in chains. So if you like living lies or not, 1776, that's a document for you. But if you like the truth, then you listen to Hillary Teague when he wrote the Liberian Declaration of Independence. That's all it takes. You ain't gonna build no black town in America. Because the bottom line, there's no outrage because you got this ADOS FBA fake ass black people don't care, you know, and you got friggin' people like 1776 got his head so far up the white man's ass he could see out of his nostrils. So it is what it is. No, Lincoln suggested that, but the thing is, Chukwo, Lincoln, it was just too costly. So they basically wanted to give a strip of land in the southeastern United States between Wilmington and Jacksonville, Florida. So it's called the Gullah Geechee Corridor, where they're going to force all the black people to move to that area, and then a gradual process of building shipping lines between Haiti, the Caribbean, and Africa to encourage black people to exodus out of America. That's what Lincoln wanted to do. He knew he couldn't just basically put black people on ship because it would bankrupt America. It was too expensive. Shipping people back to Africa was too expensive, you know. So cost effectively, they would just keep them here and let them gradually go. They didn't want black people to be assimilated into it. They didn't want us going to the West, you know, and they didn't want us friggin' going to the Northeast, competing with the Irish and the European immigrants, you know. So the whole thing, they want to keep us in the South where they can use our cheap labor. And if gradually we make our way to Haiti or Africa. That's why he recognized Haiti and Liberia at the same time, because he wanted these countries to accept former slaves in there after the Civil War. But the plan would have worked. America would have depopulated America with this country without black people, but Lincoln was assassinated. So when I look at 1776, I'm looking at his, you know, we only here because Lincoln was assassinated. Like there was some master plan. Look, I'm a black man. Now, 1776 walks around like he's a white man on the inside. You know, like he said, he doesn't like his black skin, whatever. Yeah, that's somebody who thinks he's white. Well, I'm black, man. I'm proud. You know, I knew this country never wanted me, so it is like that, you know. You know. So it is what it is, you know. I am not gonna do no such thing. I could care less about friggin' algorithms and all stupid stuff. If I gotta do that, then I'll definitely quit. You know, this is a family oriented show. You know, if I gotta exploit my sisters and have them showing their backsides and thongs and bikinis and whatnot, then what does it say about me? I'm a guardian, a protector of black womanhood. You know, so it is what it is. But we'll talk about Liberian independence today. Today, what I want to do is I want people to ask me questions about the history and stuff like that. Good questions, not a bunch of nonsense. If you start rambling, I'm cutting you. I'm dropping you. All right, just a fair warning. You know, anywhere I'm gonna drop you without warning. If you start rambling, ask me a specific question and then shut the fuck up. Let me tell you. All right. There goes a link in the chat room. You're gonna call in and ask me a question about this great republic, you know, 178th birthday. What does that mean for us? You know, let's talk about the country and everything like that, you know. So there's a link, folks. You call in, you know, and discuss Liberia, you know, July 26th, you know. And like I said, I've been in this country so many times, man. It's like, I can't tell you what I feel. I don't look. I'm not gonna knock down any other part of Africa and people like this, you know. No, I'm saying like this. I would say Angola is where my ancestral homeland came from. I believe Angola is the best place we have if we're gonna get serious. Liberia is just a test. We got to first get people to Liberia, right? And then let's say all the stuff that we can't do in Liberia, then let's look for someplace else, right? But you cannot launch to Angola without first doing something in Liberia. You got to clear this up. We have to build something in Liberia. We have to build something in Liberia first, and then next thing you know, what we have is a connection, a pipeline that we could probably build with Angola, but we don't have no real connection because it's so far away. Now we do have a lot of Black Americans, African Americans in Liberia and in Ghana, in that region right there, because it's close by. Angola is a challenge because of language and distance. It's the most ideal place, but it's the language and the distance place, just so far, it's unrealistic unless you already have a base in West Africa. That's what we're trying to build. If we have a base in West Africa, then we can connect to Angola. You see how it works? In other words, basically, we want Liberia to be our base camp, our base of operations on the subcontinent. All right, Miss Marcel Calmo, you guys make me want to friggin' you guys make me want to come back. We'll see. See, but I'm just this is tiring. This whole thing is tiring. The whole thing. Oh, I see. Look, I see. This when I first started. That's when the ADOS FBA was just getting started last year, and I thought me coming out or not, battling stuff like this. But it's gotten so worse, man. I was like, did I waste my freaking time? I just wasted my time, wasted a whole freaking year, and the communities be going backwards and whatnot. So I'm like, look, let me tell you something. I am not giving up on the movement. Just basically taking it back from YouTube, taking it back from YouTube. This movement right here, just something else, yeah, it's been a year. It's been a year ago today, on this very night, a year ago, I launched the colonization YouTube channel. I already had a YouTube channel, but it's the first. I started doing live streams a year ago today, on this very night, And so over the years, I thought I'd build. I appreciate people like French. He stuck by me all the time. Mari Shy. It seemed like the females, And I'll tell you right now, man. It's when people's gonna liberate us, man. It's gonna be the females, Black women. Because I'm sorry, man. You men out there are just a damn disappointment. Liberia didn't fail after 1980. Look, when you build something on a solid foundation, like Liberia, it shows you even after they screwed up in 1980, it's still a country that stands. It's still something we could build on. Yeah. Thank you, French. I love you too. The truth is that majority of blacks of color, they're not pro-black enough. Yeah, well, the bottom line is they're comfortable in America, but this is what I'm saying. Now, these people are saying, man, why the African immigrants don't respect us? If you don't respect yourself, how can anybody respect you? If you're going around telling everybody you're a copper-colored American and indigenous to America, you got people out here now putting out AI, trying to make it seem like Black people were indigenous already here, putting out fake ass things. So when people look at this stuff like that, the people from Africa look at, damn, you look like my cousin Sambo, whatever the fuck it is, right? You look like somebody in my village, but yet you're saying that people look at you are crazy. Now these people are now fighting with real Native Americans, saying that we're the real Native Americans or not. These people are sick. So when people look at this, right, Black, white, Indian, and whatnot, they're not going to respect you. You can't respect somebody that don't respect themselves. I don't know about who's the best Liberian president. I like Tubman. Tubman was a man. So so you cannot have people respect you if you don't respect yourself. You cannot have people out there with women out there twerking, shaking. You see this one place that banned Black women. It's like a Black-owned business, right? He said, "Look, man, this is my business. When women were getting on the tables, twerking, acting a fool, and whatnot, and now women are supposed to be the vanguard of keeping the morality and stuff like that. But it seems like our women have gone crazy. They're full of the devil. They've gone crazy. So in other words, Black America, I don't know what it is. What it is what used to govern Black America was a strong moral compass. You know, we now it seems like the people who are the most immoral are being listened to. How the hell do you have fucking Bill Porter, you know, some ugly man in a dress at a freaking White House with dignitaries? So when you have a community that's this far gone and whatnot, can you expect anybody to respect you? Africans ain't gonna respect you. They're gonna keep talking down to you because you guys are so ignorant. When they say you don't know your culture and whatever, that's what they're talking about. We have culture, but black people refuses to embrace the culture that we have. You know, how many black people have done watch night? You know, how many black people talk about Kwanzaa? How many black people talk about many things, the folklores we used to have in Black America, you know, and the dances and stuff like that? How many times are we basically talking about things that we used to talk about as a people and whatnot? Even everything from hopscotch to double dutch and all stuff like that that used to permanent in Black America, you know, all the games we used to play as kids and whatnot. All that's gone, you know. Well, we could do both. You could do both Angola. It depends on how far we get in Liberia, you know. Depends on if we're able to incorporate towns and whatnot and build stuff like that. Yeah, it's fine. But you know, it's when you're dealing with Africans, man, it's always something with them. You know, it's always something. They don't see the bigger picture. And that's a thing about West Africa, at least. In Angola, I talked to Angolans and I said, yeah, we should build a new city state. They're all for it, you know. The only thing that's holding me back is the fact that over this last year, I was talking about an Afghanistan for a year, and I got no traction. You know, the thousands of people listening to the show. Look at how many views I got, right? I talk about the Afghanistan every day. Do I got men emailing me and saying, Colin, let's talk, let's have a conference, let's talk about this stuff, let's see what we could do? No. You know, everybody's want to come here and shuck and jive and laugh and giggle and whatnot, you know. So it is what it is, you know. So it is what it is, you know. So it is what it is. It's sad. It's sad. The sad state of the black man in America, man. It's just a freaking, it is what it is, you know. Well, it is what it is, so can't do anything about it. You know, that's what the black man in America wants, man. He just wants to freaking shuck and jive, play around, chase women and whatnot, you know. And what can you do? That's who we are. You know, I tried to be a living example. You know what a man should be. You know, try to be a moral example. I got a wife. I go to the continent. You know, I'm living by example. You know, but you know it is what it is. Oh no, my conscience is clear. My conscience is clear. I think I did everything I could. You know, so it is what it is. But the links in the chat room, you want to call in and join me on the Liberian July 26th celebration. We're going to talk about that. If you want your questions answered, you know, about Liberians, and people got a lot of quick thing. In the meantime, we're going to play some videos, you know. You know, one thing I'm tired of, right? I'm gonna play some of these videos. You know, it might trigger some of you, right? I'm getting tired of people, white Americans, trying to claim Liberia. On one hand, they say, "Oh, it was a failure and everything," but when you look at it, right, and say, "Well, this country was actually a country," you know, not many people could build a country, right? They always attribute everything black people do, whether it's Liberia or Black America, to proximity or the involvement of white people. You know, well, I'm not gonna play that video because it's gonna piss me off. This is a video of Kwame Nkrumah, new Prime Minister of the Gold Coast, visiting Liberia. I think the year is 1957.
Flags and pennants fly in the breeze to signal an event of importance to two nations of Africa. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, Prime Minister of the Gold Coast, arrives in Liberia for an official state visit. The Prime Minister gets...
All right, I'm going to take a call. All right, 1776. You did get my warning, right?
Nah, what do you say? What's going on, Carl? How you doing?
I don't want to go back and forth. Just ask me a question, and I can answer it. What you wanted to ask me?
Okay, I got two salient questions I want to ask you because you got
a statement or a question?
It's a question. Can a country be considered a country if the people who founded it no longer exist in that country?
Yeah. Because the whole thing is Liberia's constitution is written. It says all black men. As long as you're black, you are. As long as they basically uphold the constitution and the laws and the flag, the seal, and all that. Yeah, it's still a country. Because Liberians have assimilated into the culture of Liberia. The American-Liberian culture is the dominant culture in the country. So still to this day. And most people in Liberia are just basically a real patriotic. They love the flag, they love the seal, they love the history. Even though there's some conflict with that, some people who are conscious, like, oh well, but for the most part, yeah, they consider themselves Liberian. They're Independence Day celebrations are going on all over the world for Liberia. Yeah.
So if China took over America, is America still America?
Well, China's not going to take over America. The difference is America, Liberia, and American-Liberians and Native Liberians are the same race, same people, basically, both of African descent. It's different. Your argument was great if it was Lebanese who took it over and stuff like that. Some European power took it over. But as long as there's black people in the thing, because I actually I love black people, So whether you are American-Liberian or Native Liberian, it doesn't matter. As long as you consider yourself a Liberian and you basically observe the independence of the country and you believe that it has a right to be a republic and you want to be part of that republic, yeah, I don't care about your background.
So Carla, in the past you've said they can't run the country correct because they don't understand why it was created. It takes the person.
I believe that, right? But there's a large numbers of Liberians who do. What I'm trying to say is this: the people who actually know the country, right? What you have to do is ignore those people who don't know the country. The problem in Liberia is they talk about democracy, and the bottom line, maybe the only thing that might be wrong is you cannot have democracy if the people are culturally illiterate as far as like the ways of the country and mores and whatnot. So you got to have the people that know what's best for the country, run the country and everything like that, and other people follow along with it. Because if you get some people get a hold to the country, then they're gonna basically say, something, and the country will unravel. Some people say, something. My ancestors weren't here at the Declaration. It's just like the same way black people in America feel about America. My ancestors weren't at the Declaration of Independence. My ancestors weren't at the signing of the Constitution. My ancestors weren't there. So why the hell should I obey that? But the thing is, in America, we're a minority, where their country, they have legitimate because they were majority. But still, even that, majority of Liberians still, whether with background, still support and believe in their country.
So you don't have a problem with the overthrow of the American-Liberian, and now you have natives cosplaying as Congo people and American-Liberians. You don't have a problem with that.
My whole thing is this. I'll be honest with you, right? And this may sound bad and whatnot, but had they not had that coup in 1980, I wouldn't be in a good position I'm in, right? Even though it's bad, it's terrible, always something good comes out of it, right? Black African Americans right now are in a golden opportunity because Liberians want Black Americans to come there. So we got basically, this would never happen if the American Liberians were still in power. It would never have happened because they tried their best. The American Liberians tried their best to keep Black people from America out of Liberia. That's the truth. Because they feared competition and whatnot. They tried their best, they passed this naturalization law. They stopped immigration from the Caribbean and Africa because they thought they could rule over these people forever and whatnot. So they didn't want any competition because a lot of people that was coming from America were Garveyites. These were radical people. They called radicals, Black nationalists, whatnot, And Liberia was always like a conservative, get along, go along, get along. And they didn't like that radical element because they thought during the time of C.B. King, right, when Garvey sent his groups over there, C.B. King had them arrested and pounded their ship because they were threats by the British. So the Liberian always done his best to keep Black nationalists and Black radical off his shores. So that lasted all even until the 80s and whatnot. Liberian government didn't really reach out to Black America. They did, and as far as education, but there was no outreach to bring Black people in America.
My next question is: so you think it's a good thing to go from number one in West Africa to the last place? That's a good thing.
No, I'm saying like this: if you look at Liberia, it's on the rebound. Liberia didn't have the blessings of colonialism. But what you see in West Africa, right? The problem you see in West Africa, and this is going to answer your question. Liberia does not have conflict over its land conflict. What you see in Burkina Faso, Guinea, Mali, and that is a conflict because that land is technically still part of France. Liberia is the only free soil in Africa. Now, the only thing is this. Now, if Black people in America say, well, we don't have this, that's because the people who are supposed to come there and invest and build a country are basically so tethered to America, they don't want to do that. Liberia is right there for the Black man and woman in America to come there, develop and invest with that, but we chose not to do it. So we can't. When you say make the comment that Liberia is a poor, that's only a reflection on us. Liberia is a reflection on Black America. That's the way the world sees it, because that's the only country in Africa that does not have any colonial ties. It's like Ethiopia, doesn't have any colonial ties, don't have any colonial obligations or anything like that. You could actually own large numbers of land there. You could build there. You could do whatever you want. You don't have to. There's no French or British or anything like that owns any Liberian soil.
But like, it's a difficult.
So you answer your own question. You said it went from like this. Well, the bottom line is this. Hold on. All these countries have French citizens, French investment, and British investment and stuff like that. They're tethered like this. Where's Black America investing in its colony? Basically, Liberia is a Black America colony.
But like for me, just doing research because of you brought Liberia to my understanding. But me just watching Spoon Talk, watching stuff of Liberia, I don't feel a connection to the natives like I would.
Well, I'm saying like this. Look, the bottom line is I know a lot of these people on Spoon TV and whatnot. Look, the native man, right, is still suffering from low self-esteem. He's still suffering from this idea that, his identity crisis went. Because let's be honest with you, Liberia, they have this republic that they're all involved in that, but the republic is the antithesis of the native culture they went to. So how are you going to be a republic and also what does that say about when you embrace Liberia in many ways? You're also saying that this group of people that came from America was superior and they were right. And so Liberians battle that when they know, yes, we can't go back to the bush. But if we don't go back to the bush, what we're saying is these people that came over here and built this country were right. So they're in a conundrum, so that's what you hear on Spoon TV. They know that the best thing that happened for that region was to create a republic. But on the other hand, their pride won't allow them to admit that. That's what you see.
I don't know if you knew they used to have Miss World in Liberia. It was like place was absolutely stunning. I'm like,
Yeah, Liberia was a beautiful country. It was a beautiful civilization that basically it was an extension of Black America. Liberia was an example of what Black America could do if we were on our own.
but
If we were
it
on
reminds.
our nation, that's what.
It's
That's
like they implemented what Booker T. Washington talked about, do for self. Like they did everything for self. It was
so.
like a great.
So like I said, I celebrate Liberia because of the accomplishment of our people that came out of bondage in America and was able to build that. And so that's why I say I honor Liberia to this day. And the bottom line is I have no problem with any other Liberian, but so long as they basically understand that why this country was founded. It wasn't founded. There was no Liberia without the people who came from the United States forming it or not, because these people, the native people, didn't know who each other was. The Grebels didn't know who the Vi people were because they were separated. The Golas didn't know who the Grebels were. So the Bassa people didn't have any contact with the Kron people and all shit like that. What brought them together? They came together in schools and stuff like that. Coastal settlements. So there's no Liberia without the settlement. And that's why to this day, and what they do, Liberia is still Liberia, whether they like it or not.
My question is, do you see Liberia as a sort of essence? It was created by African Americans, but it's owned by Africans now. Do you look at it that way?
Well, I'm like this. My whole thing is this. Hold on. So let me ask this question. Caller, what independence are you talking about? You're not serious. Today, if they sent Africans to come and rule over, damn, I'm trying to read something. Everybody's still posting, man. Shit, Hold up. Read this comment, Or if they can't rule over Black America, are you going to be happy because they're Black? Look, let me say something, right? There's no Africans going to rule over Black America, There's no Black America going to live Black, Look, I don't believe that aborted clan. The Native Liberians got to take responsibility for their murder of Tolbert and stuff like that. They always say it was a white hand that did that. Whatever. I don't believe that myth, whatever like that. I believe, it was plot. The Native people, the people like the Samuel Does and all these other, it wasn't Samuel Doe, it was just Black people plotting that coup. And they got an opportune moment when Liberia fell out with Israel, the United States, Britain, and France in the region, geopolitically. So therefore, a lot of Native people, some of the Native people said, this is our golden opportunity, And it was all about power. And so when they got the power, the country fell apart because they didn't understand. Liberia was only wealthy because its connection with the Black world. They thought Liberia had some connection with America, and all they had to do was do what America told them. And it was a disaster. Anytime America goes in any country, as it gets worse, because America really fundamentally don't know how to, because America is basically, to be honest with you, even though America is like an advanced industrialized society, America is nothing but a glorified third world country when you look at it. It doesn't know anything. I'm dead serious. America is a glorified third world country, and it's becoming more of a third world country as we speak, So when the Native Liberians, they came up and basically thought that they were going to get closer to America. They said one of the reasons for the coup is because the True Whig Party was disobeying America. That's what they said. They were disobeying America. And they said there was a special relationship. They didn't know that the True Whig Party was keeping America at bay, and stuff like that. They kept America in check in that region, and that's why like that. So they were wrong, and that all hell broke loose in the area. They thought America was going to solve all their problems and whatever like that. It didn't happen. You can't have two opposing countries, two ideologies and whatnot, and think they're going to have peace. What America stands for and what Liberia stands for are two different things. America is an empire. It wants to rule, dominate, possess, subjugate, and whatnot. Liberia was seeking this dignity and respect and whatnot. That's all. Liberia was not trying.
Do you think if you fought for something, you should endeavor to build it?
Well, I'm like this. This is the whole thing is the American-Liberians, right? They did everything they could to keep large numbers of African Americans and Caribbeans out of the country. You know, they thought because they were smart, whatever like that, they could rule over native Liberians, and steal from them, steal their, take their lands, take their minerals, whatnot, and give them. And they will sit like there. Like the bottom line is this: they did not want black people from America coming in, particularly large numbers of poor black people come from urban areas who they felt was going to be sympathetic with the native people. So they kept them out, right? So when you ask me, what do you think about the American-Liberians? Look, the American-Liberians decided that they didn't want. Look, the thing is, if you build a country, right? One thing America.
It wasn't a reference to that. I'm talking about the natives fought for a country, but all the natives seem like they want to be in America. That's what I was in reference to. If you fight for something, shouldn't you try to build and preserve it?
Oh well, yeah, but I'm saying, but you got to understand something. The Civil War and a native. There was no look. Liberia was on a path to progress, right, under the True Whig Party and whatnot, right. That was arrested in 1980, whatnot, destroyed in 1990, so they never had any real growth. So there was no, so they had to leave the country. There's so many Liberians live all over the world because for like 30 years, nothing was going on there. It's just now, things are starting to pick up, but still, Liberia should have went into the industrial age by now. Liberia was slated to be in the industrial age by the 1990s, right? But the thing is, though, they thought they could integrate the native people, but the native people were not going to integrate with them and let a small group of people, what they consider came from overseas, rule over them, and rightfully so. They're like, hold on, let me say this. So the native people, the American-Liberians, when they made the mistake was not bring, because they could have done this, they could have brought large numbers of black people from the Caribbean and America there, because Liberia at the time, in 1960, you know what the population of Liberia was? It was only 150,000 people in the whole territory. They could have easily have brought enough African Americans and Caribbeans over there to become now you're the majority, So since you didn't do that, it was just a matter of time before they say majority rule and they took over the country. Simple as that. So we learn from history.
This is a silly question.
You're not serious. So why is everybody so hostile towards Liberia? I don't get it.
This is a silly question. Why did the African Americans? Why did they expand the territory? Why they just didn't stay separate on that strip of land that they bought?
Because let me tell you why. Because the interior had all the mineral resources, when the iron ore mines, stuff like that, the rubber, and also all the riches of wealth of Liberia was in the interior where the native people were.
Okay.
So to steal the native people's heritage, right? They came up with this idea of unification and whatnot, and the native people were not stupid. They're like, well, all this stuff is coming from our territory, so what the hell we need you guys benefiting from? And they were right about that. Even though you say, oh, we're all Liberian, that's bullshit.
This is my last question. People complain about an oligarchy, but you leave a black oligarchy to come to the United States where the 1% still runs everything.
Autocracy, not an oligarchy.
But I'm saying the 1% of Americans still control most of everything in America.
Yeah, but there's there's a vast distribution of wealth and opportunity. There was no wealth and opportunity in Liberia like that for the native people. That's why
because they said the top 5% pretty much controls the whole of America.
Yeah, that's it. America, but look what they're controlling. Do you know less than 5% of the world's population earn more than $30,000 a year, and 99% of those and 90% of those people are in America.
Right.
So I'm saying, think about it: 5% of the world's population, 5% of the global 9 billion people make over 30,000 USD a year, and most of those people. So America has most of the world's wealth, and right now with Trump and all these other people, America is going to have even more wealth. So something got to give. America has all the wealth, right? And it now is excluding people from coming here. The only place you could actually make a living is America, and America is not excluding people from coming here, and it's largely based on race. So
you just have to do that because some people aren't trying to assimilate, at all, man. They just want to.
Yeah, but the thing is, America. I get what you're saying, but you cannot basically have a global empire like this. Like we have example. British had an empire, right? But they didn't require people to assimilate. Pakistan stayed Pakistan, Indian stayed Indian, the Chinese, Hong Kong stayed Hong Kong, whatever. And all these people were separate. They didn't assimilate. America's like an empire, but in one place. So you can't have an empire and say assimilate, into a country that's an empire. It's really just an empire. Governing colonized people. We call Black America a colony. Hispanics are a colony in this empire. White America is a colony.
The concept of assimilation started in Rome. When in Rome, do what the Romans do. That's assimilation.
Well, yeah. Well, that's one thing. All right, let me get Elvis on. Go ahead, Elvis. I don't know if Elvis wants to talk, but anyway, let me playing this video. This is Kwame Nkrumah visiting Tolbert when he first came prime. Tubman.
This stuff makes you sad.
He comes at the invitation of President of Liberia, William V.S. Tubman, who felt that their countries have many mutual interests and that much could be accomplished through meetings and discussions. Crowds jam the piers at the free port of Monrovia as the presidential yacht approaches the $22 million pier built with American aid. This warm and spontaneous reception by the people of Liberia for the distinguished guest marks the event as one of the most important occasions in modern Liberian history. A guard of honor passes in review in honor of the Prime Minister, who stands with the Liberian Undersecretary of State, Momolo Dukuli. At the Executive Mansion, the Prime Minister of the Gold Coast is officially greeted by the President of Liberia. This is the first visit made by any leading official of a British African territory to the Liberian Republic. Its purpose is to provide background for better understanding between the two countries, so that many benefits may be attained from the resulting closer cooperation. American Ambassador Edward R. Dudley and Liberian Vice President William R. Tolbert greet Dr. Nkrumah. A banquet given in his honor by President Tubman, who said, "The government and the people of Liberia are thrilled at the presence of you and your suite within our territories. These territories are yours and ours. Feel and act absolutely free." Dr. Nkrumah replied, "Our aspirations are the same, the peace, welfare, and happiness of our people." A portion of the 10-day state visit is spent surveying Point 4 activity in Liberia. Here, American Technical Cooperation Administration technician Roland Chambers explains the details of housing construction. Point 4 technicians will carry on agricultural projects in cooperation with the Liberian government. Modern equipment plays a big role in these activities. At the government experimental station at Suakoko, Dr. Nkrumah observes construction of a laboratory. Liberia was the first nation to sign a general Point 4 program agreement embracing its entire economy. Here at the experimental station, the Prime Minister inspects cattle and fowl raised as part of the Point 4 program and observes how American technicians assist the Liberian government in improving breeds of livestock. He attends a meeting of the Joint Liberian-United States Commission for Economic Development under the chairmanship of William Dennis, Liberian Secretary of the Treasury. 7 Liberians and 6 Americans direct its operation. Dr. Nkrumah is told of much that has already been accomplished and of that which will be done in the areas of public health, agriculture, public works, education, and public administration. Among many projects underway are a comprehensive aerial mapping survey, which will give Liberia its first accurate map and geological studies to determine the extent of the country's mineral deposits. A most interesting day is the excursion to the Bonny Hills, site of the Liberian Mining Company's iron ore mine. Mr. Charles Dewey, general manager of the company, escorts the Prime Minister on a tour of the vast plant. They watch a spectacular blasting operation on Monkey Hill. Modern equipment is used in the development of these natural resources. The grounds of the executive mansion set the scene for the last day of Dr. Nkrumah's visit. A gigantic garden party given by the President and Mrs. Tubman is attended by dignitaries from the diplomatic corps and government missions.
See, let me say something. See, that's the relationship. Liberia, a young, it's like a middle-aged country at the time, basically had with the people of Ghana. See how he came there? Kwame Nkrumah came there, representing his new republic as a prime minister, as an equal, and everything. The problem with Black America is you're not. When we go to these countries, we're not representing a republic. You know, you can't sign no high-level things between somebody because you're not a republic. Therefore, this is why Africans don't respect Black America, because we're a people without a country. You know, like this. We may hide behind 1776, but they don't respect that. You know, because they say, look, if I want anything out of 1770, I'm gonna go to the white man. I don't need you. So that's why I said me personally, I think that I want to basically say, something, despite everything when I do, I said I'm gonna stand behind 1847, because that's the only, Liberia is like really the only country I believe that can represent us on a world stage.
They have strong ties with the U.S. You see those strong ties with the U.S.
Well, that was a technical assistance. It wasn't really. It was a technical assistance. Yeah, like look, and a lot of it, what they'll show you was like people like Booker T. Washington. Tuskegee Institute is in Liberia. The Ricks Institute, these were all built by African Americans. Most of the institutions, technical thing, were.
But the United States mapped out. The United States mapped out Liberia. They said it in the video. The Geological Survey.
No, all they did was hold up. They already had a map of Liberia. What they do is a geological. They do when they go up in the air, when they do pictures, right? And it'll show what areas have iron ore and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a geological survey, So it's what it is. Yeah, Liberia didn't have the technology to do that. Like no African country did. It was mostly a few Western countries that had that ability, and they will basically pay for that survey, So their survey. So it is what it is. Baruti says, Chukwe, you spotlighted a schizophrenia paradigm. So-called Black Americans are great, but they separate, but must be separate to be great. What are these people
Liberia was an Afghanistan. Liberia was an Afghanistan. It's almost like a Greek tragedy. How a hero rises, then it falls. That's what Liberia.
Well, you learn from history. Liberia could have been that, but
what's up, Carla?
We weren't the majority, So what do you think was going to happen? All right,
it's kind of like planet.
So we can't keep crying over that. It was a mistake in history,
I mean, 1776. I mean, it's like you're so butthurt about what happened in Liberia, bro. You keep crying and complaining about it, man.
You're right. You're right. It's painful. is painful to me. It hurts me deep in the core of my spirit that, it's kind of like that's why I don't really I try to have a connection, but when the African, it's just like, like the
Look,
South, when the South
the
lost.
truth of the matter is, let me tell you this, right? Like Kala was saying, and Kala, I guess maybe when I come on, he kind of straighten up a little bit and start telling more of the truth.
That's the way I've been saying all the time.
1 second, Kala, let me make my statement. If you were to go to Liberia, bro, 95% chance you will be in the bottom class. All the things that you saw in those videos, all the places you saw, you won't be able to access those places. You won't be part of the 1% of the country. So if you think that represents you, 95% of the time it didn't. Only 5% of the population really enjoy the largesse of the country. So if you think that that's you, that's your people, and your people did that, you probably wouldn't even want to leave America to go join those people in Liberia. They protected they protected what they're building in that country with an iron grip. They wasn't trying to let you come from America and enjoy what they're building in that country. They protect it with their lives because they feel like they built it, it's theirs. They're not going to let no outsider come in. Even the natives in the country, they protected it from the natives themselves. So don't get so hurt and emotional over something that you would have probably never taken a part of.
It's painful to the core, man. It's painful to the core because it's like a Greek tragedy. These people came there, they built something monumental. They built a strong country that was #1 in West Africa. The natives got jealous. They got overrun by the Confederates. They destroyed it. Right?
What are you talking about, man?
Now I'm saying the natives
today is independence. I'm going to be magnanimous and be patriotic today, but don't go there.
I'm trying to be magnanimous, right? So the natives overran what we built, destroyed it to the root, right? Then they didn't even treat each other well. They started destroying destroying.
Did you hear what Kala told you earlier? That most of the, if not all of the resources was in native land. And when the native became listen. I mean, you gotta have empathy. As a human being, you gotta have empathy and honesty, right? If you were in that situation where your lands are being, incorporated into a country, you have concessions in your land, your people are not seeing the development from from the revenues of those concessions. You're not being represented in the government. You're seen as an outclass, but you're about 85 to 95% of the population. How do you think you would feel over years and decades of that happening?
But Liberia, you have country like just Native Americans. You have a country within a country.
You can't be honest, bro. That's the thing. You can't be honest.
Y'all was. Let me don't interrupt. Y'all was led by your paramount chiefs, so it's like y'all had independence within the country, right?
Are you an idiot? You think we were led by a paramount chief?
Wait. This is what I'm saying. So the coup happened. You won the war, right? Did you bring prosperity?
Don't go to the coup. No. Listen. You're not a Liberian, so listen. You got to listen for a second. The coup was the ultimatum. It was the crescendo of everything. You have to start from where what I'm telling you about. The Kala was being honest, right? He wouldn't want to be in the situation of the natives. If he were in that situation, like he keeps saying, he probably would have done the same thing. I feel bad what happened to those men in Talbert. Honestly, I do. But the only thing that I push back on is that to say it wasn't just or it wasn't, a reason for people to feel the way that they feel, that's where I always push back. I'm not saying you should go and kill people, but don't discredit the fact that people felt a certain way for decades before the coup happened.
The natives said, okay, you pushed the American-Liberians out. Did you bring prosperity to the other natives? No, more natives died under the Doe regime than ever happened in the history of Liberia. So you went out of the fire. You went from the pan into the fire.
Let me say this. Like, look, it was like a consensus among Native people, right, at the time, right? And it was egged on by people in Firestone, like the Peace Corps and whatnot, that the country was an oligarch, right? Controlled by a few people, right? Even though I do believe Tolbert and all of them did the best they can and whatnot, but the optics of this was this one group of group of 300 families that came from America, right? Control everything. They have all the money and everything like that, and the masses live in poverty, right? So there's people in the country basically telling them, right? A lot of leftists from America and people going overseas.
Communists.
hold up. It's telling them that something, so y'all need to fight against the old. Even though it was an all black country, right? And we like I said, this is people need to understand something right here now. This could happen anytime in the world, just because you're the same race, right? If people are meant to believe or understand that they're being screwed, right? And you're benefiting and you're telling them that we're all one people, and they're saying, well, geez, the people who have all the money and the food seem to be people who came from America and speak good English and stuff like this. I feel every time I see people who look like me, they're impoverished. The grown men are humiliated. They got to clean for these people. They got to slave for these people. Look, I read this. I talked to a lot of Native people. I heard their arguments when I said, yeah, on one hand, that we was living here, and I could have been a chief or king or whatever like that. Then next thing you know, I'm going to Monrovia and I'm seeing people that I respected in my village being treated like a boy, and just a boy being called by first name by American-Liberian girls and whatnot. Oh, that's such and such and whatnot. And like I said, I got that when I was there with my guy, driver, back in 2000, Jumbo. I love him to death, man. I love this kid to death, man. Jumbo, right? Anyway, basically, I just asked him, Jumbo, what do you think about me? They're all okay, boss. I said, no, be honest. What do you think about me? And it was like, well, you're a good man, blah, 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 blah. No, tell me the truth. What do you think? Because the bottom line is this. I didn't like the way my wife and the people around me was the way they talked to him, like they called him the ball. I'm saying John Boy, he was like 28, 29. And I'm like, why are you guys calling him a boy? And that was common in Liberia, where somebody works for you, you call him a boy. And then what gets me is I'm saying, look, in another 15 years, he's going to have gray hair. Are you going to be calling him the boy then? And so I began to think to myself, can you imagine? That's in 2021, right? I could imagine what it was like in 1970s, right? Where you have really no opportunity, really no opportunity there. When
you're spreading propaganda, though, man.
You got men that came from village, strong men that came from. Now they're in a society where it is known as boys, and grown women are known as girls. And so I'm saying to myself, so when you look at it, 77.6, right? A lot of what they were talking about, right? The Native people talk about was they felt humiliated, even though they know that what you said is true. They built the country, it was beautiful and everything like that. But they felt that even though it was just a coincidence that Native, it's a sad situation in history, right?
Kyla, give me 10 seconds. Let me say this, right? Let me just 1 second. Let me just buttress what you're saying. There's this old adage, with great power come great responsibility, right? If you're ruling a nation and you're ruling hundreds of thousands of people or even millions of people, the responsibility, the honest and the responsibility is on you to do certain things. So, like what Kyla was saying, there's paramount chiefs in the villages or in the towns, and they have certain powers and certain wealth within that village, whether it's land and they have access to farmland. You know how they had to educate their kids? They had a desire to educate their kids, but they didn't have proximity to schools. So what they would do when some of these ministers or big people from the government go and visit their villages, they will ask them, can you take my first son and educate him? And I will send you food, things like from his farm. So every harvest season, he will send like cassava, corn, a bunch of stuff up, to Liberia or Monrovia, to that person to kind of help in taking care of his kid. So like Kyla was saying, these paramount chief who are respected in the villages will send their first son usually to go live with these families. And when they go and live with those families, not 100%, but a lot of them had, degrading experiences. The name had to be changed. They were house boys and house girls just so that they can learn to read and write because schools,
But your 10
wasn't
seconds is
provided for
up.
them in their communities and in their counties.
Your 10
So,
seconds is up. But I
yeah.
don't really feel empathy because I
Of course, you don't feel empathy.
1776.
That's the problem.
Time out. When this country was founded, it wasn't a lot of equality. You had the ruling elites, the founding fathers. If you didn't have land, you couldn't vote. You like see.
Hold on.
Oh my God!
There's one difference though. Liberia was although, like I said, I don't know how it would have been accelerated, whatever like that, because educating people means they got to give the culture, and a lot of people got. So it was just a really tough situation, right? One thing that could have happened, right, is they could have basically brought large numbers of Black people from the West, right? And these large Blacks would have most likely been poor. They've been working class. That could have been the perfect catalyst for the native Liberians to assimilate to.
I was cut off in feet.
There should have been a buffer class of people, right? That the native that was pretty much had a light, because you take some of these Gullah Geechee people from the South Carolina and whatnot, up into the 1950s, they were still picking cotton. They would have, if they would have brought to Liberia, their living style would have been just as the native people, and the native people could have built a coalition with those people. What happened was you had the extreme. Let me tell you something. 776.
Can I get 5 seconds?
Yes, let me say this. You had people from Cape Mount all the way down to Maryland County. Most of the people built big homes, even though they probably didn't have a lot of money. They had their own land. They built these big homes or whatnot, and it gave the impression that this was because they was always say, "Oh, that's a Congo people house or whatnot." Big. Because when you go to when I was in Grand Bassa in Edina, right, and I'm going there looking at the churches, right. I'm looking at the churches, the stone buildings, some of the mansions there and whatnot. I said, then it dawned on me, that's how they rule over Native people. They came over there and they set up schools, they set up big houses, churches, whatnot. So it gave them a sense of superiority over the Native people, right? Now I'm saying, what if they were basically a large numbers of people that came over there and built shotgun houses like we had in the Deep South, whatever like that? And the Native people and their standard of living wasn't too far from the Native people, right? Where you could probably build schools for the people together,
But the thing is, y'all don't like if you
two extremes. It was like a rich people that owned everything, right? They got first. Remember something? Tolbert at the time, Tolbert at the time created Liberia's Corporation Commission, right? A lot of companies, right, that were mining concessions were in the 70s started listing. They were trying to build a stock exchange back then, listing assets, and a lot of Liberian elites had trust funds and owned assets in Bong mines, Bomi mines, Firestone, stuff like that, and they became extremely rich. At the same time,
can I get 10 seconds without being cut off?
Go ahead.
If you study historical processes, right, every country when it's founded, right, it doesn't go to total equality right away, right? America was founded in 1776. Women couldn't vote. Women couldn't vote. You had to have land to vote, right? And then it went to the 1800s. Then it went to the 1900s. So equality and civil rights is gained over time. Liberia was a fledgling, newborn country, right? These people came from America trying to get the country up and running, trying to make it a civilized country, right? And then people, as Native became educated, they became Congo people, right? They assimilated into the culture, right? And then you had some natives that never wanted to assimilate in the culture. They were like country people, and they stayed in the interior, right? Some people didn't want to assimilate into the country, but every country goes through a process of equality over time.
Well, hold on,
I'm telling you.
I know, I get that, but here's the thing. Now, as those Native people became educated, right? That's what they said, wait a minute here, if I'm educated, right, I know just as much as this Congo man, right? Like this, right? And I got connections to where all the wealth is coming from. Why should we have more say-so over what's going on in the country? You see what I'm talking about? And that was a catalyst for the conflict and the coup. So I just think
even in America, that happened in America because the North was saying the South had disproportionate powers, right? So they compromised. It's all about compromise. It's not about, war and coups and all that. It's called compromise.
No, what you don't understand, 1776, like I see it. If you're 90% of the population in a country and you don't have the basic, amenities, like other people have, and your lands have the most resources, and it has concession on there, but your people are not being educated, you don't have the same opportunity for upward mobility. I mean, you have to empathize and be honest with yourself. You have the
I mean,
numbers behind
I
you,
understand how
and you
countries
telling
are
me you
built.
don't want to wait for 40, 50, 60, years so that things can develop over time for you peacefully and patiently. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's
Okay.
called nation building.
All right.
Like Israel,
All right.
time out. Like Israel, Israel's a strip of land, right? Over time, they're going to incorporate Palestinians into the country, but right now they can't. You know,
What are you
so
talking
the
about, man? You're
African
dishonest, bro.
American.
I can't even have an honest conversation with you. At least Tyler sometimes would say the truth.
Elvis,
That if he was in that position, he would
Elvis. If
want
you listen
some
to
kind of
Dinah's
change too.
show, if you listen to Dinah's show, Miss Waller, she talked about it. She said there was no mass oppression of the natives. You know,
Look, hold
you're
on,
gonna have acrimony
hold on.
between different people.
Hold on. I never said there was an outright oppression. I did say that one side of the people, right, one side of the equation, right, that was Liberia, right. Now, how to make the native people Liberian, right? Okay, what? Like I said, I think it was just so extreme, right? There should have been a buffer class of people in Liberia that was closer to them culturally, the native people culturally and whatnot. That should have been a vast majority. Liberia did not do that. You had these elite
But
people living on the coast, right? That had connections from overseas and all stuff like
see,
this. And so, therefore, then you have the native people, right?
I'm
And they
I'm about to get upset because when the DuPonts run the whole state of fucking Delaware, right? Nobody says shit when a white man runs shit, right? When the
The
Carnegies
white
and the
man is the
Vanderbilts, right?
majority.
And wait, and JP Morgan runs the whole nation, nobody says anything. But when a black man is elite, the natives were living in huts before the African Americans came. The African Americans built amenities for themselves. Why are the natives jealous? They could build the same shit in the
That's
interior.
listen. That's all good and dandy, right? But when you incorporate people into a nation, and you say that you are their authority, and you are not in charge of their livelihood as a government, you have certain responsibilities and certain services that you're supposed to provide for them. And you start collecting hard taxes from them, you have a responsibility to provide services for them. Do you understand that?
Okay, so that my salient question is, okay, the coup happened. The natives are in power. What amenities are they providing for the people today? Because I don't see this
You
shit.
are you
I see
think
protests.
life?
I see
No,
protests.
listen.
I see
That's
protests.
why I said because you don't understand it. You just read a little bit, you watch a few videos, you listen
But
to a couple of things, and you think you know the country.
from 1980 to
Listen,
2025, you don't see no amenities. The Samuel
no,
Doe's
just
hometown.
listen.
I'm talking about, wait, Elvis,
Listen.
this is my last thing. This is my
Real,
last thing.
real quick, Santana.
I saw Samuel Doe's hometown, and it's not developed.
Yeah, but listen for a second, right? Compared to
50
what
years, no
things were,
development.
just listen. Compared to what things was before the coup, you have more native millionaires. You have more native people who are educated. You have more native people who are in government, who are in power. You have more people who are educated, who have agencies over their life. Yes, poverty stay in the country. We'll concede to that. But there's more upward mobility for a native man. He can't be told he can't be this, he can't be that because he's a native man. He can never be told he has to change his name because in order to get into certain schools or certain clubs, he has to change his identity or who he is, or the way he speaks, or the way he looks, or the way he dresses. Those things have changed, and for many people, it's worth it. And secondly, after the coup, yeah, there was a war. There was a 14-year civil war. All
But
right.
before the coup, you didn't have 500,000 Liberians in America. They enjoyed living in Liberia, right? But Liberia is
No,
not.
I mean you're a fool if you think they enjoy. Who do you think enjoy? You think my people in my village they enjoy living in Liberia? They didn't even know how to come to America. If they knew the process and how to apply for a visa or any program that they can apply, they would have applied for it in 1954. So don't say that they were enjoying life in Liberia. What happened
How do you
was
go from
after the war. Listen,
number one to number 54?
number one, relative to other countries that were colonized, Nigeria was still colonized in the 60s until in the 1960 when they got their independence. Ghana a little, I think a little before or after that. So all the countries that we compete with right now couldn't really even give their economic numbers because they were colonized. So you're like the only student in the class, and you think you're number one in the class. There was no real competition in West Africa. Most of the other countries were colonized. So you were competing really, against yourself. So thank what I really want to say is thank God for the people who came and established the country. They did a noble thing. I think black people wanting to have refuge on the continent. It was great.
But like
But
you said,
certainly
I'm
we can
butthurt.
acknowledge that there were some mistakes that was made
Like you said,
on both sides.
like you said, I'm butthurt, and you're true
I
about
didn't say
that.
you're
I feel
butthurt.
like
I'm
I
just saying
feel, I
you need to
feel,
have empathy and be
I,
honest. That's all.
I feel that the country should change its name to Native Land and change the flag to like a spear and crossbows, because this is no longer Liberia. This is not.
Look, hold
This
on.
is
Hold on. If you went to Liberia, if you're ever there on Flag Day, I was there on Flag Day one year, 2023. When I And if you're there on Decorations Day, or you're there on Independence, the country is in a frenzied thing when it comes to about nationalism. Liberia is a very, very nationalistic, and they have a nationalism I don't see anywhere else. It's unmatched anywhere in Africa. Really, despite everything, Liberia probably I don't see this level of nationalism in Nigeria. Ghana, all right, but
You got to go to other countries to make that argument.
no, I'm telling about what I see online and stuff like that.
like
I look.
like
I'm saying,
like my heart is messed up because I feel it like when I see those videos, it creates anger. I'm like, damn, you took the country over for the pretext of making the life better for the natives, but life ain't better for the natives.
I would say, look,
It's a lot more. It's a lot better for the natives. That's what I was telling you earlier.
I'm gonna say something very controversial right now. I'm saying like this. I love the American-Liberian and stuff like that, but they were kind of thick, in the head, thick, arrogant in the head, and even a lot of black people in America back then did not like American-Liberian because remember something, American-Liberians had a culture of independence, and so they sort of looked down. Some of them treated African Americans the way they treated Native thing. They would have an elite mentality among themselves, among black people, So therefore,
have you ever been to like an Ivy League school and see how those white people act towards just people? When you have money and opulence, it creates
And
arrogance.
that's wrong. That's what I keep telling you. If you're crying about it, if you win there, you'll be in the lower class. They won't give you no play. You won't be some kind of important person in that class.
When a white man's elite in arrogance, it's no problem. But when a black man's elite, it's a big problem.
The fact of the matter is, every group in every country has an elite. And if you're going to thrive, you're going to need your elite. And if the only way that you think that you're going to become a leader is to overthrow it, you won't be a leader anymore. And that's exactly what happened. It doesn't matter if it's...
Hold on. Let me say this, Jonathan, right? Okay, this is a way I studied it, right? Now, the American-Liberians invited all the native Liberians, right? The elite, right? Say, something, we know we're taking land from your people. We know we're exploiting you and Firestone and that, but we're going to cut you in on it. So what happened was so dangerous was they created a native Liberian elite. That was basically the surefire way. What happened was in a coup was the Liberians, right? It wasn't just against American Liberians. They were also against the native Liberians background, right? Who were part of the exploitation. So the coup was not just about American Liberians. It was about people. And also, let me say something. When you talk about Liberia, and remember something, the native Liberians were a part of, this is where the American Liberians, this is where they were right. The American and native Liberians were a part of the reality of Africa. The American Liberians was like a transplant of the West, a cosmopolitan society on the coast, right? And the native Liberians were part of tethered to the struggle because there was no difference between the native Liberians and any other part of Africa. Whether actually native Liberians had a higher standard of living. Now the problem is when you see somebody that looks like you living on the coast and they're living really well, a lot of people don't judge native Liberians by the rest of Africa. They judge by saying, why don't we have what they have? So this is what happens when you do not create a middle class.
If it was white people on the coast, that coup would have never happened. It's just something, I even see it in Maryland, right? When a black man's elite, it always creates jealousy. Like you see somebody go to school, they're an engineer, they're a doctor. It's always a jealous. Like black people, we can't look at each other and say, "I'm happy for that person." It's always like, man, I want that nigga to fall. I don't like that stuff, man.
Look, you know the problem is, like I said,
I thought you were smarter than this, bro. I think you're actually dense.
I went through this in America, growing up in America, right? Where when I was growing up, I lived in a place in it's called Scotchtown, right? And we used to always get threatened, jumped, beat up by the kids that lived in the city, because they was like, y'all think y'all better, because y'all. So I noticed stuff. But then when I went down south for 1 year in school, right? People thought I was from New York, and they were like, "You think you're better than us down here?" Blah 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 blah. So jealousy is a thing in the black race. We can't get rid of that. What you can do is this: you can create the situation by which the poor people feel enfranchised. I don't think Tolbert and them were thinking about that. They just thought that, okay, the country's going, but the bottom line is this: you got to make sure in every last single person, right, that they have a plan. Like, remember something, when I was in school, you had to sit down with your guidance counselor. You know what a guidance counselor is? Somebody sits down and says, I never forget this. My guidance counselor, man, said, well, so what you want to do with your life? I didn't know what the fuck he was saying. Yeah, he was looking at me like, this kid's crazy. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Anyway, you always have to know that the kids or whatever like that are doing things that's logical, achievable, reasonable, practical, and set them on his way. You cannot leave millions of people idle, 1776, idle.
But the thing
if you don't have the opportunity for them, you got to convince them that this is a plan.
If you let me say this, right? Let me say this. No, hold on. Let me speak, bro. Let me speak. The only thing I want to say to what you're saying, Colin, when it comes to people talking about elite class, look, if an elite person is a private citizen and you're a private citizen and they're just doing better and being wealthier than you, no problem. No need to be quote unquote jealous, right? If the elite person is a head of government, it has a fiduciary responsibility to take care of you as a citizen of that country and provide a better life for you, and they're not doing it and they're still being elite and wealthy, you have a right to be angry at them. That's just the reality of it.
Jonathan, can I ask you a question?
Brody goes, I think the name of Liberia should be the name of Liberia means let's stay in the same thing. You can talk all you want with your Ubuntu. I guess we're supposed to name
Elvis, what is the fiduciary responsibility of the natives in leadership today? Because all I see is protests, right? Are they providing for the natives?
Yeah, people are angry with the native who have governmental power and not doing what they're supposed to do. That's the same thing that they were doing when they became conscientized. That's why they started a protest. That's why they wanted more rights. That's what they were doing. Everybody has the right to protest the government.
Elvis, I know you're not probably adept at American history. When America was founded in 1776, the Irish was treated bad, women were treated bad, but it progressed over hundreds of years to the country we see it today.
The difference is that the white people were the majority.
Even in South Africa.
Don't you understand that? They had the numerical majority. They had the advantage in military strength. They had the majority in economic strength. They were going to crush any kind of rebellion. Okay. Had that coup happened and the native was 5% of the people, they would have been crushed. Definitely. So certain things you calculate your plan based on your numbers, based on who you have backing you, and how the country is going to respond. If the native was in 5% of the population and it did that coup, the American-Liberian would have governized and ran them out of the country.
But 50 years later, 300,000.
To be fair to what 1776 said, he's still accurate because the majority of the country was white. It was majority of the country of white people that didn't have rights. You had to own a house to be able to say that you wanted to vote. You had to be educated to be able to vote.
You had to take a poll
black
tax.
or white at
You
that
had
point.
poll taxes. You had voting test.
Hold on, 776. In the early 1800s, right? Do you know black people in South Carolina outnumber white people? And basically, there was a large number of the free blacks who, in many areas in the north, were outnumbering whites. you know, the white people say, look, man, the black population is growing. There's millions of them here now, right? As more black is free and whatnot, we got a problem here. So what they did was say, look, you know, to ensure that the American experiment, because they didn't say, look, we're going to bring millions of Chinese people over here. They didn't say we're going to bring Indians over here. They said we're going to bring millions of Europeans over here and teach them whiteness. The American-Liberians, right, did not bring the large numbers of black people to Liberia, right? And basically, if they would have became 90% of the population, there would have never been a coup, you know?
Well, Colin, to point out what you said earlier, you said that the African Americans American-Liberians were elite, warrior. What is the exact term that you used earlier? They didn't want to go.
Hold on. Let me put it to you like this.
Right? I think it was Jesse Jackson that called them coons or some shit like that. They had like a coon behavior.
Yeah, check this out. Yeah, it was, but that's only because when they went to Liberia, a lot of these African American leaders, when they went to Liberia, the Liberian government didn't kiss their ass because they also coming over as emissaries of America, and they looked at them like, who are these American Negroes talking about? I'm going to listen to them, whatever. That's why.
Carla, what I'm trying to tell Elvis is like when America started, you had child workers in factories working 15 hours a day at 10 years old. This country had mass inequality for the first 100 years, almost 200 years.
I'm sure you like living in inequality for hundreds of years. You go back in history and live in inequality.
Other people don't want to do that. A more perfect union. That's what any country endeavors to have.
Go start a country and be the lower class for the next 100 years, and let your kids and your grandkids be at a disadvantage for 100 years.
With all due respect, you left your country that you fought for and came here and experienced inequality. You're under the heel of the white man and you don't say anything.
You're advocating for people.
You're in the all-white state of Minnesota and you don't say shit. Right?
Listen to me. I make more money here now than I probably would have ever made in Liberia. I have a higher standard of living here now than I probably would have ever had in Liberia.
You're living a 1776 dream. So that 1847 dream.
Listen to what I'm saying, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. There are about 250,000 Liberians living in the United States, right?
500,000.
No, those numbers are not even accurate. There are about 6. Just listen. There are about 6 million people living in Liberia. All right, not even 2% of the population lives outside of the country. So when you're trying to make this idea that all the people left the country and came to the West, it's not true. Just like any other country,
they can't. They want to.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people want to leave India and come to the U.S. A lot of people want to leave Pakistan and come to the U.S. But a lot of them can't come. Those who are privileged to come, they do. So I don't understand your point that you're making. People immigrate from every country on earth to come to this country, whether in large number or in small numbers. They do.
No, wait a minute. This has got to be the dumbest shit I ever seen. Between 250,000 to 500,000 Liberians in America.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 500,000 is just not.
What kind of estimation is that?
Yeah, the disparity is too wide. That's what he takes the higher point. Somebody who is smart, you take the higher point of that estimation.
You don't take the lower point. You throw one in the middle.
Yeah, there's about 250,000 people here.
They have children. All the people that come here, are they infertile? They have children. Elvis. Come on, man. They have children.
Yeah, 3, 4 kids. Do you know? Look. Do you know how the bulk of Liberians come into this country? You know what the bulk of them came into this country? Through resettlement and refugees.
Yeah. You got like Dave said, you got the old ones in Rhode Island, New York.
You know how the majority of the people from Laos came into this country? Through resettlement and refugees. People from Cambodia, people from Afghanistan. Anytime there's a war in the country, especially if the United States is involved in that country, you see an influx of those people coming to this country. So it's not unusual.
Well, hold on, let me say this. Somebody asked a question about the Liberians' elite. But here's the thing is, when Liberia was founded, right, they always had that elite. They had descendants of the first Liberian settlers were Presbyterians and Masons, and they basically lived in Monrovia, and they had a group called they had groups like the Odd Fellows, the Crowds, the Masonic Order, and stuff like that. All these groups, right? And they had this group called the Merchant Princes, right? These people were the elite, in Liberia. So ever since day one, the elite in Liberia, right? The people who were descendants of manumitted slaves, or maybe people who were lower class in America, right? When they came to Liberia, they were sent upriver and made to many settlements on the St. Paul River, called upriver people. There was a Monrovia people and upriver people. Had they continued that thing of bringing more and more people in, settled in the interior and the upriver, and became the majority, it would the coup would have never happened. But the problem is, after like the 19 when it seemed like Britain was no longer a threat after the thing, and they got Firestone in, they might really start making money. They had it good. So this like, man, the last thing we want is these black people from America coming here, because our exploitation of the natives, because Garvey had made some
exploitation word, man. That's terrible, man.
They neglected the upriver people too. They neglected people who were living upriver.
Firestone raised the standard of native living. A lot of them was educated by Firestone, and the native. You had native vice presidents.
I got a question.
You had natives in the government. Stop that exploitation. The African Americans never did.
You don't know more about Liberia than Carla.
This is the last thing I'm saying.
Has studied the country a lot more than you have.
The Native American,
he had a similar mindset that you did initially. But as he studied the country, he realized that what he's saying is more likely the truth.
Elvis, I'm going to ask you a question, and you just respond. Did the American Liberians treat the natives like the South African Boers did in South Africa? Did the African Americans treat the natives like the white man treated the Native Americans in this country, who he destroyed? He utterly destroyed them.
This is not a victim Olympic. We're talking about people.
But I'm saying you're in this country, so we're juxtaposing the countries. Did the African Americans treat the natives like we treated our Native Americans? Hell no.
Who is we?
We 17. Did they treat them like how the white man treated the natives in America?
First of all, I don't know how the white man treated the native. I know that they genocided them. They took their land from them. They put them on reservation. Those are some of the things that I know. So if you're asking me if that was what happened, no. That's not what happened. Nobody's making a case that that's what happened in Liberia. We're telling you specific things that was happening.
African Americans
and you're not listening.
Did the African Americans treat the natives like the South Africans, the white South Africans treated the natives in South Africa?
I don't know how they treated the people in South Africa. I'm just telling you, we know specific things that happen in Liberia, right? Nobody is telling you that they were enslaved or they were massacred in great numbers. What we're telling you, or what I'm telling you, is that there was, taxes that were being paid, and those services were being rendered to those people. Lands that were being given for concession, and those people that live on those lands didn't see the benefits. Education was limited to a specific group on the coastal region.
Petty non-sequiturs, right?
Listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. You're not a Liberian. You don't understand. You're just talking out of emotion, bro.
I got a question for you.
You're just talking out of emotion, man.
He killed 300,000 people.
Tyler, is there a native group in Liberia today that would be considered oppressed, that not being treated the same as the other groups?
Look. I'm like this.
No.
The thing is, I think the problem is in Liberia, what you have is limited access to resources for everybody. And also the problem is
there a particular tribe that has less access to resources than other tribes?
He ain't gonna answer the question.
Hold up, let me say this, right? I think personally the culture of Liberia, right, is handful. Look, let me tell you something. And I'm gonna say this.
He's gonna go back to middle school. He ain't gonna answer the question.
Hold on. I'm gonna say this, right? Look, the problem is the Liberian government, right? They said that Liberia had mastered the science of governance, right? To the point where the government in Liberia is the only thing that really worked. That's the only thing that paid. So in other words, we have in Liberia is, if you want a job or you want a good life or you want respect, you have to have a government position, preferably elected official, whatever like that, and also how you get elected official is you keep drumming up the same talking points about your tribe and all stuff like this. Now, Now, had they basically switched to an economy, right, which was based on people like in America, people getting rich, the stock exchange and all stuff like that, banking, farming, mining, agriculture, whatnot. And people, the culture of a country changed from who's got elected to
Kyle,
who's
you didn't answer his question.
hold
Not
on.
at all.
He asked you. He asked you.
As
Is
long
there
as you have
somebody on top?
look,
There's somebody.
as long as you have a society where public office is the guiding force about everything that shapes a country, you're going to have these problems. You know, as simple as that. So it's not going to go away. It's native on it's native on native. It's let me say this, right? When I was there in 2023, man, there was like, oh, there's some trouble up the street, man. Be careful. I said, what? Bloods and Crips? No, the UP boys and the CDP boys are going at it. The political groups roaming the street like gangs.
But the
and whatnot,
political group are backed by tribes. The political groups are just
I
a
know
cover
that,
for
but hold on,
certain tribes.
in Liberia, in Liberia, give them credit. They've advanced from tribes to completely. I mean, you have the Kron, the Crew, and a couple other groups that make up the CDC. You have the Bassa, the Congo people, and Vi people really make up the UP. You know, so therefore, it's not so much as tribe anymore. It's basically these political parties become a de facto. So
It's not. That's not even it. It's too simplistic. All of the tribes are in both political parties. All right. The thing about it is that
Kron and Crew in the CDC. You got to
that's what I'm saying. The thing about it is that the UP was founded from a man called Henry B. Kessel from Lafayette County. He founded the UP party. So it's a stronghold in Lafayette County. And then you had George Weah and some other people from the Crew side who founded the CDC. But if you look at the CDC leadership, a lot of them are from Lafayette County. The vice president from George Weah was a Loma Pella woman, former wife of Charles Taylor.
Yeah, but you look at
If
CDC on the streets; those are mostly crime people.
Y'all ever gonna answer the question?
I mean, you can say that, but it's
Is there
there's a lot of
perfect
people from other
equality
tribes
today?
part of the
Is
CDC
there a
tribe.
particular tribe in Liberia that would be considered oppressed today?
I would tell you this, right, Jonathan. There is a tribe that used to be historically, at least they felt that way, and there was some evidence to show that they were marginalized.
The Fulani.
No, hold on, Carter. That's not what I'm talking about. The Mandingo tribe, right?
And
The Mandingos have been historically marginalized, especially during the times of the American-Liberian rule. They felt marginalized.
Actually, Elvis, that's not
Hold on, Colin. Let me speak.
Native people that don't like.
Wait.
Let me speak,
I'm talking
Colin.
about today, not historically.
That's what I'm saying. Today, right? Today, you have a thing like. Hold on. Today, you have a thing like 7 or 8 Mandingos who are in the House of Representatives and Senate. You have about 10 or 12 of them who are in ministerial positions in the government. So most of the people that used to be marginalized, they've been incorporated in this government.
Yeah, that don't mean the people still don't see Mandingos as Liberians.
No, most of the thing that separates the two is the religion. The religion aspect of it separates the Mandingos.
Hold on.
So they're oppressed based on their religion.
Let me say this. Back in 2016,
Jonathan, you got two dudes just whitewashing and lying, man.
Check us out. Back in 2017, right? There were which we call growing on the heels of the Trump administration, right? There was a make a Liberia great again movement, right? The Liberians so cute; they follow everything, and they will talk about building a wall, right, in Lofa and Nimba from Guinea, and they're talking about deporting Mandingos and whatnot. Back to Guinea with them. It was called a Make Liberia Great Again movement.
There are certain places where Mandingo people are prosecuted more. In places like Lofa and Nimba, where they're not predominant, but they're a large minority in those counties, and there have been issues of land.
I'll answer the question for Jonathan.
Land rights.
In every country, you have an elite and you have an underclass. That's in every country.
They were targeted during the war when the rebels came.
You have someone at the bottom. You have an elite and an underclass in every country, man. And that's the question, Jonathan.
Here's the thing. Here's one thing, though, right? What you have to have is a culture. You have to be culturally homogeneous. if you have some people basically that are Americanized, Westernized, and whatnot, and it's really like this, it's easy for outside force to come in and say they're the haves, you're the have-not because of your thing. That's what happened in Liberia. You know, you could divide people based on class, you know, and stuff like that. You know, because two different people spoke differently, they had two different ways of life and everything like that. And so people who wanted to divide the people magnified those differences, even though there was a lot of poor American-Liberian people. People don't realize that part. A lot of American-Liberians were poor, you know, like from the Caribbean and stuff like that, you know. So a lot of then also there was a lot of Native people who were rich. You know, the ones that had land, they sent their kids to school and whatnot.
But you had natives in the government from the onset. The vice president was a native. That video, the videos you just showed, they had somebody, I think he was a secretary or something. He had a native name. So the natives, once you became educated, you assimilated into that culture. It was no oppression.
Here's the thing about Liberia, though. It seemed that if you got money, it's like I said, if you got money, right, and you got education, you're already deemed to be a Congo person. That's the thing we have to do. Is you got to create a middle class.
Whose fault is that, Kala?
Huh?
That the regular people just dumbasses. Whose fault is that, Kala?
Yo, Johnson, this is what it is, right? Remember the movie Friday? When Debo said to Red one night, he goes, what do you got for me, Red? And he took his chain off his neck. Remember that? And he said, why you take my chain? He goes, what chain? He goes, shut your ass up. Now, Debo was absolutely wrong, right? We could all agree Debo was wrong, right? You know? But the problem is, Debo could knock his ass out. The problem is, if you're going to be a minority, and somebody say like this, like me, I just parts of New York. I don't drive around and with flashy stuff on because I know I will get jacked. If you're basically building a country, you're making money. You have the right to make money. But if somebody says, you know something, I want what you got, and I'm going to take it, right? If you don't have the ability to defend yourself, whose fault is that?
But
they had no means of defending themselves, right? They just said they should form. They were the one who said, "Look, let's integrate everybody." And look, they brought all these people. They stole all these people's wealth, and then let them flood into Monrovia, Buchanan. What the hell you think was going to happen? You know. They were overwhelmed. My Monrovia wasn't built.
You're using inflammatory words like stole and exploitation. Cut that out, man. Just cut that out, man. You're being inflammatory.
Hold on. I'm gonna play a video. The opening of the Bong Mines. You tell me, okay? Here's the opening of the Bong Mines. Okay. There's an opening.
I got a question. Do they target the Bikini Bays in Liberia?
Well, yes. Burkina Faso is freaking illegally mining. They're getting deported, arrested, deported with illegally mining.
Okay, and West Point is the slum of Liberia, right? Or the population. West Point, that's the slum of Liberia.
West Point. Last time I was there, it's really clean now. You know, George Ware, Claratown. He's from Claratown and West Point. When I was there in 2024, the place was clean. It was immaculate. Now it's you don't have slums like that. They're getting rid of those shanty towns. They're putting up houses. Liberia's made a lot of improvements, you know, over the years. That was an informal settlement. West Point was an informal settlement. People from the interior just set up a thing. But let me play this.
You'll have natives like Elvis cry about how bad they was treated, but he wouldn't tell you from 1980 that Samuel Doe and his administration wiped out more natives in a short span of time than any African American did in the first 100 years. In 10 years, that nigga killed so many natives. Is not funny, but he wouldn't talk about that.
That's why I said this guy is stupid. He's stupider than I thought, man.
It's war. It's war to kill 700 people in church. No, that's not a war crime. That's no war crime.
I mean,
it was evil. Samuel Doe's dead right now, so
Samuel Doe's dead. He lived by the gun. He died by the gun.
Yeah.
From 1980 to 2003.
What is the predominant ethnic group that lives in West Point?
Hold up, Jonathan. Look,
to get a general picture of Monrovia and of the country as a whole.
This is
a country over which an ever-increasing number of roads is spreading.
Look how clean
Small
it is.
airplanes, however, are still an important means of transportation. The 50 landing strips scattered over the country serve to connect the farthest corner to the capital. Practically all of Liberia is covered by forests. Sometimes huge areas of water can be glimpsed in their interiors, areas formed by the heavy rainfall. For a European, this may sound astonishing, but in these tropical rainforests, the annual precipitation is 7 times as high as, for example, in Germany.
Right now in Liberia, you don't see no more native villages.
It was from this village, in the heart of the forest, that a German engineer started out in 1957 to find iron ore for the Ruhr district. Together with a Liberian government engineer, he set out to trace an ore deposit, rumors of which had circulated for the past 30 years. Somewhere here there was supposed to be a mountain which consisted mainly of iron ore. But such rumors did not shake the villagers out of their traditional way of life. They continued to harvest their coconuts, cultivate rice, and to build their huts as their forefathers had done many years before. One camera, one geologist's hammer, a compass, a logbook, and a magnifying glass. This was all the 2 engineers took with them. And so, in the middle of the bush, they began investigating the mountain of ore. Old records guided them to the approximate location. The area in which they chose to search is called Bong Range, a range of hills covered with tropical forest.
The intrepid white man.
Over 60 miles from the capital, on the St. Paul's River, they came to Dobley Island, an island approachable only with a small native boat. Then, although the river swelled tremendously during the rainy season, their sandbanks and submerged rock made it impossible for larger ships to navigate. Yet, they had to reach this island because here lives a very important man, the district representative. Honorable Barclay is the son of a king. In the Republic of Liberia, his function is to represent the people of his district. Here we see him together with his chieftains walking through the landing place to meet Dr. Plotsky. He is eager to learn about the new possibilities of being offered to his district. The encounter is ended with the traditional Liberian greeting. Even the ground on which these trees grow contains some iron ore rubble. The iron content indicates to the engineers that the western part of the Bong Range, called Zawe by the natives, most likely forms one large ore deposit. These observations are entered in the logbook. Dr. Kaup is president of the Gewerkschaft Exploration, which has its main offices in Düsseldorf. It is here that plans were elaborated for the further development of this project, and it was here that the decision was made to follow up the further investigation. A larger amount was to be invested in a precise determination of the potentials of this newly discovered deposit in Liberia. The Liberian government, a group of German iron and steel companies, and the well-known Italian Finzeder company are partners in this project. 90% of the iron ore needs comes from overseas. The remaining 10% is mined in Germany. Details of the concession agreement can now be discussed with the Liberian government. The first step is preliminary discussions with the director of the mining office in Monrovia, the Honorable Massacor, and then negotiations with Mr. Sherman, the Minister of...
See, Von Sherman was there, the Massacoys and whatnot. I know all these people, you know. And these are top Liberian people that broke up the mine. But this right here was the largest investment in Black African history, you know, the largest investment up until recently in Black Africans. No other country, Ghana, could get a deal done like this, you know. And this is the largest investment in a Black country at the time.
Of Finance. The concession agreement provides the investor with the legal guarantees necessary for the execution of his project. In return, the government receives a 50% share of the net profits. Dr. Soul,
Caller, hold on, pause that. They got a 50% share.
That's good.
Yeah, actually,
Jesus Christ.
Hold up.
Today Africans are getting like 10%, man.
Hold up. Yeah.
Hey, don't say that. Don't say that. Rory getting 15.
Yeah, check this out. Liberia was getting 50% share of the net. In other words, basically, what happens is the German company puts up all the capital to build it and whatnot, right? And they need the iron ore be sold at a cheap price, you know, so to feed the industrial steel mills of Europe, right?
Hey, so Tyler, this isn't helping your point, man. It's making your point bad.
The output of the mines, right? They say, okay, you know, the mine says we're going to sell to the steel mills, right? So the government of Liberia gets half, the mining company gets half, you know, of the revenue, you know, and you're talking about millions and millions of dollars. This made Liberia had the highest growth rate. One of the high. This is when many other deals like this made Liberia have the highest growth rate in the world at the time, you know.
I see why the
that's not an African country today that got that kind of deal.
Yeah, because Liberia was never hold up. Liberia was never colonized. See, they dealt directly with the Liberian government. There was no colonial, or usually in Africa, it's usually some colonialist holdover that's doing the brokering. You know,
those African Americans were making good deals to get 50-50. That's a great deal, man.
For a German-Liberian partnership. President Tubman formulated the essence of his open door policy with the slogan, for creating jobs for thousands and making life comfortable. This is the inaugural parade of 1960, when President Tubman was re-elected to his high office. President Sékou Touré of Guinea, official guest at the ceremonies, witnessed the grandeur of a tradition dating back more than 100 years.
Look at them African Americans to march, boy. I watched the parade today. It was dancing.
Inland, President Tubman's inauguration was also joyously celebrated. Here in the village, customs and habits are somewhat different. For instance, houses are still built in the traditional way, out of wooden posts, woven branches, and mud, with a roof of palm leaf thatching. The European engineers also adopted this way of living. These three mud huts are the headquarters of the engineers who conducted the second, more detailed investigation of the mountain. And this is the mountain range, over 18 miles long and more than 900 feet high, their daily companion. Exploring with hammers and shovels, the engineers and their aides work their way to the ore deposits. A prospecting tunnel has been driven into the mountain. Now the composition of the deposit can be determined with all exactitude. From all sides, holes are drilled into the mountain. The cords indicate the depth of the ore stratum, the iron content, and the amount of overburden to be removed. These ores were sent to Germany for examination and confirmed the first reports. The mountain consists almost entirely of iron ore. The portion marked in red is suitable for mining. This ore, however, cannot be smelted directly in the blast furnaces. Its iron content is not high enough. Therefore, ore must first be concentrated. With the large deposit of iron ore at the center of the mountain, a new industrial plant as well as a whole mining community is being built 50 miles from the coast. For the concentration of the ore, primary crushers and concentrators are being installed. A diesel-electric plant is being constructed along with an administration building, while various other shops and plants are going up in order to process the ore. For the employees and their families in this new mining community, a hospital along with new schools are also being built. As it is now, there is no easy access to the ore deposits. The forest must first be cleared and the way freed for roads and railroads. The mountain is stripped of trees. Some of the trunks can be utilized in later construction.
Hey, how long's the video?
It's another 15 minutes because it cuts off. The sound cuts off.
Later on, railroad tracks will be running here conveying the ore to the harbor. But at present, the terrain looks impassable. Through mountain and jungle, the huge machines work their way, leveling the bed for the track. The Liberians show great ability in operating such heavy machinery, and yet only recently, most of them had not the slightest idea of things technical, not to mention such complicated equipment as excavators and bulldozers.
Looks like the natives tried to cut them.
With the special machine, the railroad tracks are laid in record time onto bed prepared across the jungle. 5 engineers and 20 Liberian workers laid approximately 1.5 miles of tracks each day. The Liberians, coming straight from their native villages, were trained for their work in only a short time. Only a few of them could speak English, so the Bong Mining Company set up a special language course. But better than spoken word was the actual example of the engineers.
White man can always get a Negro to work.
And the Liberians were quick to follow them. Here, pre-assembled tracks are being laid on the railroad bed. The engineers have exploited all possible ways of saving time. In setting up such a complex industrial project, it is paramount that all operations be integrated into one time schedule. Planning for such a huge construction site must be flawless and function smoothly. 50 miles of railroad tracks will have to be laid from the Iron Mountain to the harbor. This will mean a whole new area opened up to traffic. For the construction of the railways and roads, the engineers also needed ballast. In the immediate vicinity of the pit, they found a suitable rock, gneiss. And here, drilling and blasting provide ballast for the railroad. The explosive is placed in the boards, and then the fuse ends are tied together. Now the rock enters the crushing and screening plant, where it is crushed into the desired size and then graded. This machine had to be shipped across the ocean, as did all other machines, equipment, and materials required. Erecting an industrial plant in such virgin land means providing all the prerequisites yourself: streets, railroads, housing and utilities such as water and electricity. By the way, all the aggregates for the concrete used in the plant buildings come from this same quarry. Suitable sand, however, is not available in sufficient quantity. But the main objective, providing ballast for the railroad, has now been reached. The railway across the jungle to the harbor on the Atlantic coast is finished. Now the trains carrying ore could begin rolling. But first, the trains must travel to Bong Range, transporting machinery and equipment necessary to build the industrial plants. Everything that contributed to the development of this country has its roots here. This is the coast on which the Africans returning from America set foot more than 100 years ago, and this is where the capital was established. And this is also the coast from which, in our time, a company which needs loading facilities as specialized as does a mining company does best to tailor its own harbor. And exactly that is what the Bong Mining Company did.
Are those trains still running today, Carla?
Machinery and equipment for the big
Actually, no. Actually, the
plant are
tracks are
arriving
still
at the
there,
new pier.
but they're now starting. The Chinese have took over Bong mines, and they're trying to rehab them and stuff like the track that
Jonathan Miller.
that basically it's the tracks are still. I drove over the tracks. You know, it's still there. You know,
They
but,
built
like
more
I said,
shit in 2 months. They built more.
It was operated until 1990 when the Civil War broke out. 1990.
I got a question.
They erected a whole. They erected a whole town
when
in 2 months.
When did Liberia start industrializing? What year?
Okay, well, like this was like the pre-industrialization right here.
What year?
Hold on, Liberia in the 60s was trying to industrialize.
Oh my God.
1957 manufacturing, all stuff like that. You know, paint.
Golly, you telling me they got more done in 23 years than the natives done in over 40? Oh
yeah,
Lord!
You know,
ain't no
Ain't no man. They built that whole city. They built that whole mining town in like 3 months, and natives been in power 50 years, and they ain't built a fucking road.
So you telling me in a 27, 30-year time period? I posted this video in the back. I hope you play it.
Was it?
I'm pretty sure you've seen it before. Liberia under the Toby years, all the industrialization that they had going on. I mean, goddamn.
That's why I said Liberia
They
is a
did
Greek
that
tragedy.
in less than 30 years.
Yeah, Liberia is
These
a Greek
niggas that had
tragedy.
no plans. They had no plans for the coup. Samuel Doe should have contacted somebody. Was like, hey man, we think about doing a coup, but we want to continue doing business with y'all. Or something like that. I mean, they didn't have no forethought at all.
In all fairness,
Man, I love it, man. I just love it.
That's not like. Listen, they built a whole mining town in 1957.
Hold on. All I would say is this, right? Which Samuel Doe and all these other people were just used by political forces who wanted to bring Liberia down. Look, this is not nothing new. Back in the 1920s, there was a couple of incidents with American diplomatic credential attaches versus the Liberian government, where the Liberians kicked out Americans and whatnot. There's always been this attention. The Americans always been trying to undermine Liberia's sovereignty from day one. You know. It's like this. So the whole thing is they found Samuel Doe, and Charles Taylor, Queer Pie, and all these other people, Bowling. People who didn't know really much what was going on. When they basically said, "Look, we know." And let me tell you something about the United States CIA.
1776. Does the coup make you mad?
Yeah, man, it make me mad, man. Like this is
I like that. I like that.
Listen, man.
Elvis, you don't like that. You would have been in Liberia right now. That coup never happened.
I would have been visiting.
Hold up. I would say like this.
Like I would go. I would spend $4,000 to go to that. But
we would have been on vacation.
To this, nah.
Check us out. Hold up. After the
coup,
man. Right. Hold
up.
Right now. The black people, African Americans, really got an opportunity in Liberia that would never happen had that coup never happened, right?
Who wants to go to the worst country in West Africa?
That's an opportunity nobody's really trying to take. But I want to say something, Carla, because Don said something before.
We're not like our ancestors.
But Don's father used to.
Carla, we have to admit something. A lot of times, people try to give credit to Black Americans or the American-Liberians, and they'll be like, "Well, they had access to whiteness. That's where they got all of this ability from." But I wish them Sierra Leone niggas was on here. Freetown was created long before Monrovia was created. Yeah. They had access to white people too. What happened?
You said Freetown was better.
The natives were skilled in laying the tracks. Damn, they built that shit in like 2-3 months.
I want to understand why was Liberia able to thrive, but the Sierra Leonean people wasn't.
It's called Tubmanburg. It's called Tubmanburg right now. It's called Tubmanburg.
Where the Liberian people at? Where's the guy that always hates Elvis?
The lumber industry isn't working. The cigarette industry ain't working. I mean, just to take power for nothing. That's like the planet of the apes. The apes took power and didn't build shit.
Hold on, that's opportunity for Black people in America in the West.
And Kyla, I'm gonna keep it real.
Kyla, play the video I posted.
I'm getting like your friend, man.
We gotta
hate Africans,
people
man.
People gotta get a clear understanding what Liberia was actually like right before the coup.
Yeah, man. Such a sad situation, man.
It's sad. We're not saying, look, you just got to pick up and move it because you can't reverse history, man. That's what I learned.
40% of the country lives in Monrovia. They ain't built no development. Samuel Doe's hometown still looks like a village. I was shocked. 2025 ain't no buildings in Samuel Doe's hometown. Like, you took power for what? Just to say I'm the president? I'm a vice president, I'm a senator, but I ain't doing shit for the people? What fiduciary? What that nigga always say? Fiduciary? He always say that stupid shit. But you have a fiduciary responsibility. What fiduciary responsibility are they taking care of? None.
What's his name again? 1776. You can be mad all you want. You can complain. You can bitch all you want. It's never going to reverse. It is what it is now.
You're bitching too
Shut your
because you're in
mouth.
America. But
Yeah, I'm
Elvis, you're
living
in
a good life in
America.
Hold on,
America,
y'all.
bro.
Hold
What do
on,
you want me to
y'all.
Yeah,
do?
you
Hold on,
don't want
y'all.
you don't want
So
to go
you
You
to
can
gotta
bitch all
watch
you want.
this
It
Liberia,
doesn't matter.
video.
The
but you
coup
don't
This
want to
happened.
go
The
to
video is
natives have the
very
Liberia.
land.
You
important.
don't
It's
want
never
you don't
going
want
back.
you
So
don't
just
want
let it be.
but you don't want to go. Elvis, you're from the place. If I was from Liberia, I'll be in
On
Liberia.
December the
You're
11th,
from the
But you're
place.
not
You
from
don't want to go.
Liberia.
a
You're
group
So
of
stop whining about it,
Elvis,
man.
Elvis, you're
1776.
tribe from
Stop
the country,
whining,
Your
bro.
tribe from the
1776.
country. Your
Calm
tribe,
Stop
down.
your
whining
tribe
Calm
about
from
it,
the
down.
bro.
And
south,
look at
and you
some
ran.
history that's never going to be repeated.
It's never going to be repeated. So just get over
That's
it.
why I stay away from niggas because they're jealous, just like your tribe, Elvis.
Just
I
get
stay away
over
from
it,
niggas
bro.
because that's what's gonna
Get
happen to
over
you.
it,
All right.
bro.
Now, the audience wants to watch the video.
Get over
The
it.
audience wants to watch the
Until
video.
25 years later, representatives from each of these communities came together at a constitutional convention, and on July the 26th, 1847, signed a Declaration of Independence, creating the free, sovereign, and independent nation of Liberia. That was 127 years ago.
Wealth and Liberia don't belong in the same damn sentence. But hallelujah. Praise the Lord.
Yes. If people can spend $4,500 to go to that, I'll spend $4,500 to go to this. I'll
Today,
be back. I'm gonna go and get my
businessmen and
reparations from
investors from
Wawa's.
all parts
I'll
of
be
the
back.
world have discovered the commercial and industrial potential that is the wealth of Liberia, with a government firmly committed to an open door policy and the principles and practice of free enterprise. Monrovia, capital city of Liberia. Its 150-year history reflected in a graceful cultural heritage.
Carla, you got somebody in the back
And a
trying to
city
come up.
as
Latrice
modern
is
as
trying to
today.
come up.
Man,
The country
dude,
having
all he's
developed
doing
a
up here
fine balance
is
between
talking this
traditional
nonsense. He
African
believes
values
he's
and the modern way of life.
Native American bullshit. You
Oh,
know,
let the nigga up. Let's hear what you got to say.
but he's not. He's not. He's not in there. Shut. He's not in the back shot. He's making shots at Africans, calling them
Buildings
Bushmen and
steeped
all
in the
kinds of shit
tradition
like
of
that.
Liberia's rich history.
I can't have people disrespecting Liberia on
Buildings
Independence
reflecting the
Day, man.
country's promise of a rich future,
You know,
as with the imposing executive mansion, home of Liberia's President William R. Talbot. Buildings that reflect the civic dignity of the city, its commerce and industry. For the well-being of its people, the J.F. Kennedy Memorial Hospital, one of the finest in West Africa. Overlooking the city is the renowned Ducor Intercontinental Hotel, with a welcome for the visitor, one of the many fine hotels in Monrovia. Looking out across the Atlantic Ocean, the Ducor Intercontinental also looks out to one of the islands first sighted by those early settlers 150 years ago, Bushrod Island. Today, Bushrod Island contains one of Liberia's many industrial estates with a diversity of industry catering for much of the country's needs and providing exports, adding to Liberia's healthy balance, as with this soap factory. With an ever-expanding building and construction program, cement is essential, and this large cement works is situated conveniently close to Monrovia City. Serving the building industry, too, is a window and sun louver factory established by the Mesurado group of companies, an entirely Liberian-owned enterprise providing employment for many hundreds of Liberians. Another Liberian enterprise is a paint factory, effecting even further savings in foreign exchange by having its own can manufacturing plant. Supplying all types of animal and chicken feed, the Liberian Feed Mill Company also advised farmers on the most suitable methods of animal feeding. And a grain and wheat milling plant near Buchanan supplies a domestic demand.
The Liberian Development Corporation stimulates industrial investment and the development of existing enterprises, assisting investors to identify investment opportunities, taking advantage of the country's resources and market requirements. Tobacco is one of Liberia's developing industries.
You see, Liberia had its own oil refinery back then. They used to refine Nigeria's oil, you know, and so
oil refineries, cigarettes, paint can companies. I mean, damn.
Industries. And utilizing the country's own tobacco crop, a cigarette factory produces brands blended to local tastes.
Even though, like I said, you and I know the truth, right? The bottom line is, look, you got a guy. There's a guy trying to run or to be associate justice of the Supreme Court, who's a native man who believes that the Constitution of Liberia is illegitimate. They won't let that shit go, man. You know, how can a country basically build when you got people there that, like, it's a good thing a lot of Liberians love their country. That's something we could build on, you know. But there's people in high positions that basically want to erase the history because they didn't create it, you know. They want to erase all this one night. They hate, like Elvis dropped off when he sees this one night because the show gonna show you native people working and whatnot. So it wasn't all about, like I said, just some people were hungry for power, you know, and native people went along with it. You know, the Congo people is a problem, you know.
Yeah, because in that video they specifically talk about making sure that, you know, educating the native population was an important thing that they were doing at that time period. So it's not like they were just being left behind.
Right.
So I just don't understand the purpose of the coup.
Well, the coup was all about just basically people felt that it was just time for the native man to rule the country. That's it. No, see, you understand something about pluralism. Africans don't understand pluralism. That's the difference between us and them, right? Pluralism means, although we are many, right, we're of singular thought. You know, that's what the white race has, right? You know, pluralism means that we can have many ideas, but we're all on the same page, you know? Africans don't understand pluralism. They think if you're different, that means everything about you is different. You got people like, okay, you guys different tribes, right? Why are you guys against each other? Don't you guys believe in your country? Don't you guys believe on the same thing? Aren't you guys packed with the same religion? Whatever like that. You guys do the same celebrations. So, yeah, but he's a different person than I am, you know? Okay, it's about ideas. What if about the fact that you might have the same ideas, you know? See, when you have it's about ideas. Africans don't group themselves by ideas. They group themselves by their tribal affiliation, not ideas. By ideology. Have you ever heard of African war being started over ideology?
Hell no.
No, it's never over ideology. You know, it's never ideology. You know.
When Elvis dropped off, really because of this video?
Of course he did. Of course. Every time I play this video,
Elvis, you can't be that weak, nigga. Bring your ass back.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, this shit. Yeah.
Liberia offers the investor security, a low level of private and corporate taxation, and a balance of trade that has been favorable for 20 years.
Liberia was on its way by 1990 when October was planning on handing the country over
to encourage young farmers in
young
this fast
people
developing
to run
industry.
the country.
A tobacco experimental farm has been set up,
stepping down,
looking into the
young
most
people.
suitable
He had
types of
confidence in young
tobacco for
people.
Liberia's ideal soil and climatic conditions, and teaching farmers to take every advantage of this valuable addition to the country's industry.
They wanted power, you know. That's all it was, you know.
President William R.
What side was Joseph Boca on?
The youth of his country. But young
Boca was a
general
general, and beyond secure, he was a Samuel Doe's army, you know.
Instituted by the president.
He was like a general in Samuel Doe's
created
army,
rally
you know.
projects to undertake
He never really was into the politics, political aspects of the coup,
linking outlying districts. Finance
he's always been like that, you know, that voice of reason and all that shit, you know.
Rally time. A complete involvement of the
But
people.
Buckeye remembers the days of Tubman and Talbert, you know. That's why he is what he is. He remembers when Liberia was in the heroic party,
living
you know.
in overcrowded areas.
You know, he remembers that Liberia. You know, so all lies about the native people didn't have anything. You know, the problem is they didn't want the native.
Hold on, they were building these homes
in pleasant, healthy surroundings.
for the oh Lord, native babies. I'm so sorry.
That was a lie, man.
They were building homes and schools for the natives.
I'm saying like this. I agree with you, right? But the whole thing is the way they see it is.
And here at the University of Liberia, these young people are able to acquire the higher learning required of them if they are to take the fullest advantage of the foundations laid down for them by today's leaders.
They could have gave all the natives $1 billion
With the importance of agriculture, the University of Liberia has established a College of Agriculture and Forestry,
Look how clean the place
its
is.
academic importance, also serves as a major agricultural research center. The Forest Products Research Laboratory has a well-established nursery growing more than 20 different tree species to determine their suitability for large-scale commercial production.
This is the black race before hip-hop and boogie-woogie music and shit destroyed our culture.
The Agricultural Extension Training Center of the college offers training from simple farming methods and management
Liberia
to
said they would have been in
physiology,
Dubai,
and
West
students
Africa.
are taught the importance of
I got a thing where this guy said back in the days, Dubai for the rest of Africa. After Liberia was Dubai,
many of the country's cattle
in
being
Africa
supplied to a
before
large
there was a
meat
Dubai.
plant to meet the increasing demand for frozen meat products. Oil palms grow profusely in Liberia, providing a cash crop income for smallholders and cooperatives. And students receive the benefit of research into this valuable crop. Palm kernels are crushed at modern oil mills, like this operated by the Liberian Produce Marketing Corporation, located near the port of Monrovia, where processed oil is stored to facilitate easy onboard loading. The Liberian
I hope President Trump sent every Liberian
government with
back
the
to
East
Liberia,
Asiatic Company of Denmark buys much of Liberia's palm oil, coffee, and cocoa, maintaining a huge storage complex within the free port of Monrovia.
They had coffee?
All parts of the world.
Oh,
And
see.
in addition to
Jonathan.
sales,
Hey, Jonathan, Liberia is like the planet of the apes.
supplied by the corporation's own
It's
nurseries.
taken over by Caesar, man.
President Tolbert and his administration, aware of the great economic potential of the country's agriculture, has classified.
I'm gonna write a book, The Rise and Fall of Liberia. That's gonna be my book that I'm gonna write.
This country had everything popping.
Yo, hey,
everything popping. That don't make no sense.
Jonathan, you saw the Ducor Hotel, 5-star, man, hella amenities. Shit,
motherfuckers over there passing a ball in the damn. God damn.
Yeah, man. Kyla be like, we going to Liberia. Everybody be like, yeah, fuck, I'm gonna stay in a hotel, man. You know?
Hold on. Yeah, but now they got better hotels there.
Hey, yo, what Elvis said, man?
Hold on. Elvis dropped
He started up out of here.
He got up out of here.
Stop playing the video. Yeah. Hey, hold on.
Everybody who's a crew tribe
tell us how. See this right here. This was no Nigerians here doing this. He want to get up here and tell us how Nigerians are doing this and like Nigerians ain't doing shit, man.
They were studying there though. Yeah, kind of being non-empathetic. You're removing the contribution of the natives to the building.
Here we go.
And
wait, Principal. No one said they were removing the native contributions. We acknowledge that there were natives a part of this. That's where you made the mistake, Principal.
But rather than
natives that were part of the government, they won.
No. But why you guys are not highlighting the need of reconciliation? Because the reality
Jonathan, why did people?
Hold on. Let me finish my point. I just started talking. The reality is similar to the blue vein society that was in your community. It's similar to what just recently happened during the election when they told you guys to shut up and vote. This is what you're trying to tell the Liberians to do, which you guys in your own community resent that within your own community, but you want another group of blacks to do. So you guys are being
what kind of la land do you live in?
Brother, I live in America right next to you when your elites hold on. Hey, Prince of Peace.
This is the talk from niggas who haven't built shit themselves. They ain't built no community. They don't live in a country or a place that's built by their people and maintained by their people. They just want to harp onto a history of a people who didn't even accept them or even wanted them to come and live amongst them. So you can be mad all you want. You can show all the videos. It doesn't change a damn thing, bro.
Jonathan,
happened, happened.
Wait,
Can't change it.
hold on,
Jonathan, you see how
They're talking about the rubber industry
Jonathan,
right now. Look at
Jonathan, you
this.
see,
I wasn't watching the video, so I don't care about that. But the point is, there's still rubber people. People still tapping rubber in Liberia. You know,
Jonathan,
you can show all
you
this
see
propaganda and
why I
just to hurt
said,
your own feelings.
This ain't
But the
propaganda.
Liberians that's
This ain't
living there now,
propaganda,
let me get 5
Elvis.
seconds,
they are
Elvis.
the millionaires. They are the
Elvis,
business owners. They are the presidents, the representatives, the vice president, the ministers. They're enjoying their country. So you can be mad all you want.
Jonathan,
Go have a time
Jonathan, you
machine,
see how,
reverse it, and go live back in that time in Liberia if you want to. But you can't.
Jonathan, you see why I have like why I get upset with our people. You see how Principe empathize with people who fuck shit up. Like our people never like order and discipline, right? They gonna side with the people who fuck shit up, right?
Did you empathize with the niggas in Baltimore? Did you empathize with the niggas in Detroit and Gary, Indiana? Did you empathize with them?
You know I don't.
Yeah.
When the leaders,
Okay, then.
when the leaders,
Y'all niggas
corrupt
can't.
leaders
You
run
live
up
in the
under
best country
someone
with all the white
in
man
America,
infrastructure. You can't build your own damn city and maintain it. You talking about someplace way across the ocean in Africa, and you think you would have been able to maintain it? What the fuck are you talking about, man?
But Elvis, your clan destroyed the country and you ran. You
Whatever you
fled.
say, whatever you said, bro.
I'm saying if I was part of the Crew people and I
I'll give you
fought for
that.
the
Yeah, my
country,
clan destroyed the
right?
country and we fled. But now my
Yeah,
clan,
I would be
people
there.
from my
I'd be
clan
like,
can be
yo, this is what we
president.
fought for.
People from my clan are
My name is
You know
millionaires.
what?
People
You know
from
what?
my clan are senators. They're
Kyla, we can't
businessmen.
let Elvis tell
So
that
you can
lie.
be mad all you
We can't
want.
let Elvis
But my
tell that
clan is
lie
doing better now than they were
because
then.
Black Americans,
But
we had those areas similar to Liberia, but the white people destroyed it
Oh, the white people destroyed
because
it.
we were
Okay,
a
Jonathan.
minority. But can you imagine the majority taking over an area?
Black Wall Street districts in America.
Junction
I mean,
City.
Yeah, the
Elvis,
white people
don't be a
destroyed it.
liar.
When
Don't
you,
lie. It's
yeah,
bad. Lying is
the white people
bad.
destroyed it. Why? Because they're the majority, right?
Yeah,
Listen,
because yeah,
Okay, there you go.
the majority, they were mad.
So in
They
other
were
words,
just mad.
basically, like I
he
said,
was
we in
mad.
Afghanistan. In Afghanistan would mean
Niggas who ain't built shit
You,
and can't maintain shit is talking shit.
you had black
hold on, let me
communities in
say, let me
Baltimore,
say this.
North Carolina, South Carolina, all
Let me
over
say,
this country.
hold up. Let me get Kidola in. I know he wants to come in here and bash the American-Liberians, African Americans, but
Yeah, but
you know,
black people
remember,
only like to
this is
destroy.
Liberian
Like
Independence
Hustle
Day.
Smart said, black people just like to destroy shit. And when a black man is building,
If you're gonna
you
talk
got
shit,
some.
show me anything that you've built and maintained. Show me.
You don't even
Crickets?
live in Maryland.
Crickets? All right. Pass it to Cadola, Collar.
Kidola,
This guy
you're
real
on.
when all our infrastructure was built by the 40s. What are we building today? Come on, man. Stop that, man.
All of our infrastructure. What is your infrastructure? What infrastructure did you build? That black
Our
people build and maintain?
infrastructure.
What infrastructure did black people build and maintain?
At the end of the day,
Listen, the
at the
Show
end
me a
of the day,
highway that black
the
people build.
Conowingo Dam,
Show me a dam that
the
black people build and maintain
Conowingo
it
Dam
today.
in Maryland was built by.
Elvis, look it up. There's this.
See, this is
I said show me. I'm not
this is
saying
why
it's
the
not
FBA
possible. I just
movement
said
is
show me.
gaining.
Show me it.
This is
Look
why
it
the
up, Elvis.
FBA
No,
movement is
show me,
gaining
Jonathan. You
steam
can go on
because
Google and show
you
me.
have Africans destroy
I'm
their
not
country,
Kyle. I can't
run
show you.
here, and are condescending to African Americans. After you
No,
destroy your
don't start
country, you
that
come here and say
victimhood
we
shit now.
build
You were
shit.
trying to be big
Nah.
dog and talk shit.
No.
Don't try to be talking about being condescending.
We're
Don't try no
not talking.
victimhood
We're
shit
not
now,
talking
nigga.
victim shit. We're not
Nah,
talking
don't try
victim
that shit
shit.
now, nigga. We were trying to have a civil
It's one
conversation. You was
thing.
talking like you're a big
It's
dog.
one thing.
Don't
It's
start that shit
one
now, nigga.
thing. It's
IUMC was
one
the first
thing
time.
Okay,
for
You
all
can't
of our
build shit. You
white
can't maintain
enemies to
shit. You
destroy
all them
some
need the
shit of
white man's
ours.
nuts, and you complain
It's
all the time
another
and play
thing for
victim.
black people to destroy.
everybody, right? We're gonna reset. We're gonna reset. I'm gonna get Ola, then Elvis, and then you guys can respond. Give me a second. Okay, Ola, you're on. You got. Hold up. Let me set my time watch. I'm timing everybody. We gotta get some order in the court, man. Order in the court. You know. All right, Ola, you got 1 minute. Go ahead.
Probably two with them that just bought a load the volume. Carla, I don't really understand why Liberia can never be built by a very tiny population.
Oh
The
boy.
American-Liberian. Hold on. We need a map power. I hear every time we build the United States, we build United States from the Black Americans, right? If that can be, if you people can say that people build United States. How about the native that is heavily, they are the highest population in Liberia? What do you think they did? They do contribute nothing. They did build nothing. To be fair, they're the one that really carry the heavy job. You said all this more power you're seeing, they're the one doing it, not the ones that wear white gloves in their hands, sit in the balcony of somewhere in the luxurious hotel, drinking wine
All
and
right,
all.
Kilo, that's a minute, man. Kilo, that was a stereotype. You said all the American Liberians were wearing white clothes, white gloves, or not doing nothing, and the native people were doing all the
No,
work. Come on, Kidola.
no,
That's
no,
not right.
because if you people say you people build United States, everything we build that country. What do you think the native were doing? I think you have to understand. Uh, Look, somebody talk about FBA movement. FBA movement. These are calm people. These are just people who smoke weed. People you cannot look. Sparkly just become an ambassador. Sparkly just become an official ambassador of Black Americans into
Yeah, but
Benin
who
Republic.
Kidola, you can't hold us responsible for that because
In
I had
Benin,
No,
dinner
Benin
with
Republic. He's the ambassador of Black America in Benin Republic.
oh,
yeah,
this is another thing I want to say something. Say something. I want everybody like this, right? Did we ever basically send him out as our ambassador?
yeah, but you see,
No,
you
no.
see, you
Let's be
see.
honest. This is what I'm talking
Uh,
about by
hold
disrespect.
on, hold on,
Hold up.
hold on, hold on.
Nobody asked. You look. Nobody asked Spike Lee to speak on our behalf. So how's he a freaking
Yeah,
ambassador?
you see,
Steve
this is the
Harvey too.
problem.
Steve Harvey.
Color,
Tyler, you speak
color.
on your people's behalf all the time and
Yeah,
say
hold up.
you
But I
know
never.
African American well. Spike Lee know them better than you, I guess.
I speak on something, but I
Oh,
have
oh,
never
oh.
sat down with a
It's Elvis,
government
it's Elvis'
and
turn to
said,
speak for 10 seconds.
For 10 seconds, he's stupid.
Hold on.
Look,
Color.
All I'm saying, okay, well, people says, well, you guys, Spike Lee's, what the hell Spike Lee? Is he a black nationalist? Is he somebody that's
Color.
on here every night
Color.
talking about stuff like that? So what the hell is Spike Lee? All they
Look
do
at
is like,
them celebrating native culture.
Tyler, let me talk, right? You're gonna pass the mic to me next, right? Let me say this.
good.
Look, I find it rich and enthralling when niggas who haven't built anything, can't sustain anything, are being gentrified out of their neighborhoods, can't do anything for themselves in this country that is so great and so vast in wealth, is trying to attach themselves to niggas who didn't even want to be attached to them. Would have probably been more prejudice
Have you
against
been
them
to
than the people
Maryland?
that were more, just be quiet. It's my time to speak, man. You know, usually I like to be civil. I
He's
like to
asking,
have
have you been to Maryland?
be quiet, bro. Let me speak. I like to be civil. I like to have conversation. I don't really like to go off. You know, I'm trying to calm down on that shit. But dude, you're a living stereotype. I give you an opportunity to tell me what you built, what you've maintained. You can't say shit. Blame it on the white man racism. And you want to talk like it's inherent within African Americans to build and maintain. When in this country where your largest population is, the greatest wealth of your people, the greatest minds is still in, you can't build and you can't maintain. So what the fuck are you talking about, man? Not trying to hear that shit. Carl, I'll pass it back to you, man.
Okay.
Can
All
I
right.
say something?
All
Now
right,
it's my
Princess.
turn,
Go
man.
ahead. Well, no,
I had my.
let Princess talk. Then you can respond to both of them. Go ahead, Prince.
Yeah, I do believe African Americans build something, but what I see is that they're being very disingenuous when you talk about mistreatment, right? Because even within the Black American community in America, there's a hierarchy that mistreats them, and they complain about it, but somehow they want Liberians to just shut up and vote when when their elites was telling them that last election they was mad. When the Blue Vein Society was telling them that back in the days, they was mad. So it's very hypocritical. So you know what I mean. But they did build cities. But the thing is, too, they didn't. You know, the elites have abandoned them, and the same elites that have abandoned them that they complain about is the same elites that went some of the same type of elites that went to Liberia and was mistreating the natives. So I just passed the mic.
Uh, I just want to
It's my
say
turn.
the definition of mistreating the natives is not being seen in this video. The culture is being shown. The natives were actually helping build the country. They were employed. They were building modern homes for them. You gotta stop lying.
All right.
The evidence is in front of you. You can't contradict what you're looking at.
All right.
But go ahead.
This is what I'm gonna say. We're all facts. Liberia was number one. Now it's number 54 in Africa, right? Liberia was on a trajectory of being one of the most modern countries probably in the world, if not Africa, by 1990. Facts, right? Number 3, right? The natives took power. Is it better for them when 40% of the native population is crammed into the buildings that the African Americans built, right? Number 4, right? The natives took power. Have there been mass development? Have there been uplift for the natives? No. 5, most of the Liberians, the native Liberians, they want to come to America. They fought for a dream that they don't even want to maintain, right? They get their Nikes, they get their flip-flops, and they flee to Minnesota, just like Elvis. Elvis is a rebel without a cause. And number 6, did we build anything? Yes, we built. We're living in what our grandparents built. I'm a social worker. That's my job. I'm a social worker, right? That's my job. Am I a construction worker? No. But if push come to shove, I can build something. But you can't build anything because in 50 years, you haven't built shit. The Chinese are building shit. The Lebanese are building shit. The native man ain't building shit. He don't have a lumber yard. He don't have a rubber plantation. He doesn't have a cigarette factory. He don't have shit. He just wants to be a politician. Done.
Hey, I do you one better. The native man may not be building shit, but he's the president. He's the senator.
Okay.
He's a millionaire now.
Yeah,
he running shit.
That's called Elvis.
You ain't running shit
without a cause.
You ain't running shit.
That's being a chief.
You know that, right?
That's
you ain't running shit.
But
you're getting pushed out of your neighborhood. Your grandmama house, you guys are selling it to the white man. You're not maintaining shit.
Anyone is getting pushed out of their neighborhood.
So you understand that?
You were pushed out of your own country.
Nigga, I wasn't pushed out of my country. We choose to immigrate. What are you talking about?
There's a reason why.
We choose to immigrate, Jonathan.
Hold on.
When American-Liberians were in power, y'all didn't want to immigrate.
Hold on.
When your people got in power, everybody wants to immigrate.
Everybody, I got a short.
My people in power. That's all that matters. Power is all that matters.
And your ass don't want to be there with your people in power.
I'm living a good life here. They living a good life there. So you can complain about it, Jonathan.
Hey, and Elvis,
be mad.
Before your people get in power, they move to America too.
Let me get it here. I got this video of this guy. Basically, he remembers the Liberia from the 70s, right? And he basically, let me play this video. What he just said. He goes,
"It was heaven on earth."
Hold up.
The natives brought hell on earth.
Their vacation.
Bro, it's not inherent within your people. If they can build it in Liberia, why can't you build it here in America, bro? It's in your blood, right? It's in your DNA.
I told you that the Bayou City in Mississippi was the first city built.
You know why? Because you don't have a land that you can use the resources to build.
I don't have to.
You can't bring concessionaires to take their money and build land.
That's why. Elvis, they got new black communities being built right now.
Right now, in Maryland,
black communities. I gotta drop people down. Look. The bottom line, I want to play this. This guy was just basically describing the Ducor Hotel back in the days. Let's see what it is. Hotel Africa.
It was beautiful.
Africans from around the continent would make their vacation like they do in Dubai and in the south of France, in Switzerland, in Monaco. Africans would make Liberia their vacation spot. The country was so beautiful, so lovely. Remember that hotel I told you about, Hotel Africa, which we visited? Then President Tolbert had built 50 chalets when he was chairman of the Organization of African Unity. He had built 50 chalets on the beach and built that Hotel Africa. So it's a beautiful place. We visited it during Pan. It was a fantastic place, wonderful country, great people. But you could tell there were tensions. And it was building and building and building.
Elvis,
you better catch up. Here's a reminder that in the 70s.
Yeah, so like I said, the problem was they didn't pay attention to this building tension in the country. When people dream up. Like I said, you have to basically hit stuff like this head on. Like I said, when. It's like this. You can interpretate Liberia. In other words, basically, people could say, something, the country's developing. Eventually, we're going to take power because we're the majority, right? Just be patient, right? And then had that been the narrative, right? then, like I said, after Tolbert retired, man, he would have handed it over to somebody like Marcus Matthews or whoever like that. That's what he said he was going to do, hand it over to them. But the whole thing is there was people who were ginning up this thing like the American-Liberians were trying to stay in power forever. And that was a lie.
All the niggas just ain't smart. They don't know how to placate. They don't know how to placate. You have all the power. You have the economic power and the political power, and you can't placate to those people who are agitating. You want to use force, and they outforce you. That's the point.
Is it that the native Liberians were able to vote in 1946?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Those who have property.
Hey, Kyla, I got a salient question to ask you, right?
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. Damn, I forgot what I was saying. Shit.
Don't do that. But like I said, look, we learn from this. I'm saying like this. I have hope, right? That the Liberia of the 70s is going to come back. I see when I'm there, I see the sign. Know why? Because we have a huge partnership.
Kyla, I remembered.
Hold on. Let me say this. We have a huge partnership now. We didn't have that. We have of Liberian Americans. Liberian Americans that are coming back, whatnot, and they're pretty much all African Americanized and whatnot, and they basically see things the way we do. They're like,
Hey, Kyla, this is what the question.
That's what gives me hope.
But this is a salient thing I want to say, because Elvis, I love the brother, but he's deeply offensive, and he's offending me because he says, what did we build? Bayou, Mississippi was the first black city built by black people outside of slavery, right? You had Wilmington, North Carolina. You had Black Wall Street in Tulsa. You had Nicodemus Town. You had black cities all around this country built by African Americans. Two, they judge us by our worst element. They go to Chicago, Baltimore, Philadelphia.
Now this nigga is playing victim mode. You was talking that tough shit, calling me names, right? Don't tell me I'm offending you, nigga. You was calling me names. Don't call me fucking names, man. You don't want no smoke. Don't be talking shit, bro.
Kyla, they judge us by our worst.
This is supposed to be a day of unity, man.
Yeah. They judge us by
this
our
dude,
worst.
man. This nigga pissed me off now. Usually I try to be calm. You done pissed me off, man.
Elvis, I didn't say anything.
You came in shit. You a fucking living stereotype, nigga.
Elvis, I said the truth.
I still exist today. You can still go there. Still exist.
I didn't lie about that.
Hey, then you guys should all be moving there to New Liberia. Go move there and make a New Liberia there.
Elvis,
hold up. The Prince of Peace, question.
No, we got to restore the hope of Liberia by going there.
Yeah,
my Liberian dream died in 1980. That crew land belongs to the crew people. It's called not Liberia. It's called crew. It's called CDC land.
I used to think that until I first got into Liberia. That very first night.
You damn right. It's called CDC land. It'll be that forever.
Well, look. I said, man, I am not giving this country up. That first ride from the airport to Monrovia, I was like, yo, I said, this is my place, man.
God got my ancestors out of Africa for a reason, and I ain't looking back. Shit. That CIA.
Then shut the fuck up about Liberia and stop reminiscing the shit you never been, you're never gonna be in.
Can I ask Kyla a question, man, real quick? Because you said that when you go there, you oftentimes sit with the American-Liberian. What is their do you see any growth?
All kinds of Liberians. I do.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. Look. The American-Liberians are the most engaged to me because they're the most aggrieved people. That's the only reason why I talk to them. But for the most part, I talk all my Liberians, but mostly they're Vi people. Mostly Vi, Bassa, and Pele people. Those three tribes.
So what's the temperature?
There's no real difference between American Liberians and native Liberians. They're all Liberians to me. Let me tell you something.
American-Liberians got out of it.
My wife's family. I just had to tell them. I said, look, y'all been in Africa too long. We had this big argument over there and whatnot about me, whatever like that, saying I'm not really trying to, I'm not Liberian enough for Isabella or whatever. I said, y'all been in Liberia too much, right? In other words, basically what I was saying was, see, in Liberian culture, African culture, right, you're supposed to sell yourself to the family, the dowry and all shit like that. And I'm the attitude like, man, who's taking care of her? Get the fuck out of my face with that shit. Her brothers want me to be closer to them than I have my friends in Liberia. And a lot of times they don't like, they say, well, you be here all the time. You never come see anybody. I said, I never got invited. So the bottom line,
with all due respect, How do you know? How do you know she's American-Liberian and
Talk
just
about why
not
she's American Liberian. I
someone
go
with
the
an
whole
American name?
she's American Liberian. You know, she's American Liberian and whatnot, but her mother is like a quarter Bassa. You know, but she's American Liberian. The family's American Liberian. When you go there, you talk to her uncles and whatnot. They all know about Malcolm X. Blah, blah, blah. We talk about black politics and everything. One uncle's an author. He has a book like mine and whatnot. You know, and so yeah, she's American
Because
Liberian. So yeah, she's
No,
because
no,
American
no,
because
Liberian.
no.
you
Tyler,
remember
I got a
Vietnam when the
question.
Hold on, hold
you
on,
know
hold on.
you
Let
know
me ask my question.
Why do people try to make it sound like there's a disconnect between the American Liberians and Black Americans when they actually work together?
Yeah, like, I get along with a lot of American, but also a lot
Like
of
No,
Colin said,
I
they
mean
didn't. Like Colin
historically
said,
they
they didn't
work
want your
together.
ass there, Jonathan. They already had a cabal. They didn't want you there. They didn't open the door for you to come in and be a part of them. Colin knows that.
did you see? Did you see that helicopter, the last helicopter leaving Vietnam? Like they had that in Liberia, where real African Americans was fleeing the country, like trying to get out of there. When
Yeah,
yeah,
the
it's
niggas
for real.
fled because there was a fucking war coming. What are you talking about, man? Are you stupid? You think they're gonna stay there when there's a war coming?
I,
They left. They left. There's really no African Americans still in Liberia.
no, there's a lot of them there. Trust me, they all came back. Guess what? Whatever it is, man, they all came
And
back. You know, like
there's less than 300 African Americans
they
in
came back. But
Liberia. They're
yo, look,
all
a
in
lot of
Ghana.
people. Hold up? Do you really think if you look, what you guys do is go to Liberia and understand what I'm talking about? When you go to Caesars Beach, Cooper Beach, all shit like that, people lived in America for decades. They look at it like this. They're like, if you think they were going to give all that shit up, right, with their ancestors built, you are sadly mistaken. You know, they went back there every lesson. Liberia has a good court system, right? A lot of them that people have squatting on their land. Now, I talked to my homegirl Erica, right? She has this white lady in Liberia that has her family house that you should use for orphanage, and somebody got molested. One of these workers got molested, some girl there, whatever like that. It's a scandal. But anyway, this white lady won't give up the house when it was abandoned because the family fled, whatever like that. Now Erica say, I called her the other day. I said, how'd it go with your case? It's been like 3 years. She goes, oh, well, we were still in court. So in other words, Liberia court system is actually really good. It's like world class. They always had a good court system, you know, most of the time.
Tyler, can you talk about William Tubman going to the South to go ahead and help out Martin Luther King and all of those other people go up against Jim Crow and try to speak down on it, try to push black rights? Because some people tend to believe that there was a disconnection. They didn't like us.
Let me say
They'll
this.
come here and talk with you, but
Jonathan,
they won't
you're right.
invite you to come and have any power in Liberia. That's what they
People
understood.
didn't want to go to Liberia, Elvis.
Elvis don't want to be in Liberia.
Let me say, look, people. Tubman put out an article in Ebony magazine called "Letter to the American Negro," and this open letter to the American Negro. He says, you need to come here. What he was looking for was that working class black people, the working people, skilled workers. That's what they were looking for. They were not looking for the civil rights elite and shit like that to compete with them, the Garveyites and whatnot. He didn't want Garveyites there and stuff like that. He wanted those working class black people there to come there and help build, because if he did not, right, then he would have to basically integrate native people into Liberia, right? So he took his chance with a large number. Remember something, this was right at the time.
Listen to that logic. The people who land you're benefiting from, you will have to integrate them if you can't get the working class from America to come and live in Liberia. Listen to that logic.
So the whole thing is, Elvis was at the time where he made that speech, it was like years too late. That was the same year of Brown versus Board of Education. Black America was being told that Jubilee, we're going to be integrated into American society. Remember that? You know what I'm saying? So people didn't come. So he had to basically go along with the reunification plan with the native people, because the people bought into America, the civil rights of America, right?
There's an idiom that says, have your cake and eat it too. Elvis has his cake and eat it too. He took over the country, he abandoned it, and he came to our dream. So he has his cake and he
yeah, that's the best of both worlds.
That's the both worlds. But I'm washing my hands tonight. No more Liberia for me, man. You know, it's
It's
time
all
to
good,
move
man.
on.
There was this
I'm
Black
gonna pull it
American
down.
news channel called All American News, right? They always brought up Liberia. They were just working together. So this idea that they wasn't, they didn't like each other.
No,
Keep
hold
making
on.
up shit.
I would say like this: American Liberians love you going to African American institutions here and stuff like that. But this idea that you're going to bring large numbers of African Americans over there, they know.
The idea that you're going to bring large numbers of anybody to another country is crazy.
Look, let me say something. Max Bond, right? He's Julian Bond's uncle. Remember of the what's it? Julian Bond, Congress Racial Equality, something like that. He recently passed away. He was Core Julian Bond. His uncle Max Bond basically went to Liberia in the 40s and took Monrovia College and made it to the University of Liberia. He was an educator, There was always black people in America. The Ricks Institute was created by African Americans,
Jonathan, what
they look, that part of Black America they always wanted. People would come there. The Booker Washington Institute, they always was like that. But the idea of basically you getting into politics, that's like I say to this day. I'm only welcomed in Liberia, right? By Liberians because I'm not talking about running for office or whatever, like politics. They don't care. I can do whatever. That's what I said. It's the only country right now you can do whatever you want to do as long as you don't get into politics with Liberians. You're good.
Jonathan, the crux of the problem why Liberia was doomed to fail is a first world people can't integrate with a third world people. No offense to you, Elvis, right? But
No, first world people can build shit and maintain shit.
A first world Western.
That was said about you too, 76. You know that,
but listen, a first world people, these people were masons, right? They were blacksmiths, they were builders, right? They had the blueprints of a city in their mind, right? They didn't even write it down. They had the shit like in their mind, right? So they were first world. And you come to a whole new civilization with people that are third world, still practicing religion, still human sacrifices, and all that type.
Kyle, I got a question. Is it true that the HBCUs played a role in helping Liberia, build up their educational system? Just working together, man. Damn.
Hold on.
Yeah, Jonathan, they wanted to come here and use all the shit that you had the privilege to in America, but they didn't want your ass going there and taking their shit. That's the difference. So they'll use you, but you can't go there and take shit from them.
Like Elvis, apparently, if you read the Liberian Constitution, African Americans actually could go there.
Check this out.
Yeah, you could go there and be a citizen and be a regular nigga, but you can't be shit.
Check this out. Hold up. Check this out. I went in the spirit of independence.
You live in La La Land.
I'm gonna play my first night in Liberia. This is my first. I'm talking to my Aunt Bobby on the phone when this is gonna crack you over the stuff she's asking me. Yo, you're in Africa? It's funny. This is a ride from the airport.
I look like Liberia looks like Virginia. I feel like I'm in Virginia. To tell you.
Hold on now.
Airport Road right
everything now. Is everything. Mississippi is one of the poorest states in the union, but they're richer than the people in Great Britain. Dumb.
Oh yeah, they got yeah, you're not gonna see no huts out here, Bob. They got
Mississippi is a developed state, man. Mississippi got running water.
You get the best of both
worlds. Biloxi, Mississippi is beautiful.
If you want village life,
Biloxi, Mississippi.
Go settle there and go to
the poorest state in the nation has a high GDP.
Go settle in Mississippi and build a like that, Europe. Go skyscraper.
I wouldn't talk about Mississippi at all.
People dress and everything like that.
You gotta listen to the video. This is me coming.
Everything that we got over
Come back, Elvis.
Listen, man.
Hold on, be quiet.
One thing about the African Americans in Liberia,
yo, be quiet. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah, quiet. They got apartment buildings, condos, they got everything there. Oh yeah.
She's asked me, are there buildings in Liberia?
They got all that. Robert Johnson, BET built a hotel here. I'm gonna go there. Me and Isabella's gonna go there. Yeah. RLJ Hotel. He built that back in 2010. That's on Painesville. We're about to pass it in a minute. He built that back in 2010. Right? Oh yeah, most of Africa is.
Just whitewashing shit like crazy.
Yeah, you guys got televisions over there.
Yeah, see Isabella? She said, "Yeah, look, they got television. They got flat screens, fire sticks, all that. You know, they got everything."
Mine didn't know they had televisions.
I remember when they built this bridge.
That's so funny.
I remember when they built this bridge.
They got TVs with all the channels.
Yeah, they got cable. Yeah, they got all that. You know, you get your dish, you get your dish and everything like that. Yeah, you got everything. Yeah, like if you come here, you're not missing. You're not missing. You're not. Yeah. Because you got internet. You know, Pluto TV, internet. Stuff like that. So the bottom line, like you over here, if I come over here, I'm not missing anything in America. People be watching the Super Bowl over here. You know, yeah.
Tyler works for an intelligence agency.
Yeah. Nobody had a mask on. What happened? What happened to my mask? You took my mask. What happened to it? Oh, I took it off. It fell. All the excitement and commotion, all my new friends, everything. I let my mask fall. Yeah.
This was on COVID. They put your mask on. There was no COVID over there. Nobody else. Everybody in COVID in America went over there. Nobody.
I got a bunch of them in my. I got a bunch of them in that. Yeah. No. We're gonna be massive. But I think on the airport, the whole thing, from the time I was in the airports to both airports, the Brussels and everything like that, I had a mask on. They really police me. When I'm on the airplane, you sip a drink. When they're looking at you to pull that mask back up, you sip a drink. You're eating, and all of a sudden you eat, right? You take one thing. As soon as you not put the fork down, put the mask back on. You know, like, geez. You know? A nice little strip mall over here. What was that? What's this over here? Warehouse.
This is
Oh, that's a restaurant. Oh, I gotta go there. That's nice. I feel like I'm driving through rural Virginia, right? To tell you the truth.
It is on a college trip.
The same size. It's like America.
That's my fucking woman. You fucking.
The same size as America.
You know?
All the cars are the same side. Yeah, they drive to the right and the steering to the left.
That one city light, man.
Yeah, but they have different traffic laws down there.
We're about to say international standards, you know, laws and stuff like that, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so well, that's cool. Cause they even have rental cars down there and all that.
Oh yeah, they got everything you need, you know.
Everything.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a raw. It's mine.
Farmington? You read about Farmington?
Yeah, Farmington. Yeah, Farmington Hotel is a nice hotel on the Farmington River.
Come see that place is nice.
Real nice. So someplace you go stay one night in.
Yeah.
I might stay one night on there, you know, while here. I might stay one night in RLJ, you know. Might stay there one night, you know.
What's that, a hotel?
Yeah, Robert, that's the one Robert Johnson, BET built.
Might stay there a couple of days?
Well, I'm gonna go there for lunch and stuff like that. Well, we might stay there one night, you know.
Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah. Get to see as much as you can, you know.
Oh, yeah. Make myself at home.
Yeah, get to see as much as you can. So when you go back again, you know.
Well.
A little bit more informed on what you're going to see and what you're
I love all the shit I'm talking about. At least you love Liberia. You go there and visit. I'll give you props for that.
You're breaking up. I can't hear you.
You hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit. Go ahead.
I said, of all the shit I talk, we disagree on, at least you actually love the country and you go there and you visit and you spend time there, you spend money, you spend your energy there.
So I'll give you props for that. You know, that's more than I can say to anybody else who just talks shit, but has never been, is not willing to spend the money, but think that they have a cause to talk shit about the country and try
My
to,
whole thing is,
you know, claim something that they've
I
never
just
been
been
to
there
or never,
since
will go to.
1776, right? And then when I went there, and I said to myself, you know something? The one thing saving grace about Liberia is all the conflict between American-Liberian, everybody was black. It'd be different if we were two different races, whatever like that. So therefore, there's really no there's really no distinction between groups of people in Liberia. Just the mindset. You could tell when somebody is a native person, real native person. The women wear things on top of their head, you know, vases and whatnot, carry stuff on top of their head, you know. You can just tell, okay, they're more of a native culture. Well, then you got people who are modern. You can't tell a modern person in Liberia, a modern person wearing kicks, Jordans, or whatever like that, you know, and wearing a haircut, whatever like that, you know. Oh, just like, yo, I'm a Liberian. I'm a modern Liberian. You know, all the modern Liberians dress the same, eat the same. You know, they go to the same clubs, on everything like that. The lifestyle is exactly the same as any modern person in Africa or Black America. You know, it's all the same culture. It's all modern Black culture. It's almost like back in the 70s, right? Ebony magazine, you know, was a template which all Black people in the world followed, right? The fashions and the styles were international, you know, so that's what you really have in Liberia. There's an international style of Black people. You know, you can't tell who's a Liberian, who's a Nigerian, whatever like that. Now, people will
let me stop you.
sometimes wear their
Hold
traditional garb and
on.
whatnot, you know. But go ahead, Ola.
Let me stop you there, Kala. Everybody magazine is not the template that the Black will follow. If you have to check Nigeria inside 1920 something, 1930, you will see that they were already being influenced by the European type of dressing a lot. The women were already smoking then, they were like clubbing. Still, these people never want the British to be in their territory. So I think you look at things in a very biased way, Carla.
How am I biased, Ola? How am I biased, man?
Hold on. You said you can easily tell the differences between the American-Liberians and the native, because the native carry things in their head, right? Like you talk about these people.
Well, let's be honest with ourselves. Let's be honest with ourselves. Look, I'm not saying all native Liberians do that, but when I'm in Liberia, right? I look, if 9 times out of 10, right, I can put money on it that a woman that got that wrap, that sexy wrap on her waist, and she got that turban, the thing on her head, whatever, and she got a vase or carrying a bunch of, she was carrying bricks or fruit, a basket of fruit up there. I can guarantee you she's a native woman. You know,
but Kala,
the way you speak, that will cause problem by some, not all the American-Liberia, but few tiny. By using look, Kala,
there's nothing wrong with that, Kidola. It's just an observation, man.
Hold on. American-Liberia were not the first people that came to that came to Africa. We also have Brazilians that came to Africa. You understand me? But you never hear those Brazilians in Nigeria using some kind of like, those are even far more advanced than the Black Americans that came. No, I think the Caribbeans and the Blacks that came to Africa. You understand me? Those are
what did we do so wrong? Yo, what did we do so wrong? Damn.
What Ola is telling you is there's nothing that a native woman will wear or do that a quote unquote American-Liberian woman doesn't do. They wear the same kind of clothing now. They wear the same kind of hairstyle. They do the same kind of thing.
Elvis, I know that, but American-Liberians, and not even native people, right? It's certain, what I call as liberty to me, an indigenous person and a native person. When I say indigenous, that means people who still hold on to their tribal ways and whatnot. And a lot of these people aren't even Liberians. They're coming from Ivoria, parts of
Ivory Coast,
Ivoria, whatever, you know. And so basically, a lot of these people can't speak English. They don't speak English. And they got tribal languages, they're coming from the hinterland, they're coming from across the border, and whatnot. And then you got, even though you got native people in Liberia, they dress like cosmopolitan. Like there's a cosmopolitan cosmopolitan culture. Native
Skylar, you
America.
forget.
It's a mix, Carla. The native adopted some of the American-Liberian culture
but
and vice versa.
I know that, but hold
I,
on.
I don't know if I'm wrong.
American Liberian women with vases on their heads, you know.
I don't know if I'm wrong, but my
Skylar,
sources said that most of the American Liberians left the country, and the people you see today are just cosplaying as American Liberian. But the real American Liberians are they got out of there.
Hold on. Some of them left, but there's look. Let me tell you something about my friend.
I doubt the majority of them likely left.
Hold on. Let me tell you something.
99%.
Look, my brother.
Good majority
Hold
left.
up. Zubin.
Don't say good, Elvis. You left with them.
Just because they have English names,
Elry's still there. The Aries are still there. The Coopers, Zubin Cooper's there. Madam Cooper's there. You know, all the Coopers are there. We're not Caesar.
The Tommen daughter doesn't. She's not there anymore. She left.
Wait, Kyle, you mean all the people that had Liberia popping are still there? They got to put them people back in power.
They're slowly returning back. You know.
Oh, so they left, Carla.
Yeah, they all come back. So
they live in Massachusetts. You know? A lot of them live in Massachusetts, Rhode Island.
But a lot of them are making their way back. You know,
there's no way a first world person is going to be under the hegemony of a third world.
Well, that's a whole thing. Hold on, you understand something. You understand something. Look, you may say that, right? But this is the thing: you won't know until you get there.
The first world black people are under the nuts of the first world white men. So that's your rightful place. Stay there.
Elvis in America voluntarily under the nuts of the first world white man.
We're all here, bro. But this nigga talking shit, well, he's under the nuts of another man. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
The same nuts you're under, Elvis. You chose to be under his nuts.
You're happy under the nuts of the white man. You said you hate your black skin.
I was born.
They wouldn't have let your black ass in Liberia anyways.
You chose to come
they
under his nuts.
They wouldn't let your black ass in Liberia. You hateful motherfucker that hate your own self. They won't let you in that country, man.
You chose to come under his nuts. I was born under his nuts.
And you die under his nuts. I could go back to Liberia anytime, nigga.
Hold on. Let me get
But you ain't going, Elvis.
You won't go.
I'm in my 30s, nigga. I can go whenever I want. But you can't leave. You stuck here, nigga. You stuck in the paradox. You can't leave.
You ain't trying to go back.
You were born here, you die here. Your grandparents were born here, they died here, nigga. I can go back home.
But you're not.
But you won't.
Elvis,
I have the option.
Elvis,
you and Prince P.
I don't believe that no more.
Hold up. Let me get Prince P. Then Ja, my two Caribbean brothers. You know,
this 76 character is a goofball, bro. He sees all different types of people here. He only want to single out the blacks. You're a clown, man. You're a slave, modern day slave shoe shine.
What the fuck are you talking about, Princess?
Reject.
We don't want to hear a nigga from Haiti talk about being a slave. Shut up.
Sassy.
That doesn't even make sense.
The 1804 dream died. The 1804 mulatto dream died. Your dream died.
Dream rose, bro. Exactly the same way the elites of Haiti wanted to suppress the blacks.
Let's take it down a notch. Ja, go ahead.
No, I wanted to ask you a question, Carla, because these guys seem to forget that the elites of America used to beef with other elites of America. When Marcus Garvey came, my fellow tether and foreigner, he was trying to reach out to certain black elites such as Booker T. Washington, but he was persecuted by people like W. Du Bois. When he tried to go to Liberia, he was blocked by those miracle Liberians that he's talking about. These guys are coming to with a fake illusion that these guys are just welcoming and they will be like. These guys are probably descendants of commoners from the South. So this illusion that they're all on the same level plane as the black elites of America is laughable. These guys clearly don't know their fucking history, and it's laughable, bro. But
we know our history better than you do. Just like you would know Haitian history better than we would.
I know one.
We don't try to educate you on Haitian history. Don't try to educate us on ours.
So why you acting as if the elites were all united?
It doesn't even
act like that?
By default, use your brain. It don't make sense. I would never try to educate Elvis on Liberia. There's no way I can pull that off.
Why you're acting like the elites were all united? Why are you acting like that? Why are you acting like the blue vein society didn't exist? Why are you acting like there was different black elite groups that basically blocked the common black of America? Why are you acting like that didn't exist? And they imported that same system to Liberia.
But Garvey had the largest black room in American history.
That very same system with the dark ass president that one everyone celebrates named William Tubman. Shut up, Prince.
Hey, Prince, one fact we do know is you fleed. The 1804 dream died,
and you flee the South, right? You fled the
1776.
South, right?
Don't say
You fled
that.
the
Don't
South,
say
right?
that.
The niggas in
1776.
Liberia fled America, nigga. They fled slavery. They fled segregation. They fled the white man on
Those
their
people
ass.
were free. They didn't
They
flee.
fled.
They were free. They didn't flee slavery.
They didn't
They
flee.
You
fled
see
the
how that
white
doesn't make sense?
oppression. They
You see how
fled
that
white oppression,
wait,
bro.
wait,
That's
you
what
see
they
how that
said that
doesn't
in
make
their.
sense?
They said that in their charter, Jonathan. What the fuck are you talking about, man? They fled white oppression. Colin knows that.
You said
That's
they.
why Colin's trying
You
to leave
said
because
they
he don't want to be
fled
in the mess of the
slavery.
white man.
You
That's why
said
he
that
wanted
they
to fight
fled
his
slavery.
Afro
You
stamp.
said they fled slavery, but they were free
No, well,
people.
they couldn't flee slavery because the white man was on that ass. They'll recapture them. They couldn't flee slavery, but they fled the oppression of the white man.
Elvis, and this is
They
what
were
happens
free men, and they
when you're
want
so
free men.
angry and so
Y'all
burned,
niggas were talking
you just
shit.
start. You
And
just start.
usually I don't like
Yeah,
to
but
get into the
see,
gutter. I don't like to get into the gutter because I don't like to hurt
It's
people's
one thing
feelings.
to talk
But
shit.
you guys are pushing it. So let's go there.
It's one
I have
thing
no
to talk
holds barred.
shit
Anything
and
you
talk
want to go,
truth.
you want to
It's
talk shit,
another
I'll talk
thing to
shit, bro.
talk shit and talk
Colin's
lies.
leaving soon. We can get out in the open now. Let's do it.
Everybody
I
chill.
Elvis, I
Everybody
empathize
chill.
Don't
with you.
empathize with shit, nigga. I don't want your empathy, man.
How you gonna call me an OG passport brother, man? Come on, what the fuck is that, man? You know. But anyway, let me get Ja on. Ja, go ahead, man. This is Liberian Independence Day. What say you? Ja,
Yeah.
you said you want to come up, man. Goddamn, what you say? Ja, where you went to go eat some chicken or something, some curry?
But I empathize with Elvis. I understand how that feels, man, to fight for a country like the Confederacy, take it over, and then your native people mess it up to the extent that you don't want to be there. But I embrace you as an American, man. You're from
Nigga, I don't need your embrace. You don't even like the fact that you're black.
Listen, because
don't you feel stifled? You told us that out of your own mouth. You feel stifled in this white man land. They're on your head every day. Their foot is on your neck, and you can't breathe.
I ain't never said that.
You feel stifled, and you can't wait to die to get in heaven and get out your black skin because it's an oppressive skin that you're in.
I don't have a problem with white folk. You know,
of course not, nigga.
Nobody does. But at the end of the day, you a
of course
slave.
not. You
Man.
like being other than.
You're a slave. He don't even attribute the contribution of African Americans to America.
But this is bushmeat babble because I was born here, but you came here of your own free will and volition.
Hold on. No. You said the white man saved you.
That's how I came here with my own free will and volition. I could go back home with my own free will and volition, nigga.
This slavery cat, yo, you said the white man saved you from Africa.
Princip, you chose to come here.
I never
choose to go back. You're stuck here. You can't go anywhere.
Elvis is a Civil War veteran, right? He's a refugee, right?
So not a refugee.
Your ancestors
not a refugee.
One thing about Elvis came here because his tribe lost the war, right? In 03. So he had to flee because
you out of your mind? Do you don't even understand the fact? My tribe just lost Charles Taylor from power, fool. You don't know what you're talking about. My tribe won the war, you idiot.
Listen, man. Princip, you chose to come here. Elvis is a refugee. He was.
I'm not a refugee again, for correction. I came here on a diversity visa.
You conceded.
You came here on the U.S. He came here on the USS Eisenhower, right?
Princip, Haitian pay France reparations.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about it.
But before Zimbabwe paid white people reparations, Haiti was the first ones to do it. Be quiet, nigga.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about
we
that.
don't want to talk about it.
Didn't your master get paid for slavery?
It's a stain.
Didn't your master get paid for slavery?
You're the only black people that actually say, hey, we're going to pay y'all after we whooped your ass because we feel so bad about it.
After slavery was over, your master got paid after slavery, didn't he?
Yeah, by white people, though.
White people.
Yeah. But what does that mean about your
white people pay white people for slavery.
Because
you black people paid white people for slavery to end.
We paid
after whooping Napoleon's ass.
I'll defend them.
Y'all bent over and said,
"Take trade on the global market." Right? We was getting blocked from the global market. Right? You guys,
Princip, you are the number one person that always talks about Haiti is isolated.
We are.
You're the number one person always talking about Haiti is isolated in the Caribbean. But
You're
now
smarter
that
than
y'all
that,
had
Jonathan.
open, now y'all had open
You gotta
markets to
give
the
them
world
credit for
trade.
standing up and
Make
fighting
your
against white
mind up.
supremacy.
Right, but
Pick
see,
They
but
were
one.
see,
fighting
no, no,
global white
hold on.
supremacy.
Hey, I
Hold
gotta
on, hold
chime
on.
in for 10 seconds. I'm tired of motherfuckers doing revolutions just to say they doing revolutions. The Haitians took the country and now it's fucked up. The natives took the country from Liberia, now it's fucked up. Now both of you
What did you
refugees
take,
are
nigga?
in,
What did you
but now
take?
both of you refugees are in
What did
America.
you take? 1776.
Hold on.
You ain't
Didn't you
take
take
shit,
the
so you got
community
shit
from
the
the
fuck
whites
up.
and now it's fucked up?
Yeah,
Didn't Trump call your cities
both you and
hellholes?
Elvis
Didn't
are
your
similar.
favorite
You
president?
ain't take shit,
Both,
so you ain't got shit to fuck
Hold on,
up.
Haitians,
1776, man.
Haitians and Liberians are
17,
similar. Y'all had a revolution, fucked the
17.
country up, and ran to America
Yeah. But according to
under
the
the white
white man,
man's
you guys
balls.
took the black
Just
community
like
and you
you.
fucked it up, right?
The
Right?
white man had to
Trump,
go rescue you. The
your
missionaries
favorite
had to go
president,
rescue you in Haiti, and the
your
missionaries had
favorite
to go
president.
rescue Elvis in Liberia. Both of y'all are
Then you said the white
refugees.
man rescued you.
You
Y'all
know
need to
what?
start a
You know
music
what's
group.
different though?
Then you
They
said you
have
only
their own
existed
country.
in
It
the
could be
white.
fucked
I'm
up,
not talking with
but they
any
have their
refugee
own country.
boys. I'm
Then you
not
The
took
talking
Haitians
with
got
any
their
the
country.
refugee
Liberians
contributions
boys.
have
of
their
your
own country.
ancestors
You ain't got
to
shit, nigga.
America,
They ain't got their
right?
own
Your
country. Stop lying.
You ain't got
ancestors
your own.
contributed to
You don't
America,
have
and you
your own
Whatever
conceded
you
the
country.
say,
fact. You said the
But
Jonathan.
white
another
man
race
made you
of
great.
people can run into your country and just knock your president down and nothing happened and cause a bunch of chaos.
Yeah, man.
I mean, they been have Haiti been existing for hundreds of years,
You
bro.
can't say you have your own. When I went to
Sam,
Haiti was in
listen,
peace. The
I watch.
motherfucker looked nice. They let some
I
punk ass little Hispanic
see
motherfuckers
now
go in there and knock their
now
president
that
down.
Kyle ain't here, we can talk the truth. I watch videos on Liberia. The interior Africa of Liberia still ain't developed. Samuel Doe's hometown don't got one fucking house, right? It just looks like the same village we saw in the video. And Elvis know that.
That may be, but people from his village are now senators and
Right.
representatives. They getting
That's
paid
all they
15
want,
grand every month. They
Jonathan.
got
They just,
allowances. They're
hey,
making money. They
Jonathan.
got businesses.
Hey,
They
They better off than
7676,
they ever
man.
they
was,
just want
bro.
On the
titles, man.
previous show, I was talking about how Africans will celebrate anything as a win, even when it doesn't include them.
Yeah.
Now, in this case,
You're doing the same
celebrate
shit,
anything
Jonathan.
as
You're
a
suffering
win,
like Daryl, even when it didn't include
even
you.
if the shit means everyone else is going to suffer way worse than they were
Your
already
guys are
suffering.
celebrating Liberia with the American Liberians, even though none of your
You
ancestors went there and
know
built shit. So
there's
what
a
are you talking
prophet.
about? You're in that same boat, man.
There's a prophet that comes on a show called Hustle Smart. He said all black people want to do is fuck shit up, man. Once they fuck shit
Man,
up and it's totally
America,
destroyed,
Black
right?
America is the
They
epicenter for
come to
that shit.
America. They come to
Black
America.
America is the epicenter for that shit,
Apparently
nigga.
not,
Fuck it up, and
Elvis.
run, man.
When we looked at that
You fucked up
video, we
Detroit.
see
You fucked up Gary, Indiana.
industries, not industry.
Those were industries.
Industries. Y'all have more industries in that country than the average African country has today.
Hey,
What
Jonathan,
are you
here's the beat
talking
I'm
about?
about
You
to
have
play.
more industries. What are you talking about, Jonathan?
In Liberia,
Every other country was under colonization. There was no competition. What are you talking about, man?
hey, Elvis, with all due respect, that's even worse. Because everyone would acknowledge today that those countries were better off under colonization.
No, they wasn't. That's why Liberia was seem to be doing so well, because those other countries they didn't even have a GDP that you can
Liberia was doing
calculate.
well because it was
They didn't
beautiful
have
and it was
a ministry of
industrialized.
finance or agriculture, all the other things that you measure.
This the last.
So no other country is
Elvis, I
doing.
want you to be honest with me. Rhodesia or Zimbabwe, which one was successful?
Say that again?
Rhodesia or Zimbabwe, which one was
Rhodesia and
successful?
Zimbabwe is the same country.
Rhodesia.
Exactly, but different governments, different people running it.
In your
Which one was
whitewash
successful?
mind, you'll think the white ran country is more successful. But you know what happens? You know what matters to black people? Be quiet for a second, bro. You know what matters to black people? When they have the rulership of their own country. All right? That's what matters.
When the black people are celebrating that white people are coming back to the country,
Jonathan, you want success with a mixture of oppression.
Government saying we're
Black people
paying
rather
cash
have freedom.
reparations and land reparations to white people just to come back.
Yeah, Jonathan, you're not a Black Panther. You want to be a Black Panther? Go join a new Black Panther party and fight against the white man. People in Africa are doing what's best for them.
So when you say Zimbabwe over Rhodesia, even the Zimbabweans don't believe that bullshit.
Wait. I
We
got a
got to
question
be
for
honest.
What the hell is this, Colin?
Elvis,
Bro,
you
stop calling
said,
my name like a man. Don't make me get out of
Elvis, you
character,
said,
man. Stop calling my
Elvis,
name,
stop
man.
getting angry. Calm
Elvis,
down.
Nah, man, this
said,
nigga, he
time
hit
out.
the nerve
You
tonight.
said, Elvis, you said you have freedom, right? That's what the revolution was for, freedom, right?
Yeah,
But you
nigga,
don't
freedom
want,
to run the government, freedom to make money,
okay,
freedom
but
to be corrupt, freedom to do what the fuck they want to do.
Elvis, but you got that and you don't want it. You're in America.
Nigga, I came here when I was 11, so what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, Elvis, you ain't 11 no fucking more. You're like 25.
But that's you know why? That's because I love it in your country.
Hold on.
I got the best of both worlds, nigga.
Hold on. Let's discuss
Fuck out of here.
not personal shit. Hold on. Let me play a little bit of this video. This is about somebody asked me about Zimbabwe and Rhodesia. This is 1976, a pivotal year. You know, pivotal year, 1976. A lot of shit went on. That was the 200-year anniversary of America, the bicentennial year. I remember that. I was like in second grade, something like that, you know. But it's 1976, you know. And so
from Britain, Charlie Williams entertains a white nightclub audience in Salisbury, Rhodesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say how pleased I am to be in Rhodesia.
I love Rhodesia.
Now, this is a wonderful country. I like it. I hope you like it. And if I have any bother from your lot, I'll take it back.
76, shut the fuck up.
No, I'm only kidding.
I don't know what was funny about that.
Just to get it down.
The black man telling jokes to a white audience.
I mean, the thing about these niggas, they were oppressed, but eventually they got free and they had their own land and had autonomy over their own country. Black Americans can say the same shit. That's why Kyle's fighting for his Afro-state. So why y'all keep trying to make fun of Africans, bro?
Reparations and beg them to come back.
They're doing what they need to do.
Freedom.
Nah, they're doing what they need to do. They're talking about farmers. They're not talking about them coming to take over the government.
This guy's funny, man. What's the order?
In Salisbury Cecil Square, black bandsmen play for the whites as they celebrate their occupation of Rhodesia at the annual Pioneer Day ceremony.
Africans don't think like that.
It's 85 years since Europeans colonized this black African territory.
I mean, you trying to make fun of these niggas. They weren't enslaved, brother. Your people was enslaved for hundreds of years. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
They were enslaved too, Elvis.
Nah, not the way, not through chattel slavery.
They no more share power.
Not the way chattel slavery was.
At the turn of the century.
Slavery. They were enslaved, brother.
Chattel slavery was the worst.
It ain't where you start, it's where you finish.
Where you finished 1776 under the white man's nuts and don't have a country and can't run shit.
Elvis,
can't even build
under the white man's nuts.
Can't build a highway.
Stop saying under the white man's nuts in America. It doesn't make sense to say that.
We're both here, bro. These niggas trying to act like he's better than the Africans, but at least they got their own country. But we both stuck under the white man's nut in this country. Now you asking for reparations. Now you asking for all kinds of shit and you can't get it. They got their countries.
They ain't got no country though.
All right,
Zimbabwe.
They got prime minister.
When you go to Nigeria, it's all niggas that's taking all your information, taking money from you, paying whatever you pay. It's all going to the black man's hand.
Those are the beautiful things.
A lot of it goes to the Lebanese niggas' hands. Go ahead, Elvis.
That's what you like to
Elvis,
think.
even the African God has said that before. You got to give that up. Give that.
That's what you like to think.
You know why God resists Elvis? Because he's prideful. God resists the proud.
Nigga, shut the fuck up with that shit. God resists because you hit the skin that he made you in, bro. What are you talking about?
Oh man, God resists the proud, man.
Nah, you was talking shit. I was quiet. I was chilling.
Says the reason why the black race can't get ahead, we don't like to acknowledge our truth. We gotta acknowledge truth even when it hurts.
Hey, y'all gotta acknowledge your truth here first. Before y'all can try to make fun of Africans on the continent.
But we don't have a homeland to go to.
Exactly, and that's the biggest thing that you're lacking, a damn homeland that you have autonomy over. So what the fuck do you think? What make you think you're better than the people on the continent, nigga?
Listen, if I was crew, I'll be.
If you was, but you ain't. You just stuck on you stuck in limbo. That's what you are.
The thing is,
you never feel at home in this country, truly,
better than the people
and you
on the
never can go back to Africa.
It's because when black people go to Africa, they go there on some emotional shit. When Africans come to America, they seeking for actual better life. life. That means by default we have the better life.
Oh yeah. Sure you
That's
do.
why.
Yeah, you do, Jonathan. You do.
And the
That's a
Crew
better life.
people are oppressing the natives.
Carla's trying to talk. Carla's trying to talk.
Let me say this.
What else, Steve?
Hold
What's
on.
going
The
on,
thing
Dave?
is about Liberia,
What's going on side to side?
Hold on. One part of the American cause they didn't emulate was the right to bear arms. In other words, basically, people think right to bear arms just means you have to hold a rifle. No, it means that you had the right to use it and protect your self-defense and hold territory. That
against tyranny
of America. In a second, they didn't import that to Liberia. That's why instead of them keeping up their own towns and everything with that, they had their own militia. They should have had their own damn militia,
Carla, can you imagine the natives having the right to bear arms early on? You wouldn't be talking about the success that America's had.
Yeah,
that shit would have been over in the very beginning.
Hold on. If the American-Liberians,
that's why they didn't do it. They were intelligent.
If every township in American-Liberians had their own militia, right, all the way up until like the.
But the black people have the right to bear arms. They couldn't protect Tulsa.
What? No,
the black people in America had the right to bear arms, and they couldn't protect Tulsa.
Here's the thing. Black people in America, right? Listen to this very carefully, Elvis. Right? When you have black people and white people, right? The white people, the law says stand your ground. But when a black guy in Florida a few years ago, right, just pulled out a gun in a situation, right, he was facing 25 years. 25 years. But just for brandishing a gun at a situation.
What state would it
is applied? Look. So same thing. There was many times when black people tried to stand on the Second Amendment or the militia, and they were massacred. What the hell?
That's because you're not equal in this country, Carla. That's why you want your average stand.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that Liberia should have made a thing saying to all the settlers that settled there, you have a right to thing, because if the government ever betrays the settlers. That's what the whole idea of bear arms.
But Carla, they passed a law now. They passed a law where you can buy guns now for your personal protection.
During the Red Summer, when those veterans.
God damn, man, I hate to freaking do that, man. But goddamn, I'm talking in the middle of something. The right to bear arms simply means that you have a militia and you can protect property. Everything's about property. You can protect your person and property as a group. That means you have the right to bear arms, right? They should have took that to Liberia, and like I said, because the whole idea was bear arms was you could not rely on the federal government for even though remember something, they couldn't rely on the federal government to put down slave revolts, Indian rebellions, pirates, all that. People had to take up arms themselves. And that's what the Second Amendment was for. In case of chaos, you could organize military, also protecting the border. People should be able to form militias and protect the border. You shouldn't need a federal government. The federal government can't do it. Militias have the right to protect the border and control the roads, highways, stuff like that. That's what the bear arms means. You have the right of law enforcement and that the state is supposed to have. Right, the state is supposed to. You can't take the law in your hands, but in times of chaos, war, or national disaster, you have the right to bear arms. Let's say there was an attack in, let's say the British, like War of 1812. The British invaded the United States, a sovereign country, right? So people formed their own militias. Now, if there wasn't a Second Amendment, they'd have been sitting duck for the British because the British could have routed the National Army. But what made it work was the people basically resisted with their own militia groups and everything like that. The American-Liberians didn't figure that shit out. What if we failed and whatnot? They were absolutely vulnerable, And that's what another thing is. The whites in South Africa. That's exactly how armed those whites in South Africa are. They're armed to the teeth. That's why they ain't worried about no black people in South Africa, because they got rifle clubs and militias and stuff like that. They do training and everything, and they're very secure. They got places of refuge they can go to and whatnot in South Africa, where they can wait out a war if they have to.
I'm sorry to say this.
The only group of people that made themselves completely vulnerable throughout history as the African Americans, whether it's America or Liberia. We don't fucking learn.
That's why I said we need an Afghanistan.
But the thing is with the American Liberians, they played too nice. When the white man comes to a
They
country,
didn't have to play that. All they had to do was
he
just work
kills
hard.
like 30
Did
to
the white man play
40%.
too nice with
Wait,
you and
time,
your folks?
time,
1776.
every time I talk, I get like 10 seconds. I get cut off. What the white man does when he comes to a place, he kills 30% of the native population and sends a message, right? But we came with love. We came with love and brotherhood, and it ended us up on the beach. You know?
Well,
Yeah, it is.
hold up. Check us out. What you got to do is a just in case factor. Look, all the people, Tolbert and all these people were stubborn. People start telling them, look, maybe we should basically, if we're going to gradually hold power over to them, we still need to protect our property, land, and everything like that. That's when they should have started forming their own militaries and stuff like that.
Kyler, you hear what these motherfuckers are saying right now? I guess the natives there now are too cold-hearted. They should go and start killing other American-Liberians they can find. They're too cold-hearted.
Yeah,
you say stupid shit like that, you don't think twice about it. That's what the school is saying.
No, I said when the South African.
Let me get sidestepping Steve on. Steve, go ahead.
I'm just listening. All
right,
what I was saying.
Ja, hold up, Ja. We got somebody on. Ja's up here. Why the hell is he? You taking up a spot, Ja? You're not gonna talk. I gotta drop you down, man. You gotta drop off.
What I was saying when the Western countries inhabit a place, right? They send a message to the natives that they're not to be fucked around with or trifled with, right? But African Americans thought these guys were brothers. But from day one, the native tribes never really wanted them dead. They never saw them as part of the
You're
African
an idiot.
culture.
There were literally tribes who fought to maintain their settlements.
No, from day one, the crew
Carlo
wanted
told you
them
that
out.
there were other tribes who came to their aid and helped them. What are you talking about?
That's true, right?
Right. So what are you talking about, man? You just talk without
I'm
thinking.
saying
You
the
don't know the history of the country. You're just talking, bro.
Okay, all right. I don't know. All right.
Okay, yeah, just be quiet. You don't know what you're talking about.
Carry on, Elvis in Minnesota. Carry on.
Yeah.
Why are we so hostile tonight? What's going
Nah,
on?
this nigga. So usually, man, I like to be calm. Niggas will say shit. I let it pass.
I'm kind-hearted.
But he
very
woke me up tonight, so I said, "Fuck it, gloves off. Let's go at it, man."
Steve, we seen his video called The Wall of Liberia,
This is supposed to
and
be
everything got salty from there.
Yeah, it's basically Jonathan started it by showing the truth, and then Elvis came
now
in.
hold on, nigga. Liberia was a
you.
top 15 economy, nigga.
Yeah, but I'm saying you came with the truth.
Hold
and
on.
Elvis,
Let me say this. Look, Liberia
Top 15 to 100 and something, nigga. That ain't right.
Hold up. When you go there, right? You're gonna understand the charms of Liberia. It's very easy to get lulled.
Kyla, I love you, man, but you whitewash a lot of stuff, man.
Can I finish what I'm saying before you? I said it's very, very easy to get lulled into a thing of complacency. And that's what happened to the American-Liberian. They forgot they was in Africa. They thought, okay, we built this civil. It's beautiful. You go to Caesar's Beach, the Caesar fan, William Caesar. I was talking to him. He let me have his. We had Valentine's Day 4 years ago.
Carla, let's be honest, right?
When you gonna be
the
honest?
natives were in power for 133 years, right? How many attempted coups were there by the natives?
Well,
on the book or off the book?
Look, there wasn't, but I'm saying this.
Okay.
Everybody knew that was a possibility. Why? Because the American-Liberians were vulnerable. You look, Elvis.
It's not about being vulnerable. It's that the situation was ripe for a coup.
Elvis, let me say this. The American-Liberians, right? Thing like. Instead of them being in the military, they said, "Nah, military. Let's let the native boys be in the military." So this is what I'm saying, and I could be wrong, right? You ask yourself this question. Okay, I know for a fact what held them together was their love of Tubman. Natives love Tubman. He had his way about him, man. He knew how to inspire people. And say everybody wanted to be Tubman. All the native people. You ask Samuel.
Colin, drop the link.
Hold up. They say native people. You have Samuel Doe. Who's Samuel Doe's hero, Elvis? Tubman. Right now, what's the biggest holiday in Liberia? Tubman. He was just that's who Tolbert came across.
Come on.
Weak and whatever like that. And people, when you come across as weak, and they even say too, they said when Tolbert appeared among his soldiers, talking about the military, the backbone of the state, right? they were completely relying on the military for their protection. See, in America, it's different. If something pops off in America, you got fucking everybody's armed here. You got the state police, local police, sheriff's office. You got the National Guard, and you got all these militia. You people are well armed, so you can't.
Tyler, you don't need to worry about shit if you're treating your people right.
No,
Other African countries have coup, and it wasn't America, Liberia versus the native.
I don't believe that. I believe that everybody should have been armed. You know.
All right.
And then hold up. Then if you basically said, you know something, we're gonna have a coup, and also you know for yourself, Elvis, it wasn't just a coup. There were people going around raping American-Liberian women and stealing property and shit like that.
It was just pure envy, man. Those beautiful women.
So the bottom line is this: had they been armed like they're supposed to, everything, you got two profiles up. You know, everything is everything. You got two profiles up.
Oh, okay, Kyle.
No, I'm serious.
I'm serious too.
Hold up. If you have people, like I said, just in case, right? Like me, I would not live in a damn hood unless I was armed. You know,
I don't want to lay any aspersions. I'm just happy that
niggas get killed in their homes every day with guns under their bed.
Hold up. What's the chances are? Your chances if you're armed are better thing. Like I'm armed right now. Somebody comes up to my crib, they're gonna get it. You know, I
don't want to lay any aspersions on anyone. I'm just happy that the 1776 stream was able to save Elvis and Principe and Ja.
Yeah, thank you to the 1776 dream. You're saving me right now.
I mean, I'm happy that you're assimilating into our culture, and I embrace you as an American brother. You know,
and I'm assimilating well. Thank you, bud.
Everything is everyone, whatever. Dude, you got two profiles. You got two things. You got your camera and your computer. What the hell? You know, I need you to put your camera on, show me who you are. Okay, now put the camera on, show me who you are, and give me the peace sign.
Hey, Steve.
Who is that, Latrice?
No, it's everything. It's everything.
Everything is everything. I think he's Jamaican. He might be.
What's up? I'm happy that we made it to America. 3-4 centuries.
I am not putting nobody up here unless they put their freaking camera on. That's
Little John, man.
Is that Little John?
Latrice is Little John, man.
I can't see him. Let's do it one more time. But one more time.
It's a little. Is he a little strange, man?
That's a female, right? The name Latrice.
No, this is fucking Latrice.
No.
Let's see.
Latrice is a female name, isn't it?
He's trying to be.
Male.
Yeah, but it's Little John though.
Yeah, Latrice is Little John. Really?
Yeah.
Why you got him off, Kyle? I want to smoke with Little John. He want to come up and bring some shit. Let's have him, man.
It's so weird though that his dad is Ghanaian. I don't know, like.
Well, he's a wannabe FBA. You know, that's what.
Yeah, like I don't understand. Like he always talk about.
Said his dad is Icon or some shit.
But Steve,
why you dropping him, Kyle?
Steve, you got to understand that. Hey, Steve, you have to understand that African American culture is elite. Even in Liberia, even that they overthrew
1776, let it go, bro. You just standing the flames. Let that shit go, man.
Hey, Steve, they all adopted African American names.
1776,
all of them.
Look,
we don't have African.
Yeah, no, those are your names.
I do
those are not African American names.
This nigga stupid, man.
I do think like there's fertile ground to build new communities like our ancestors did before, but this time it's gonna be done right. We're gonna have our own police, National Guard.
Yeah, you got Captain Hit with the AI army. You guys can arm yourself.
I will visit Liberia, but I'm not going to be on the hegemony of native leadership. I'm not going to be on the Boca.
Let me tell you something. When you're in Liberia, right? Let me tell you something. The leaders got so much problems and whatnot. When you're American, you're in Liberia, man. You're so above all this stuff. Well, I'm saying we're elite, but dude, man, you don't want to be fucking involved in Liberian politics.
Yeah, I just want to stay on a resort.
You don't want to be involved in Liberian politics. When I look at, when I'm at Kennedy,
just let me know whenever you go to Liberia, 1776.
I just
want to stay on the resort.
Oh man,
you're about to have no 1776 too, Elvis.
No, seriously, I'm coming with
what's up, Jonathan?
God, man, I can't talk.
Don't try to have no 1776 stew.
Hold up. When I'm in
I just want to give him a warm welcome.
Hold up. When I'm in Liberia,
I see you gonna eat this nigga. Kick your ass in the America.
Every last single politician y'all know and whatnot in Kennedy, whatnot, around town, whatnot. stuff like that. I do not want to be no Liberian politician. I don't. It's like, look, let them handle the native people. Let them do that like that. And like I said, let me do my own thing. I don't need the freaking government for anything.
Like Liberia could be like a Jamaica, man. We got the resorts, we got the beaches. You go there 1776, have a good time, drink some pina colada.
That's all I do.
Put your ass back on the plane and come back to Maryland.
I have so much fun.
That's your extended visit.
Last thing,
I'm going to Maryland County.
I'm endorsing Elvis to run for Liberian president. We got to fund this nigga campaign.
I'm going from Maryland to Maryland.
Yeah, nigga, I'm smart enough to stay out of politics.
We're gonna force you in.
So much fun. I get so much offers on everything like that. You want land? You want to buy property?
You actually love your country, although you don't.
I don't.
You're not there.
Elvis ain't even a Liberian.
There's a reason why you ain't
Elvis was
there.
an African American, man.
I'm saying like this: if Liberia was industrialized right now, if Liberia has a stroke of luck and it starts developing real rapid, like Singapore, something like that, with massive investment and whatnot, yeah, these Liberians will go home. They will.
But Kyla, on a serious note, sometimes when you build a road, you don't have to rebuild it. Why don't they just adopt everything the African Americans had? A cigarette industry, a lumber industry, a rubber industry.
That was a private company and whatnot. And also, like I said, in Liberia, right? There's people out there that could do that, right? But the sad part about Liberia is this, right? There's so many young Liberians there that got ideas, right? And unfortunately, right, the only people that got power in this country, the only people that get talked about and finance everything are people who are politically connected, right? There's a lot of people that could do all that, factories and run factories and everything, but they don't get no thing. That's why I hope to change the directive where we can help some of these Liberians, with investments and stuff like that. That's why I want to build a stock exchange here.
Colin, let me be positive for once tonight, right? Let me be positive. There's a plan. The president right now is putting in a plan for all Liberians, especially the natives and the settlers, to heal and to reconcile with each other. There was a show on Focus on Liberia.
Poverty, as long as we got extreme poverty, it's not gonna.
Hold on, Carla. There was a show on Focus on Liberia. Myself, and another guy who's we had a big fight. It was a bad fight. A lot of people were calling me and sharing sentiments, similar sentiments, but were saying that it wasn't the right place for us to do that on such a large platform. So I had this fight. We have this fight amongst ourselves, but I think our government is putting in plans so we can try to heal and reconcile. Because there's a lot of tension, and people like 1776 who's never even been in the country, they never even know what really happened, have these kind of sentiment. Imagine the sentiments that's coming from the people who are descendants of these people who were removed from power in 1980. So there is a lot of hurt. There is a lot of animosity between the two groups. But our president is working on some plans for us to try to heal and reconcile. So I think that would be something that may come in the next couple of years.
Let me get Kwame on, man. Mr. Taking L's Kwame. That's what I call him. Taking L's Kwame.
Hey, Kwame, you keep on doing what you doing, man. You be letting Tariq have it.
Oh, please. Come on.
What you mean taking L? You lied to this nigga one more time. We gonna bang you from chasing squirrels.
Man, Kwame is like the Jamaican soccer team, always taking L's.
Me take an L. But I was listening earlier. Y'all was speaking about Liberia, right?
No kidding. It's Independence Day.
This is why he loses to Tariq, man.
He don't be paying attention, man.
Nah, hey, I was listening earlier.
Kwame eating a vegan burger right now. What's up, Kwame?
It's all things Liberia tonight.
Hey, what's up, Elvis? How you doing, King?
What's up,
Kwame?
What is it raining where you are, Kwame? It sounds like it's raining on the roof.
Nah, that's not my background. I think it's good. Celebrating Liberian Independence Day. I was here in 1776 earlier. Oh man, I don't even know where to start, but
go ahead, start.
I just don't understand. Like it's like it seemed like 1776 think like he could bring the American ideology to Africa.
Now, what specific ideology are you talking about?
Mainly the neo-colonialism ideology. Yeah, the European.
Let me ask you a question. This is a big thing like that. Can you describe neo-colonialism? You know, so let me describe that. You know, colonialism means one group of people is ruled by a mother country and with foreign power through a mercantile system. Everything. Do you think he's bringing that to Africa?
What, 1776?
Yeah.
I mean, I believe that he think that America could save Liberia or be a proxy for America or something like that.
Well, I don't agree
Am
with
I
that at
wrong? Am
all.
I wrong? 1776? Am I
I don't
wrong?
look. I don't agree with that. For the simple fact is, if you basically do that or not, Liberia has a growing Muslim population, right? And I'm suspecting that some of these people are fundamentalists or not. And you know, you got a large Lebanese population. Liberia could be a target for radical Islamist terrorists and others like that. We don't want that, you know. So it's best to keep the United States. We want American investments, business, whatnot. I would like to see North Shipco come there and build a shipbuilding factory and ship repair. I like to see cold storage companies come there. I like to see a marina come there. I live right here on the marina. I'm gonna send out invitations to marina companies when I doing boating and stuff like that. Modernize Liberia's marina system, whatnot, so we get rid of those stupid raggedy boats and whatnot out there, get real modern fishing like they had back in the days. My job,
Kyle, I wanted to give a shout out, man, just for a minute, real quick. Look, shout out to the Nigerian female soccer team, man. They won the African, Cup of Nations against Morocco today, man. They had a comeback from 2-0 down, came in
Oh,
1-3,
shout out to
3-2. So that's your people, Jonathan. Shout out to
the
them,
Niger
man.
girls. Shout out to the Niger girls.
Yeah, shout out to them.
Man, listen, man.
1776. Did I misconstrue your word that you think that America?
Like, if you was watching the video that Kala had, you saw close cooperation between the United States and the Tubman administration. You had the Geological Survey Committee.
Hold on. You know,
Man,
look, let
I
me
swear
say
to God,
something.
I get 2 words and I mean,
Hold on. Let me stop right there. Although there's cooperation, right, it's done on a what do you call a bilateral situation. And what you want is you think America is going to come in over there and just take over and tell the Liberian people to shut down, sit down, listen to us when because we're Americans. No, America, dude. When it really comes down to, I'm going to tell you something. 1776. There's a lot of stuff America has because they're privy to a lot of technology and stuff like that. But when it really comes down to it, I'm honestly telling it's the truth, right? Take away some of these idiots in the Liberian government, whatnot. Really, I'm telling you right now, Yeka, whatever like that, our car is great. Take away those idiots, right? And you listen to some of the people when they talk and stuff like that. They're not stupid people. They know what they're talking about. They just simply dealing with the reality of a developing country. See, America. Look at we had Biden in office for 4 years, right? He's a bumbling idiot, but the system in America is so great, right? That you could have a basically a retard in office. You can put an orangutan in office and it'll be just fine.
Tyler, you think you're smarter than Joe Biden, Tyler?
let me respond.
Yes, I'm smarter than Joe Biden.
You're out of your mind, Tyler. That man was a lawyer, an astute lawyer,
Biden was
a senator for like 37 years.
Wait.
You know, not only am I smart than him, I think Biden's one of the stupidest
He was older and had some early onset dementia. That's why.
I don't know.
But you're not smarter than him in his heyday, Colin.
Hey, Kala, you once said that something philosophy of yesterday is something of tomorrow.
So, Kala, you think Donald Trump is smarter than Joe Biden?
Philosophy of one century should be just common sense in the next.
Okay, so let's go on that preface, right? So if Liberia in the 50s, 60s, and 70s look better than the shit today, why
you keep going and you just like an ass whooping, don't you, man?
No, wait, I'm talking to Kala, man. Respect.
Nah, don't hide behind Kala, nigga.
Kala. So the philosophies of the 70s should be what today?
Well, I'm saying like this. Okay, look, this is what I'm saying. Ostensibly, like this. I think what you call when Sirleaf was in office, right? One thing I did not like was the fact that she signed concessionary agreement when it looked like Liberia being the first. Remember, so Liberia was completely war torn. I guess she did what she had to do, you know. But it did break my heart when she signed that deal with Sim Darby, you know. And I said to
Tyler, she
myself,
signed 64 bogus concession agreements. She received $16 billion from aid from the international community, some in cash and some in kind. She squandered all of them. Our current president said that they squander opportunities. Our current president, who was vice president for 12 years and made a base salary of $3 million over that 12 years, said he was living on loans. And we elected him to be our president. So they squander
Where she
opportunities.
squandered the money?
But
They
Nancy
squandered
Doe
$16
said,
billion in aid
well,
and
I just think, hold on,
But
I just
how?
think,
Nancy,
hold on,
What they do with the money?
hold
through
on, hold on,
corruption,
hold on,
through stealing,
hold
and
up,
all
but
kinds of shit.
hold on. No,
Nancy Doe
Oh, I
said
mean,
that
I
she
thought
was a
that lady
man.
was nice.
not that quite
God damn
simple.
it.
Hold on, not that
Nancy
quite
Doe
as
said that
simple.
Sarah Leaf was a man.
Hold on.
Didn't
Hey,
they
look,
say the
this
same
is
thing about Samuel Doe?
1776. Let me say this. The problem was Surly she brought out like the worst side of Liberia and Africa in general, with the fact that for the first time in history, right, in a long time, Western powers picked and choose a leader, and they imposed she was a graduate of the Kennedy School of Business, wasn't an officially accredited university, right? The international media gave us this cover, the Iron Lady, blah 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 blah. But on the ground, nobody liked her. Nobody liked her. I talked to
Why?
Von.
Why didn't people like
Hey,
her, Kyler?
Kyler, can I get a sentence out?
Hold on. I talked to Vaughn Sherman's wife. You could tell she was beautiful back in the day. Vaughn Sherman's wife.
Oh
right?
my gosh, Kyler.
No,
Everything
I'm
is
just
about
saying,
beauty.
you know she's pretty. You know, she's an old lady now, but you could tell she was pretty back in the day. She said, "Let me tell you something, right?" And her aide in the office, she was a minister of health of George Weah. She goes, "Let me tell you something, Kyler. That was an evil woman." That's what she told me. And all of a sudden, I said, "Yeah, man." I said,
Well, we know that, Kyler, but you like her. You always praise her, and you don't even know who you praise her.
Hold on. I was talking, right? And her
This
aide,
is the
right? I
Elvis
didn't know
College
this,
show. That's the only people
he's over the corner, busting
Be
up
quiet,
laughing,
man.
man. I said, "See, he knows." That lady, he goes, "Yeah, she was a witch. She tried to destroy her husband, She tried to destroy her husband."
Kyler, let me tell you something, right? In
Does
Liberia,
she have
listen.
kids?
In Liberia, her family was a neighbor of my family in Liberia, right? All of her sons, Charles,
Well, her son Robert
Robert,
was a fruitcake. Robert,
he
yeah, he
is
was a
he is
fruitcake.
gay. But let me tell you this, Kyler. You know she had an integral part to play in the war. That's why people don't like her.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know that.
She was the one that gave the initial money to Charles Taylor in Paris, France, to start the war. When the war was raging in Liberia, right? She said, "Burn down the executive mansion, we'll build it in 3 days." She was on air calling for the destruction of Liberia, right? In 2006, George Weah actually won those elections, but they had a settlement that he wasn't prepared to run the country, and that because she was working at the World Bank, she had international connections, so they
Came back to
handpicked her.
Liberia. That's nothing. She came back to Liberia in '97, and she lost in a landslide against Charles
No,
Taylor.
no, no.
Wait a
She
minute.
won.
Wait a
She
minute. Wait
won.
a
She
minute. I'm
ran for
lost here.
senator, Kyla.
Y'all
She
knew
ran for
that she
senator
said
and won her
burn the shit
She ran
senatorial.
for
down, and y'all
president.
still
She
voted
lost.
for the heifer.
Say that again.
Y'all knew she
Yeah,
said burn the
those
country down.
elections.
Y'all still voted
Those
for her.
elections.
Well, that's what the international community wanted. George Weah actually won those
International
elections, but he was
community knew that,
unprepared to be
Oh,
president at that time,
The
and they
international
had to
community
settle for
knew
her
that
because she
she
was
was a
Harvard
whore, and
educated.
all these
She
other
worked at
people
the
knew
World
that she
Bank.
was a
So they gave it to her. She was the most competent in the race. Barney Sherman could have done a good job too. He's a Harvard educated man. He's very smart, but very corrupt also. He got sanctioned too for being corrupt. He lost a senatorial seat in Kidmouth County because he was corrupt. He didn't do shit for his people. So all of these educated people who leave America and come to the West, because Barney Sherman is a mix. He's mixed with Vi and American-Liberian, right? And he came to the United States, went to
Vaughn
school.
Sherman went to school with Martin Luther King.
Yeah, he's a smart guy, but he's very corrupt. The United States had to sanction the nigga, man. Took away his house in Maryland,
Like,
sanctioned
let
all
me
his
get a
holdings
let me
in the
get a
U.S.
sentence off
Go ahead, go ahead.
before I was interrupted by Kyler on his show. Listen, like I said, that video you showed, the post cooperation between America and the Tubman government. You saw how much you saw how many things was developed under Tubman because of that cooperation. The Geological Survey Society, they built the whole mining town in 2 months, right? You saw railroads, right? You saw Firestone. That cooperation between the U.S. and Liberia has to be reignited,
The
man.
bog mine. Hold on, the bog mines was Germany. That wasn't the U.S. That was
Yeah,
Germany.
but it was several countries.
Yeah,
You have
yeah.
a
Most of the
50-50
concession
deal.
agreements with multiple countries.
Germany,
in
Italy,
collaboration with
Italy, and
Liberia,
Germany. Italy
like
and
the
And
Germany.
Lamco company, the Bumming Hills
Lamco was
companies.
Sweden. Sweden.
Yeah.
yeah,
So, Kyle, what you saying is kind of true,
Colin,
man. I
what's
don't
the
know why
chance that
you're so
the
against it.
natives were pushed to go ahead and wreck the country?
and,
You said what, Jonathan?
Look,
Were the natives
I would say,
pushed to
look,
and we're
just
not
wreck the
gonna say
country?
Johnson,
all natives
You said
because some
push.
tribes was friendly
Well, the
and you
people
had
that
some
did the
tribes that
Let
was
coup,
me
were
say
they
this.
hostile.
pushed? It doesn't make sense. All right, you
Here's my
overthrow a
opinion.
government coup, but
Here's my
usually another
opinion. Look,
government comes into place.
here's my opinion, right?
No, you got to understand. After the coup, the country wasn't in war. It wasn't destroyed for 10 years before. Almost 10 years before the
Yeah,
war
so what
started in
happened?
1989. So the country was stable. That the war has really fucked things up. It wasn't as smooth as before after the coup, but
But
certainly
see,
the country wasn't destroyed until
you and
1989 when the war started.
You and Kyla don't know about the attempted coup in '86. Y'all don't ever
Why are you
mention.
telling me about the attempted coup in '86? It was November 12th, 1985. What are you talking about? It's not
Hold up.
86. It's
Like I
85.
said,
You don't even know what you're talking about.
hold up. The main thing was the fact that, like I said, when you go to Caesar's Beach, right? Caesar's Beach was by the Caesar clan. I know William Caesar. Him and I are good friends. One night, he said they leased Caesar's Beach out now to somebody's operating now, right? But he said I could have half price when I went in there, right? So I brought my group there for Valentine's Day. So anyway, when you go to Caesar's Beach, right? There's like a big giant canopy right there, like a club up top, right? It goes way up there overlooking the ocean where the DJ booth is and everything like that. It's like a club, rooms, everything like that, like a restaurant up there. And then you got the hole down the bottom with all these canopies and like, you know what I'm saying, where you can sit at. And then you got the lagoon right there. Lagoon, everybody doing water sports, jet skiing, paddling, whatever like that in the lagoon, right? Private lagoon. Across the lagoon is a little bridge, right? That takes you where the people live. That was a public place, right? Private place. It's all nothing but mansions back there, homestead of mansions back there, Caesar, and a hotel. So I'm saying to myself, when the coup happened and whatnot, and they was having people saying they were just so happy and so partying, they didn't even see this coming. They were completely blindsided like this, and that's why I said Liberia is a way of luring you to sleep because it's so peaceful and pleasant. I go there, I'm not thinking about nothing but just, but I know for a fact if I do build something there, I know, okay, just in case, we have to have our own militia, we have to have our own police, National Guard, and
You
all
think
that.
you think they're gonna let you have that, Collar?
It doesn't matter. That's a deal breaker.
Okay, then. So it's the deal that's not gonna be.
And I talked to several people, and they said you can have militia as long as all the weapons that you have, the police know about. You can't have anything that's unregistered. As long as you can register a gun in Liberia, and you can't have this. So they do that because people live in the hinterland, stuff like that. Now they are.
Wait, so you can have guns in Liberia?
But Tyler,
What?
you're going from white
Yeah,
tyranny
yeah.
to African tyranny. We're in a conundrum. Are we going to be under white tyranny or African tyranny?
I'm saying like this. I trust Liberians, but I would trust and verify. Verify
Listen,
means
I watch a lot of those shows. The police.
we will have our own martial arts clubs, our own fight clubs, our own self-defense clubs, all that shit like that. So I don't know what Elvis laughing at. The bottom line is this.
He's laughing because
I tell people all the time. The one thing you cannot do, as much as I said all night here, I've been conciliatory all night. But one thing I know is this: we can never ever,
listen,
if we're ever going to do this again, we can never be vulnerable.
But why would you want to do it again, Colin?
No,
Let me interject for one
Get the
second.
American-Liberians form a coalition with the other tribes that they got along with.
Yeah, there's other tribes. It's not even about us. It's just basically being ready. Being ready.
But honestly,
why y'all keep saying us?
Colin, there's 6 million people there. There are less than 100,000 American-Liberians there. What do you think? Even if you have all the guns, you can't win a war.
Well, hold up. The people who carried out the coup and the violence and whatnot were only a small group too. But look at the damage they did.
No, it was the military, Colin. The military was the one that carried out the coup.
That was just everybody that had a gun was going around doing the fuck they want to do. That was not no civil war. That was
we're talking about the war. We're talking about the coup. You're talking about the coup.
Check this out, Steve. If I was forced to go to Liberia, I'll do what Ross Moyes did. I'll just try to get initiated into the crew tribe and just to go from there, man. You got to
Nah,
get assimilated.
we don't want you in the crew tribe. Go to the vibe. Go to the
Yeah, that
Mandingo
makes
tribe or
Listen,
something.
I can be a crew
I'm about
because
to
I
be
can
the leader of
swim.
the Fulani.
Yeah. You gotta get initiated in a tribe in Africa to have any power, man. If you just go there willy nilly, you're done.
Don't be stupid. That shit don't work in Liberia, bro. Maybe in Nigeria.
What kind of power are you talking about? Economic power?
Like if I had to go live in Liberia, you have to get initiated in a tribe. You know,
No, that's not true. That's not how our tribes work in Liberia. You can't get initiated in a tribe.
y'all let white people get initiated in tribes, right?
Not in Liberia. What are you talking about?
Yo, Seven say I got.
Well, that's true. I got according to
Don't
Carter, I
drop him,
got a
Tyler.
white guy that's an honorary Liberian or
Why
some
am I?
shit.
When he said something stupid like that, look.
Tyler, you ain't got to drop it. You just ignorant. Just educate him.
Honorary, Jonathan, honorary.
That's just as bad.
Nah, having an honorary degree don't mean you can practice whatever degree you got in.
Yeah, but being an honorary Liberian, that's different.
Nobody basically in Liberia is like you're part of this tribe. Now you got Liz. You got all this land.
Yeah, Tyler knows that. Sure. That's why 76 is so only form. He needs to do more research. It's a pity College leaving the platform. I think give him a couple more months, he could probably be well versed. But he just kind of all over the place. He doesn't know everything.
1776 has came a long way. He just came a long way.
Yeah, he's coming up, but he's trying to get into deep conversation. He's not ready for it.
Probably September. I'll probably be back by October. You know.
Yeah, in some places like Nigeria, maybe you can buy chieftaincies and other things. But in Liberia,
Afro State, I'm a chief. See, I'm a chief, man.
Yeah, let me say this, right? Even if you're from a tribe, right? Like for me, right? My grandfather, my great grandfather. They're actually where the great grandfather is from. Was his town? Was his position in that town? They would be screwed. They would scrutinize you to make sure you're part of that tribe and you're a respected member of the tribe. So you can't buy your way into a Liberian tribe. That's the difference. Maybe in Nigeria, I'm not sure. Maybe in Ghana, but Liberia is different. Even when you're part of a tribe, they scrutinize your
What tribe
bloodline.
is General Butt Naked from?
General Butt Naked is from the he's from the Sapo tribe, which is an offshoot of the Khan tribe.
You know how I know where he's
from?
Because
say that, Jonathan?
Time out. He was threatening. He was threatening another.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain. But this nigga won't let me explain it. So the Sapo people, they left Granji, there where we're from. And they left the Crown people because they said that the Crown people were too violent because the way people became chief or paramount chief, the two oldest sons had to fight each other to the death. So there was the time when the father died and his two sons are supposed to fight each other. The youngest son called Sadie, he said he didn't want to fight to the death. So he took his wives and his family and they kind of moved down south and settled amongst another crew group called a Clow, or what we call the crew people in Sino County today. And they're there, but they're like our little brothers. They kind of separated from us because they didn't want the violence that we practiced during that time. So, but we made a pact that anytime we're doing war, we'll be here for each other. So when the war came, we came back together and we fought the war. That's why General Budnick, Joshua Bly, was a part of the, during wartime we were one tribe.
And
what type of violence were y'all doing?
Like I said, for rulership, you got to fight to the death. Like if the paramount chief dies, because it's not about strength, right? It's about who's the strongest, who's the most.
Let me explain.
Let me speak, man. You get a chance.
You in college speak the whole night, man.
Because we're talking about Liberia, and you're not as well versed in Liberia. You just want to say shit about American-Liberian, and if you were in Liberia, that's not the shit we're talking about. Yeah, people trying to learn something. Let them learn something, bro.
The crew people are like the Aztecs. They're very violent.
He's doing similes and the metaphor. This is all he can contribute to the conversation.
Let the man explain.
I'm trying to give tribal knowledge. So when the paramount chief dies and he has two sons, right? And for example, for where I come from, it's called Bazon or Chin. The Chin people, or you have the forest people, which is called the Bobo people, right? The Bobo people, they're the ones that. Say that again.
You long-winded for no reason. I could explain this in 10 seconds.
I mean, I'm trying to.
The violence that happened when crew tribes fought each other and you lost, they would dig a big ass pit, and the losing army would just get buried the fuck alive, right?
That is not true. What are you talking about?
It was.
That's not true. I mean, this nigga just been making shit up. Maybe you learn that shit from some kind of Chinese anime and you think this is what's happening in Liberia. What's wrong with you, man? What's wrong with this nigga? That's not true. I'm trying to tell you things that I know from tribal knowledge, and you're trying to interject when you know nothing about what I'm
Let
talking
that
about.
man explain his
So
people what
the point
goes.
here is that these people, I mean, it's barbaric, right? You fight to the two sons will fight usually to the death, and then the person who wins the fight has earned his spot to be called the paramount chief because he's a warrior and he's a chief, an administrator, right? So you have to prove your warrior, bona fide by fighting to the death. So this group left from us, the Sarpo people. We speak the same language. They understand us. We listen to the same music. So they are people, but they left us and settled down south with other crew group called the Clow or the crew people in Sino. But General Butt Naked comes from a priestly group of people, what we call the Bodios. They're the chief or the Zoles, right? So his father was supposed to inherit his grandfather's priesthood, but his father was educated and he had a lot of worldly possession because when you're part of the tribe, you're not supposed to really have a lot of worldly possession because it separates you from the spiritual realm. So they passed his father up for the priesthood, and instead his father had to give an heir to take over his inheritance of the priesthood. So his father had to marry another crown woman, and they have to have a pure blood son. And that's how they had General Budnick. His father left his wife he was married to because she was from a different tribe, and then he married somebody from our tribe, and they had him. So at 6 years old, he became the priest, and then from there, so yeah. But we're pretty much the same tribe, but we've just been separated for like hundreds of years because they didn't want to be a part of the violence that was going on in our place. But yeah. That's why when you talk to him, you say I'm crime. The Sapo is like the offshoot of the crime people, but we're the same people. Yeah.
Okay, I
That's
got
it.
you.
You could go ahead, 1776, if you want to add to it.
Listen, and it's wanton, rampant violence. That's what the crews
Okay.
are known for, right? They said if a crew go to heaven, they gonna take over, right? They're gonna
That's not what it said.
Heaven.
The phrase is heaven was peaceful until the crewmen went there. That's the phrase.
So yeah, same difference, right? They like the crew. No, seriously, the crew, man.
No,
They like
we don't take shit, nigga. We don't
they
just take shit. That's all.
when they went to war, they like to fuck shit up. So when they capture people, they break the fucking leg. That's pain, right?
Wow.
They like there's a lot
Where
of
do you get that from? That they broke their legs? Where you get all that shit from? You're like sprinkling lies with some truth. That's what you're doing.
Do you see the type of weapons they had? Clubs, swords, spears.
So you just came to your own conclusion they were breaking people's legs.
Instruments of pain, man. That's what the crew people have, right? And they was also navigators, right? So they was bringing pain through up the river, down the river. And there's a lot of stuff that goes into that stuff that people don't really read and
Bro, do more
understand.
studies, man. You just infusing a bunch of bullshit with a little bit of truth that you know.
Yeah,
It's hilarious. They break their legs. Where you get that from?
Yeah, where you get this stuff from?
Now I was listening to John Blay. He said he always said I'm from the Southeast. He sounded like he from DC. Like I'm from the Southeast. He was threatening another senator.
Yeah,
he
the
was like, I'm from the Southeast. If you fucking come
let
down
me,
here,
let me tell you what
like,
the Southeast
come
is.
down here,
Relax.
like,
Let me tell you what the Southeast is. The Southeast is a part of Liberia that is on the southeastern part of the country, right? It's obvious. But amongst the southeast, the part of the country is where all the Kru tribes are settled, right? So places like Maryland County, where you have the Gribble people, places like Sino County, where you have the Kru people or the Cloud people, which is predominant. Then you have the Gribble also there, and then you have the Sapo. In Grand Jita, predominantly the Crowns, but then you have the Gribbles in the southern part of that county, and then down south you got the Grand Kru, which is the Kru people again. Then you have the River says the Bassa people, and then you have the Grand Bassa, the other Bassa people. But usually, Kala will tell you this: we have two sets of different tribes. For the Kru people, you have the seaside crews, meaning those people who live on the beachfront, who can fish in the ocean and who can navigate the sea, and then you have the bush gribble, those who live more in the forest area. Same thing with the crews and the gribble, those two groups. And then you have the Bassa. The Bassa people, the people that live in Grand Bassa, are seaside Bassa people who live by the ocean. And then in River Sets, which is more in the hinterland, which is where Dave that be on here, his people come from, or his mother comes from there. Those are the bush Bassas. So you always have two different kinds of people. People who are by the ocean, who fish and who navigate the ocean, and those who live in the hinterlands, who live in the forest. and they can be almost completely different people because the way they interact, the kind of magic they use, the kind of way they live is different. But the crew people, the thing about them is, of all the crew people, the most violent amongst the crew people is the crime people, right? We are like, I hate to say it because I don't want to be a supremacist, but we are like the head of the entire crew group. Most people don't know this, right? Now, our spiritual place is in Grand Jita. The entire southeastern place is called Mount Putu. Mount Putu is where the spiritual deity for all the crew people is. That's where they go for pilgrimage. But there are almost 1 million crime people, but most of them live in Ivory Coast. The second group, there's the Bassa people, which is like almost 800,000 Bassa, and then next is the Gribble, and then the crew people. But of all the groups, the crime people is the most violent. That's why every time you ask about the crime people, they tell you that we're violent, we're aggressive, and all of that. But they're the most violent. The most formidable tribe to the crime people is the Gill people from Nima County. And the people in Nima are very formidable. They're a strong group of people. But during all the wars that they fought with the crime people, the crime people, the last war we fought, we won that war, and we took a little piece of their territory. There's a place in Nima called Pabli District, where now you go to Nima, you see crime people living there. That's always been an affront to the strong people of Nima. They always saw that as an affront to them, that we took part of their territory and we kept it. So there was an animosity there for centuries. That's why when Samuel Doe took over, that wound turned into a civil war, and the crime people and the people from Nima started going against each other because that old hurt kind of was brought up because they felt like the crime people were going to dominate them now that they have national power, and as such they had to fight and get the crime people out of there because that was their historic enemy. So there's a lot of things that if you don't understand the tribal stuff, you won't understand what really happened in the country. But
Man,
1776.
this sounds like an episode of Gangland.
You gotta understand. When I heard Jenner like he talk, and he sounded like a nigga from DC. I'm from the Southeast. You don't come down to the Southeast. I got you.
That's like
That's
like a nigga telling you he's from Compton.
It's
a dangerous place to go. That's what it is.
So he's like, I'm from the Southeast, and then he started doing a little fix thing. I said, "Oh, this nigga's a gang." Hey, man, this
Nah,
dude
man, he disappointed me, man. He was a reformed Christian. Now he's going back to his old ways, and we don't want to
and
see
then the
that.
other guy, the skinny guy, he was like, I fought in the Civil War. He had a crew. He had like 10 niggas behind him.
The funny thing about those two guys is that Yeke Kolubak, he's from the other side of the country. He's from Lopa, which is the Mendes side of the country. General Budnick is from the crew side of the country. But Yeke is married to a crown woman. So his father-in-law used to be the former. His father-in-law is dead now. His name is George Dwyer. He's married to his daughter, who was a cousin to Samuel Doe. So he used to be the former Speaker of the House of Representatives under Samuel Doe. Yeke Koluba is married to his daughter. So Yeke is the son-in-law of Grand Jita County. So when they were doing that reburial for Samuel Doe, that's where he went down to Grand Jita and went there to pay his respect to his quote unquote his in-laws, because when you're married to a tribe, that tribe becomes your in-law. So that's what General Budnick was saying. Yeke is disrespecting the current president, who himself is from the same county as Yeke, but he's so disrespectful to the president. Budnick, or I won't even call him Budnick, Joshua Bly, being a supporter of the president, was trying to tell Yeke that he shouldn't be disrespectful to the president. Matter of fact, he's on his land and in his terrain and in his region.
like Scarface. He was telling them to check in.
Yeah, he won't tolerate no disrespect. So it was just a stupid thing that happened, but yeah. So
and they got another guy.
I mean, it's tribal wars, man. Liberia used to be way larger. Like a lot of the crew territory that's now part of the southern part of Ivory Coast was all part of this other land that's controlled by the crown people in that area. In Ivory Coast, right? If you go on Google right now, the name that the French have for my tribe in Ivory Coast is War. That's how they describe us. Our name is Guer, Guere. That's our name. They just call us War or Warriors. That's our tribal name there because that's what we're known for. So if you go to Ivory Coast, you know the Guere people. That's my tribe in Ivory Coast. The same people in Liberia, but in Ivory Coast they're called Guere. So that's how they describe us. They were just warrior people, violent people. Even the former president of Ivory Coast, Laurent Gbagbo, who is a crewman from the Betek group that is predominant in Ivory Coast. Most of his bodyguards, most of his closest fighter was the guerrilla people, the crown people of that country, because they're well renowned for being, warriors and very violent. So they're always, close to the president and was, useful to him during the war, in Ivory Coast. So
That makes sense. Now, Elvis, do you think your tribe should be more like in the military rather than in government?
I mean, my tribe usually they look. Everybody know themselves, like I said, right? Everybody know what they're good at. My tribe tend to be more in the military. There are certain things that the crew people are good at. There's two things they're really good at. They're good at sports. They're good at music. The down people or the guild and the modern people, they're really smart. They're the lawyers and the doctors and the educators. And then you have other people who are good at certain things. So everybody know
What
themselves
tribe is
best.
known for development? Who's the development tribe?
I mean, I don't know when you
The
said development
GO.
tribe.
Come on, Jonathan. Come on, man.
I mean, every tribe can be a part of
Every
any
tribe is
group.
known for something. We're looking for the
Yeah, any
ones that
tribe can be a part of
develop
any
the
group,
country,
but
nigga. Damn, Steve. I didn't even say America-Liberia. I said, is it the GO or some other shit?
no,
Calm
I'm
down,
saying
We
that.
know
Steve.
what you're getting at, Jonathan.
But
We
but
No,
know.
did,
you have to
man,
understand, Jonathan. Like right now, right? Our president, who is from Lofa County, right? He's a Kisi man, right? The Kisis are from, Sierra Leone and Liberia.
damn, how many
When
gangs y'all got, man? The
when you're
Kissy
in power,
tribe.
right? You have access to concessions, which is usually how Liberia is built. It was the same way during America-Liberian. It's the same way right now. When you have concessions, you have an influx of tax revenue, and sometimes you even have loans. Like even Tubman took loans to build our executive mansion, our port. Even that little documentary that Collar played that told you that the port was built by American aid. So a lot of the development that you saw, no disrespect to the American Liberian, but a lot of it was after World War II
Did you
when
That
Liberia was.
port, the
did you
free
see
port
what
was
the
built by
You know what? I think
the lend
Liberia
lease
should colonize Sierra Leone.
the lend lease
hey Jonathan, you
Yeah.
missed in that video when the white man, you saw how quick them natives was laying that fucking track? Man, I told you the white man's the referee of the world, man. They had them
Oh,
natives,
come on,
those natives was laying
1776,
track.
man.
They said 1 mile an hour. I said, God
Oh, okay.
damn, man.
I mean, this nigga, you are an exaggerator of the highest order, man.
Absolutely.
Love to exaggerate.
Man, when you first came on 1776, I was
Yeah,
for
but
sure
I'm
you was a
saying,
comedian.
but the natives were skilled as laying the track. I'm like, if they did it back then, why they should have a big fucking railroad right now, man.
No, but Tyler said the train tracks are
who
still
was
there. Just the
architecting the
trains
track?
ain't there.
1776.
I said the referee.
Who's the referee?
You know.
Okay. Man.
Niggas said the white man is a referee. This shit is crazy.
Yeah, man. But you saw how they
Hey,
laid the track.
listen,
They built the
1776.
whole
I mean,
development
Kwame, you
in
got to
3
see that
months.
video, bro. They did that shit in less than 30
yo,
years, nigga.
Oh,
I
man.
don't.
Hey, I was
That has never been done again, bro.
Yeah, have you ever heard? Have
the
you ever
native
heard about German
man.
engineering and efficiency?
Man,
You
listen,
know
you
what? You
saw
know that's one of the things that the Germans are known for.
But time out.
Their
You
engineering and
watch.
their efficiencies.
Did you see how the natives were driving them big trucks without CDL license, dropping that shit? I said, yo,
Yeah, because it's the Germans, nigga. The German will teach you how to do things. It's a blueprint. It's like fucking Legos, nigga. They just tell you how to plug things in and go.
Jeez.
You ain't gotta go to university to learn
But
it.
they built a fucking iron ore mine in 3 months. That's fucking
It's the Germans, nigga. It's not the
Germans are
Liberians.
very smart, man. Germans are very smart people.
But
Germans
it
are
was the
smart people. They're
Africans
great
laying the
engineers
tracks.
No,
and
they ain't
very
smart no
efficient.
more. They falling
The
off a
white man
cliff.
was just supervising. The natives built it.
Nah, not true. I mean, what's wrong with you, man? You just like to be on the opposite side of the truth,
They
man.
was you didn't watch the
Foundational
video.
Liberians, baby.
Yeah, the native
Foundational
Liberians
native
was building the
Liberians.
tracks.
Nah,
Yeah,
they
he was
taught
just
them. They just told them what to do. The plans are already laid out,
but
and
they
they just
built
Wait,
that
put.
wait,
in
wait, wait,
3
Alvis.
months.
So how did they go into civil war with an ally like Germany, some of the smartest people on
No,
the
no,
planet?
no. German was not our ally after World War II because
Oh,
the United States made Liberia choose during World War II because Germans with the Nazis they became the enemy pariah of the entire war. So Liberia picked the side of the United States and the Allies, and kind of neglected Germany. So Liberia became useful as a transitory point for refueling the fuel for the the U.S. and the Allied plane,
But
and
Jonathan,
then producing tires with the rubbers that we produced with Firestone. So Liberia was an integral part for the
and,
Allies.
and
So after the
Jonathan,
war, the United States rewarded Liberia with a lot of aid and a lot of
You don't think
bilateral
Liberia
but
agreements
hold
with
better
the
on, let me
off
ask
with
countries.
Germany
Jonathan a
as an
question.
ally?
Let me ask Jonathan a question. Jonathan, you ever seen any construction in Africa today go up that quick?
Nigga,
I mean, you're talking about railroads. Railroads are not as sophisticated as building a damn skyscraper, nigga. Just laying the tracks, putting the rods and the things there. It's not as sophisticated as
They
building
built
a
that. They built
I
that
live
through
in
skyscraper.
the
New York.
jungle.
I
They
live
built
in New
that
you
through
know
York.
the
They
what? You know
jungle.
what, bruh? The
I live in
fastest
New
thing that
York.
I've
They
seen
still
built and
building a
developed in
highway for
Africa
30 years.
is Ethiopia's newest airport. That motherfucker look like it belongs in Europe. Other than
What?
that, hell no.
Edie Abba?
Don't I eat
Addis
Addis
Ababa.
Ababa?
Addis
Addis
Ababa.
Ababa.
What the hell is you
They
saying?
didn't
This
Ghana
nigga,
just fin-
man, damn.
didn't Ghana just finish the airport also?
Yeah, I mean, look. The thing about these things is, if you do something so long, you'll find ways to cut corners and make it more efficient.
See,
No, it's not a miracle.
Kyla doesn't like that cooperation between the United States and Liberia, but is a profitable
Yeah, you gotta walk on
venture.
eggshells when you talk about Liberia
No,
with
the
Kyla.
Americans, I told Kyle all the time, even though you don't like to hear it, the Americans definitely helped Liberia. Even Tubman, we used to say all the time that
Yeah,
the Americans helped build.
hold up. But the thing is, though, Tubman knew how to play around. When Tubman would meet with Kennedy, it was like he was talking to his son, man. Tubman was way above these
No,
people, you know.
see,
Tubman
you
was
don't
able
get
to
it.
do everything he
Tubman,
wanted out of America and gave really nothing up. He really
but
didn't give
Tubman was
anything
a
up.
master. He was a master mason, and Kennedy was also a mason, so they
I know.
was
So
on the square.
Kennedy was like
now,
his
now,
son.
Kyle, is it true now? Did they off Tubman?
No,
Nah, the nigga was a habitual smoker and drinker and a hedonist. He died at like 70 something. He lived a long life. For
Nah, I
the way
should
he
have lived
lived.
to be 100. Liberia
And
would have been the world's top economy
He
right
died.
now.
He died in London. Tubman. I mean,
Well,
he
they
has his
killed him
good
in
and
London.
bad
I don't
side.
believe he died. I think they killed him. They
no,
Okay.
orchestrated that shit.
no, man.
They killed Bahari too.
Yeah, they clone him and they clone him again. They'll run somebody that look just like him in 10 years.
So you think the only way Liberia could gain back its status if the Americano Liberians get back in power, or you think they could
Look, they have a big part to play. To be honest with you, right? Like 1776 was just saying, and I'll be honest, right? The American Liberians are smart people, right? They are well educated. They have a different mentality than native because they live in America. They are very valuable to the country. That's the positive of them. But just like Kyla, just like 1776, and even Jonathan, they're arrogant as fuck. And that's a big no-no when you live with Africans, especially cool people. They won't tolerate it.
But
So if
Elvis,
you
the
can
one
work
for
with,
Liberia,
listen.
they deserve to be arrogant.
Now there you go. And then they deserve. If you say they deserve to be arrogant, then they deserve what
Hey,
they
I
got.
mean, say sometimes you get slaughtered for your arrogance, but at the end of the
Yeah,
day, they earned that shit.
exactly, Jonathan. So I mean, you can accept both things. So they are valuable to the country, but it's just that you know, it's like a nigga telling you ain't shit without me, nigga. Blah 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 blah. Okay. And then a
Yeah,
nigga
but
get
they
mad
right.
one day. Like the Boondocks say, you have a nigga movement, right? A
Think
nigga
about it.
movement, right?
Think about it.
listen, but the up is a up.
Liberia was a top economy on the global stage, not
No, it
Africa.
wasn't the top economy on the global stage.
No, I'm not saying number one, but nigga, it was in the top 25.
But
After
That's
World War
verifiable
II,
right
Jonathan,
now.
when most of the war was in tatters, bro. And I'm
but
not saying this
President,
to brag to what they accomplished, but you have to understand most of those things came from
Most of the world
concessions.
was in tatters, but they wasn't in that kind of tatters.
Listen,
President
Liberia
Trump
was
wished.
never touched by World War II. We never went to war in
That ain't true. The
droves.
Germans slid on them a couple of times with the
Yeah,
U-boats
but
and everything there.
not like that. But the point is that we had a lot of concessions, you know. So it inflated our GDP. It made us look like we was really thriving.
Kwame. They
So
had
yo,
50% deals. Africa ain't never had that again.
But President Trump wished Liberia
oh man,
a happy. He wished Liberia a happy Independence Day, man. So if the United States comes and invests and builds stuff,
You gotta
infrastructure.
talk to your Uncle Collar. If Collar agrees,
Hey,
then yeah, we'll
Kwame.
have a Navy base, but we're waiting on
Now,
Collar
since we're
approval
But no,
first.
no,
celebrating
Collar
Troy
is a
15% deal, these
Collar
niggas have 50% deal.
Collar has the
Wait,
Hold on,
Collar has
Collar
the
trying to speak. I want to hear what he's saying. What you say, Collar?
wait,
Yes,
Alvis.
yeah, U.S. base over my dead body. Yeah.
So
Collar has
it ain't gonna happen.
time
If
out.
Collar, if Uncle Collar said no, then it's no, man.
But Collar has the
said Collar.
mentality of a slumlord. He wants it to be fucked up so that he
Hey,
can be king.
Oh
You know.
no,
hey,
no.
Alvis said Collar. Did
Oh,
Liberia have 50%
hold up,
deals?
hold up. We're
How
like,
they lose
we're
that?
like inches away of basically, like I said,
Nigga, they had a
people.
coup.
Look. Let me say something, right?
Oh man.
1776 basically hasn't been in Liberia, right? Look, I used to think the same way as he did, right? But when I went there, man, it dawned on me. It's like, damn, this country is like really at our feet. The only thing that could stop us is if the United States came over here or whatever. So we keep America out of Liberia, and we pretty much got a country back. You know, yeah, that's what I said. We can let the natives have the government, man.
Honestly, I wish Liberia I wish Liberia becomes a territory of the United States, like the Virgin Islands or Puerto
There we
Rico.
go.
That's my ultimate goal.
Brother, hell no. The U.S. Virgin Islands is
First
trash.
of all, Liberians don't respect America like that. You know, it's Africa, bro. This ain't a fucking Caribbean, Africa. You know,
I don't know about that, Colin.
Collar, we get you know who our keynote speaker at our Independence Day thing is a Black American senator, Charles
Yeah,
Dunn.
hold on.
Not senator, but representative.
Let me say this, right?
Yeah,
I
you
don't
get a
give
great
two shits
speech.
about Black American senator, whatever like that, because most Black people in the Black Americans in the U.S. government are nothing but a bunch of bootlicking niggas.
Oh,
You
Collar,
know,
you want your people to connect with the continent they're doing, and now you're castigating it, Collar. Damn.
I don't give a two shits about that. The bottom
Collar
You
is
line
just
like
mad it
is,
wasn't you, Collar. Next year we'll make it Collar Genesis.
hold up. This is the tensions between American Liberians and African Americans back in the days. Back in the days, you know who called them? It was Andrew Young who called American Liberians Uncle Toms. No, because they saw the world differently. You know, Liberia's always been a patriarchal, right wing type of country. The so-called African Americans came over there under the behest of the United States government as boys.
It was their arrogance, Collar. That same arrogance followed them, right? In Liberia, we have a saying: a monkey can never leave his black hand behind.
Who's Andrew Young to come over to Liberia and tell them what to do? Who the hell the fuck is he? You know?
See?
You know?
So you had a foreign minister who went to the White House and tried to fight a nigga at the White House, bro. Because of that arrogance. Arrogance is a bad thing, bro. It's never a good thing.
With all due respect, Andrew Young was a certified coon.
Seriously, that's so bad. Yeah, Andrew Young is the reason why we don't have Soul City right now. He talked to get Soul City.
That dude was a coon.
Andrew Young was an alpha coon.
So he was over there. So him to calling Liberians names was like a non-starter. You know, it's like, man,
I mean, at the end of the day, it's not like those American Liberians wasn't talking to Dr. King and Malcolm X and all these other people. They knew these niggas was a coon.
Yeah, so they want.
Nah, but Charles, you know who? Collar, what you think about Charles D.B. King? Was he the biggest coon in Liberia?
Hold on. American Liberians are like this. We've been all the time after the Civil War, 1800s, whatnot. We came over here and we've been independent, governing ourselves and whatnot. You guys don't know what's like. So how you guys come over here and tell us what to do? You guys have no freedom, no autonomy in America. That's what I loved about the American Liberians. They looked at Black Americans like, "Who the fuck is you? You know, you come over here telling us what to fucking do."
That's what I was telling you, Jonathan. Them niggas was arrogance to high heaven. Arrogance,
and that
man.
was good. That was good. That was a good
How
thing.
can you say that was good, Collar? Like Jonathan saying, he wanted you guys them to embrace you guys, and bring you into the fold. But you didn't want to do that.
I could have went to Liberia and just basically did what I had to do. I wouldn't have been over there like the Andrew Young telling them, "You should do this, you should do that, you should vote like this." Look at him like, "Who the fuck are you?" The United States. This is what they always do. And they'll say the U.S., the United States wants this, and they look at you like, "Yeah." You know, or Senator such and such. Well, we got senators here. We're a government. Liberians always stand on the fact that we are a country, a flag. J.J. Roberts first said it to the president. He was like, when you look at it, man, when he went on and got recognition from the Queen of England for like his country, He said, "I'm on the same level as George Washington and Thomas Jefferson." That's the way they saw themselves. I'm the founding father of my country. Right? Just like in this land, we're the in charge. That black people in America are always going to be subjected to somebody else. He goes, the Liberians always saw themselves as on top of the world because they rule themselves.
Yeah. So they shit. They didn't share a nigga like 1776 could tell them.
Oh no, he would like I said. So 76 went there and told him you to bring U.S. Navy. They'll laugh you the fuck out of Liberia, man. Get the fuck out.
Listen, man, I'm ready
You
for the new.
You could have been somebody's driver.
The new Liberia is going to have strong.
You go over there telling you like this, they'll throw you a banana. Say, get your fucking ass out of here. Go back to America.
They'll take him to Bella Yella.
Yeah,
listen, when I come down with my Maryland crew to Maryland County, that's where I'll probably be in Maryland County.
Do you know what happens in Maryland County?
Don't be talking this crazy shit you talking. The Grebos down there, no joke, man.
Yeah. You ever heard about a group? You ever heard about something called the Boyos? You know what the Boyos are?
Yeah. Tubman punished them. They had a lot of human sacrifice. And
okay, but Tubman's not there no more, but they're still there. So go there.
The military in there arrested all
the military is not there no more, but they're still there.
He arrested all them niggas, gave them a
summary. Don't lie to yourself. He arrested all of them. There's a lot of them still there.
And he went through. Because you had like them Buffalo Soldier type dudes. Tubman had a serious police force, right? And they didn't fuck around.
Tubman's dead and gone, bro. What are you talking about?
They had GPS before GPS. They ran up in the jungle, grabbed them niggas, and punished them, man.
Okay.
Because that was all in the newspaper.
Yeah,
I think they killed.
Tubman eradicated the Boyos. Go there and see and see if they're still there.
Listen, man.
They would just know. You know the Gribbles are highly. They're highly magical people. Just by seeing your ass, they'll tell you the kind of spirit you got, and they will jump on your ass right away.
Listen, man. I'm coming down.
Black people. They'll jump on your ass right away.
Who that white woman in that car?
That's the Queen of England.
Queen of England.
Okay. I'm coming with a crew, man.
All right. They'll blow some cassava dust, and you won't see shit. You'll be blind for the next 24 hours.
Jeez. Listen, man. Let me tell you something.
Better go there with the power of the Lord Jesus Christ.
You go over there all you want, but just don't be talking about a fucking U.S. military base, man.
Listen, man. Donald Trump loves the president, man.
Let me tell you something, right? Liberians are very superstitious. They see the CIA everywhere, They think you're
no, this is just a figment of your imagination, man. Liberians are Americanized.
I was arrested in Liberia.
The kids listen to hip hop.
Dude, I was arrested in Liberia, right? You know what I was arrested for? I was
for what?
Camera in my hand. They thought
I was arrested for talking shit.
I was like this, and it was like, well, you blah blah blah. I was like, dude, man, this is not the border. I was like, well, people come in from the border. You shouldn't have your phone out. Whatnot. They fucking arrested me. Whatnot.
Yeah, for talking back, man.
You went to Africa to get the cuffs put on you?
If you over there talking about fucking stuff like military stuff like that, you don't want to be running up into Liberian police or the military. They talking all that shit like that. They'll think you're an insurrectionist or something. I'm serious. I'm trying to tell you, forewarn you. Go over there talking all that stupid shit, man. Keep that.
You have to ingratiate yourself. You have to ingratiate yourself with a certain tribe, or you have to ingratiate yourself with power, man.
Nobody gives a flying fuck about your tribe. No one gives a shit. They don't give a shit about no damn tribe. Whatnot. This is not the fucking the rest of West Africa. This is Liberia. Culture is completely different.
How long was you locked up for, Colin?
I was detained.
He was in there singing Akon song, locked up. They won't let him out.
Yeah, they probably put them handcuffs tight on that.
I wasn't locked up. I was just detained under arrest and whatnot until they figure out where they went through my passport and shit like that.
You was happy for that U.S. passport. You ain't want no. They saw that U.S. passport and they let you go.
It didn't really matter. Hold up.
That 1776 passport.
It wasn't even a passport. If I if I would have had images on my phone, right? They went through my phone and saw that I was not taking pictures and whatnot, and so they said, "Well, we got nothing to hold them on," so they let me go. And so I said, "Told them like the passport is just my ID." And I said, the girl sitting there looking at my passport and whatnot, it's all gonna give her a couple $. I said, snatch her, give me my fucking passport, girl.
You did do that.
And one
Stop
guy still
capping.
beat.
You
I did.
capping.
I snatched my ID. Yeah, she look. Oh, let me tell you. Let me tell you something about Liberia, right? Let me tell you something about Liberia. You go there, right? Everybody got their fucking hands out. You know, we at the
Collar
airport.
did say that shit, but he said it in his heart. He didn't say it out loud.
I say it like
probably
that.
had to change his drawers,
Exactly.
man.
Tell the truth, Colin Shane the devil. You didn't say it like that. Exactly.
No, I said no. I just said in my
You
mind. I
said,
said
"Mate,
that.
can I please have my passport back?" That's what you probably
No, I
said on
didn't.
my wallet.
Please. I said. As soon as the guy said, "Well, okay, you can go," and she's over there, my passport. I just went over there and snatched it out of her hands. Simple as
All
that.
right,
Man, stop
I'm dead
playing.
serious. I am dead serious. That's exactly what happened.
Collar, you know she sent that mosquito to bite you and give you malaria. That's why.
Man,
So,
he probably took 20
my
20
driver,
Luterman.
one guy, my driver's like, "Yo, man, shut the fuck up!" This and they're cursing each other out. They're right there. We had to pull them apart and whatnot, because the one guy kept running his mouth and whatnot, He just kept running his mouth. I said, get me away from this fucking
But
savage. Out of
like
here.
when Liberia forges a stronger relationship with the United States, the rule of law is going to
Hold on.
come.
Let me ask you a question, 776. You don't seem to get it. Nobody in Africa gives a fuck about America.
You don't watch TikTok.
Your thick head. Hold, you gotta get that through your thick head. They
Man,
use
you talking
America
about TikTok?
No.
Nobody
All the
cares
people
about
in
America.
Liberia, all the people in
Nobody
Liberia
cares
wearing
about
Jordans. They're wearing
America.
Jordans.
Liberia is just as old as the United States. It does not give a shit about America.
Like the younger Liberians are Americanized, thoroughly Americanized.
No. The only thing like they like rap music and fucking sports, but they don't like America like that.
Listen, they're thoroughly American. You have Liberians that are playing in the NFL now. They're Americanized.
Hold on. You cannot talk to somebody who's been to a country several times, talk to people, interview them and whatnot, and tell me you know what you're talking about.
What did Elvis tell you last night?
They don't give two shits about America.
Colin knows the past. He doesn't know the contemporary. That's his problem.
I'm a past. I've been there. I was just there 3 months ago. What are you talking about?
But you was in one location. You wasn't through the city.
I've been all over. I mean, Grand Bassa, Nimba. I was all over the country. Cape Mount. I was all over the country. What are you talking about? I traveled extensively throughout Liberia. I met many people there. Interviewed many people there. Well versed in the country. Telling you right now, Liberia is like the closest thing you're gonna get to an Afghanistan or a black nationalist state. They like it like that. That's the one thing the native people in America Liberia agree on. Liberia should remain a black state, and keep its independence and sovereignty. That's one thing we all agree. Everybody agrees on. That's something I could work with.
The Hebrew Israelites are in Liberia too. They got a chat.
Everybody. It don't mean it. What does that mean? If
Wait. Where about? Why are they in Liberia?
No, the United in Christ, they're in Liberia. They're looking for the lost tribes.
So 7076, man, you're ruining my fucking show.
Why are they in Liberia, man?
I don't know. They want to go to Liberia. They want to go to Liberia, because over the years, people listening to me, a lot of it, listening to me. And I sold Liberia as a promised land. Really. That's what it is.
Okay. So it's you, Colin. You the reason why people go to Liberia.
I was the first one to freaking start talking about Liberia on social media when I didn't spread, Simple as that. Nobody knew about Liberia until I came along.
All right. So you put people on to Liberia. I got you.
He's not lying. Donis and Collar kind of made Liberia in vogue.
So Kwame, I was the one who did that. I'm not bragging nothing like that. I have a group called the Association of African Americans for Liberia. Association of African Americans for Liberia. I've been involved in this country deeply for years. Here's my moniker. I'm gonna change my moniker. Oh, hold up. No.
Hey, Kyla, why did you let Volvo talk to you like that?
Association of African Americans for Liberia. That's my group, you know. And so, therefore, that's the group that's going to spearhead. That's the main group that's linking Black America, Liberia. I'm going to make it to a major
Who just
organization.
joined the panel? Who just joined the panel?
Jonathan, you know.
Oh, okay.
So the bottom line. So, like I said, Liberia, like I said, they like African Americans. They love Black America, right? You know, they don't care about the U.S. government. They don't give a fuck about white America and shit like that. And they definitely don't want no U.S. military presence in that country. You know?
Like I said before, I had an opportunity to go to Liberia, but I didn't go.
Well, that's on you. That's on you.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, you had the opportunity, but that little thing called the money, right?
No, it wasn't that. Like me and my dad did some construction work at a lady house, and she was gonna pay for everything for us to go over there and do some work for her. So we didn't even have to pay for the plane ride.
Why should you do that? Because you got all these contractors. You know how many contractors you have in Liberia? Skilled contractors. Unlike Ghana, Liberia actually got real skilled masonry.
I don't know, like
contractors. You know.
Well, my dad met her at Lowe's in Raleigh, and she asked him, "Do you know how to do whatever else?" And did some work at her house, and then
You got
she was moving back
all that
to
in
Liberia.
Liberia. You got every kind of skill.
I don't know why she did that.
I have no idea, but the bottom line, you got all kinds of skilled
On
labor.
a serious
You
note,
got abundance of skilled labor. That's why I said Liberia could be booming. It was organized right, you know, because they got so much skilled labor over there. It's unreal. Mechanics, and like I said, there's no such thing as a car laying on the side of the road because it can't be fixed. The motherfucking Liberians will find that shit, you know. They'll find their way. Computers, no, they don't throw away computers, man. They're very resourceful. You motherfuckers with the tower, they be like from like fucking 1995, and all they did was put the new motherboard in and shit like that. Parts. The bottom line is these motherfuckers are resourceful. You know.
On a serious note, when are you gonna leave my country? Like when are you planning to leave our country? Like
who? Me?
Yeah, like
what's it do to you? You know, it's not your country. You know,
this is last show.
Why do you say my country? Why you say my country?
First of all, like I said, when people ask why don't they respect, I don't respect most black people like you. I don't respect you. You know, so why should Africans respect you? You have no power here. You have no say so.
I respect you. 1776.
I just was wondering, like, when is he gonna?
It doesn't matter. Hold on. You're a peon here. You know, the only people that can talk to me about leaving America is the white man. You know, because I respect him because it's his country.
Wait, so you got more respect for the white man, but not another black man?
I have more respect for the white man than somebody who's a bootlicking the white man.
That's interesting. That's interesting, Colin.
Hey, Steve.
Hold on. If you go to somebody's company, right? Who do you talk to? The peon worker, or you talk to the fucking boss? I only deal with the fucking boss in life. I only deal with friggin' people who got authority and power. I don't listen to peons. I don't answer to them, and I don't. They don't have nothing to say to me. Simple as that. Because you're a sidestepping coon too, Steve. You know, you're like 1776.
Hey, I respect you too, Colin. I respect you too.
Yeah, you're like a sidestepping coon.
He's going out. He's going out
what's on your mind?
With a bomb. Peace, Kyla. That's what I shade to the.
So,
man, I was watching Afro Think Tank video yesterday. You know, he had a little. Man, he's enjoying his time over there in Nigeria, man. Looks like fun.
Who?
Afro Think Tank.
He's a chief.
Yeah, I mean, the brother's actually enthralled with the country. He's he's really, he's integrating himself with the country. Unlike Kyla, Kyla just goes there and want to go to all the fancy spot. You don't spend time in the villages.
Exactly. Look, let me tell you something, right?
Respect Afro Think Tank.
Let me tell you something. Yeah, I go to the nice spots. So, like, I'm trying to showcase the best of Liberia. What the fuck? You want me to go to the fucking
The best thing in Liberia is the people in the village and to get the real culture of most countries.
Yeah, go to the villages, Kyla. Spend a couple of nights in the bush, man.
First of all, if you've been there live, there's no more villages left. You know that, right?
Oh, okay, Kyla. All right.
So I've been all through the country.
Samuel Doe's hometown has villages still left.
See, 1776 was telling you.
There's no traditional really village in Liberia. Most
Yes.
Liberians live
Oh
in
my goodness, man.
modern framed houses and whatnot. There's no
No,
villages.
but the interior of Liberia still has traditional
No, they
villages.
don't. They do not. I've been to the interior. They don't. All the times
What
I've
what
been
what
there,
what
all the
They
times I've been, all
absolutely
the
do,
times I've
Carla.
been there.
All countries in Africa have traditional villages there.
what river did you go up?
They used to have villages, right? But you cannot. Check this out. I've been through Liberia, and I said,
Oh
look,
my God, man, this
hold up,
guy.
man, hold up.
I'm
Years
starting to
ago,
question, man,
no,
because your
dude, man,
sources
are you
ain't.
gonna keep interrupt me when I'm talking? Well, what do I do for you to show me this disrespect all the time? I'm talking. Shut the fuck up, man. Oh, when I went years ago in 2021, when I went to Grand Bassa, right? The last 2 days I was in Liberia at that time. I said, now I'm gonna finally see some bushes, some villages. We're gonna go through where went through Harbel. We went through Parbell, then we came out.
Abel is not Grand Bassa.
I
Abel
know
is
that. I know that you got to go
Margibi.
through. Hold on, you got to go through Harbel to get on Grand Bassa Highway. So if you know anything,
Carla gets so triggered every time somebody try to correct him
you
right
don't know what
there.
you're talking about. You haven't been there.
How do you tell me I don't know what I'm talking about? I'm telling you, Abel is not Grand Bassa. You think you know that? You just confirmed what I said.
You got to go to where where the airport is. You got to go to Harbel, right? You got to go through Firestone, right, to get to the road that links to Grand. You could do two ways. You could do the road that links to a diner, a back road, or you could take Grand Bassa Highway. But the only way you can get there is through.
Carla, you know my mother family is from Edina.
So anyway, what I'm saying is this. The whole time I went through down that back road right there with this dumb, stupid idiot way he took us there.
Oh God,
Tour
God.
bus, right? It was like that. Went down that way to Edina. We took a ferry from Edina over to Buchanan right there. We I walked like a fucking mile in the goddamn heat and whatnot, and I saw his old church and whatnot with a fucking.
Did you go to a place called Bokonjide, Carla?
No, I ain't go there.
Of course not, because
I'll
you
check
just
this
went to
out.
the developed
I was
areas.
all in Diner.
There's
I was in
still
Bossa
traditional
Cove.
villages.
Look, would you shut up? Let me talk. I was in Bossa Cove, right? Bossa Cove. That was 2 years. 2021. I went down there. We went to there was no road leading Sunset Beach or whatnot. So we had to drive through Buchanan, and they also went through Sunset Beach or whatnot on this rocky road and whatnot. We're driving up there and whatnot. We went to Suncastle Beach.
Did you go to Orange Grove?
I said no. I went
Did
to
you go to Big Joe Town?
I don't know. I can't remember. I went all over the place. I can't remember call everything.
Okay. That's because you just went to a couple places and you think you went to the entire country.
I go to a lot of places. I don't know. I can't remember where every place I went to. I don't sit there and write all shit down. So I've been to a lot of places. So anyway, I'm driving through Grand Bassa, Buchanan, Grand Bassa. Then you could tell where the two parts of Buchanan, where the native people come from, and American-Liberians. That's right there where Hotel Buchanan is. That's fucking beautiful down there. It's like in a part of Manhattan and whatnot. It's beautiful. Anyway, you could tell back in the days what was what, because that area right there where Hotel Buchanan is looked like something out of a fucking old.
Colin, just went from resort to resort, man.
Hold up. So anyway, I'm driving around on the way down there, right? I'm seeing, like I said, it was the most scenic thing I've ever seen in my life. The closest thing I seen to a village was this lady had this she had a house, but she had this house, right? It was like a house, like a shed or something like that, made of mud and thatch, but it was not in the cone shape; it was in the square shape. That was the only thing I saw. I said, "Oh, finally saw a mud
Yeah,
house."
that's how most villages homes are.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is what 70 thing is he thinks there's still people living in the cone shaped mud house.
It's called you know what it's called, Carla? It's called Bangolo.
Well, that's good for you, Elvis.
It's called a bungalow, man.
Bangolo.
Anyway, you go to Thinker's Village, right? They have cone those shaped huts, right? But they're modern though. They got
You talking about Tinker Village in Pennsville?
Yeah, Thinkerville. Yeah, I go there all
Come
the
on, I
time.
actually live in Tinker's Village.
Yeah,
Tinker Village is actually
I go there all
they
the
have
time.
some nice parts in there.
So
Some real developed areas.
so what they did with Liberia is they use the like when you go to John Givazon thing, they use the style of a hut, but they're not huts. They're like plastic and
Yeah,
steel.
they're called what's the name for it? Palava huts. They're called palava huts.
Palaver huts, they say palaver, and they're like modernized huts. When I saw, that's what you saw. All I saw was palaver huts and that. I did not see any of the. I was hoping to see like now. I'll be honest with you, my friend Sam Cooper, right? He had in Marshall. He has like around 500 acres of land in Marshall, right? Now, excuse me, Gribby, near Marshall.
Margibi.
Whatever. Anyway, he's not too far from country.
I don't like correction, man.
He has like almost 500 acres of land, but he goes, man, he's a complete American-Liberian, but he has I guess he has it was like a traditional village on his land, whatever like that. And I said, Sam, you're a beast, man. He had his African garb on, and he was drinking palm wine and whatnot, and he was in the hut. I said, man, I gotta go
Palm
there.
wine, Kala.
Whatever. Anyway, what African God says, Kyle's right. There's very few traditional. They're not. The modernization.
Whoa. That's what I'm about to ask, right?
Hold up. Where you'll see only place you'll see traditional villages really is in Ghana.
Have you won? Nah, Kyle, a place like Nigeria, African goddess is speaking about Nigeria because a lot of people are wealthy in Nigeria to go back home and develop their villages, like the Igbos and the Yorubas. But in Liberia, there's a lot of traditional villages too.
Hey, hold up, Liberia, hold up. Liberia, I've been through Liberia one night. Maybe if I went to Elvis's place, Grand Gita, I'm probably gonna find him.
Yeah, you'll find something there, Kyle.
No, hold on.
I want to say this, right?
When you landed in Abuja, you literally could see traditional villages from the airplane.
Yeah, you can see. I don't understand why people.
What are we doing here?
What's the
why do people have to?
Yeah, Colin Captain talking about there's no traditional village. Like, don't try to oversell the shit, man.
I'm saying in your area, Grand Gita.
Kala is everywhere in the country. Every county has traditional village.
Okay,
let me ask the panel a question. Can I ask the panel a question?
You want like what for a lot?
What do we mean by a village? I thought like a village was just like
where you're not going to really see a lot of modernity, like houses that's built with cement. You're not going to see a lot of technology, modern technology. Places where you kind of see them living the way they lived like 200 years ago. So a village where all the homes there are made of mud and thatch, and you have dusty roads, and people still go to the creek to get water. Again. There's still villages like that in Liberia.
And they got that grassy thing on top. I don't know what it's called.
It's called tash. It's called tash.
That shit.
Then I guess most people in Africa don't really live like that, do they?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people do, especially people that live deep in the hinterlands. And then a lot of people kind of have a mixture of both. One of the things that we have in Liberia.
I will say this. That's who I call indigenous people who live in a traditional way of life. I don't call.
That's not a definition of indigenous, scholar. But let me say this, Carlos. I'm sure you noticed something we call the zinc shack. You see people who build their homes with just zinc, the zinc that people put on top of their house.
Those are informal settlements,
Yeah, they got those too. Those are for like the poor people. They just built their house with zinc
settlements and whatnot, But like I said.
So in the city, the main city area, you don't see a lot of mud house.
I think a lot of people in Africa, right? Many Nigerians should just give up the modern life and go back to the village life of hunting and gathering. I really believe that.
Life isn't really that bad because you don't have rent, you don't have the stresses of modern living. You can raise your livestock. It's a peacefulness to a village life, like living in the country, Steve. But yeah.
That must be a Liberian village.
Yeah, because you don't have no rent. You just gotta.
I agree with you. Like that's why I say like I don't really care about cities in Africa. Like, I don't care about cities.
Go over there. Hold on. Go over there. Go ahead. Let me.
Steve, whatever
you should have took that trip with your daddy, man. That shit would have been life changing for you, dog.
You're gonna be a victim.
I mean, it's eye opening. What would happen is you tend to appreciate your life more in America.
Hold up, check this out. The reality is when you basically in Africa, your car breaks down, right? And you're in the middle of nowhere. You can't call 911. You can't call roadside assistance and shit like that, and you're like,
I think y'all misunderstood
try that shit
what I'm
sometime.
saying.
They tell
But
me
in the
about living in
interior,
a fucking village.
you don't need a car in the interior of Liberia.
Hold on.
I think
You have river access.
Why don't you say something stupid? Everybody got cars, man. You know how you gonna
I'm
get?
saying in the interior.
Nah, there are roads in the interior. It's not as good, but there are roads there. People use their cars to
There
go
are
back to
roads
their
and everything.
villages.
I've been through the interior. I went all the way to the Guinea.
I mean, 1776, bro. You are so.
I think he
You're
just.
regurgitating white talking points, man.
I
You
think he
need
just
You
trolling
don't
me.
need a car in the
I'm getting
interior.
annoyed. He's saying stupid shit.
They live like Amish people. You know, they live like close to the line.
No, the hell they don't. You know, you go to Liberia in the interior and whatnot. You got
Yeah, there are like for a place like Gonza, right, in Nimba County, which is far away from Monrovia, but it's well developed. It would be considered a hinterland, but
you know,
it's well developed.
Jackie's a resort and whatnot. You know,
Places like Banga and Bone counties.
I would dive in the pool.
You know, it's kind of
I
developed.
had a bar. We had a restaurant. We had a nightclub. I had a friggin' ball. We stayed there for 3 days in Nimba.
Kyle, my point I'm trying to make is I don't care about none of that stuff you're talking about.
But Steve, what I care about, and I don't want to be.
You ever been to the bayou, the real bayou of 1776?
What, in Louisiana?
Yeah.
Nah, I don't mess with Louisiana.
See how people live on the side of the river there. Those old houses, barely any kind of amenities.
I've been to Biloxi, Mississippi. That's the furthest south I've been.
Man,
that's like 2 hours from Louisiana.
Yeah, like what African God is saying, right? Most people in the villages. The thing about it is, most people when they go back home, they can speak their native tongue, right? So if they get stuck, they can go to somebody. Most people speak English in Liberia, but in the deep, hinterlands, most people really can't speak English that well. So if you're in like Bone County, you probably need to know how to speak Pele, and then you can speak to somebody in Pele and help you get you to the nearest gas station or the nearest hostel for the night.
Right after we had that incident, and I was coming back one night, after I saw that lady with the monkey on her back, whatever like that. Well, anyway, the driver told me that he finally informed me that there was something wrong with the what's the part of the wheel, the bearings.
The wheel bearings, yeah.
So anyway, the thing snapped, right? So I'm stuck. It was so fucking hot, right? So I just in the backseat of the car, I said like this. He had to go and because he speaks Pele or not, and that was my driver Robert last year. He speaks Pele and whatever like that because he's a Pele guy, whatever. And so he had to go for 2 hours, locate somebody that's a mechanic, whatnot. He had to speak, whatever like that. But we're in the middle of fucking nowhere, and I'm like, I'm stuck, I'm stranded here. And like this, and also 2 days, I said tomorrow I was leaving Liberia. I said, man, if I miss my fucking plane trip, man, goddamn, I'll be pissed, man, because I'm stuck out there. So anyway, the bottom line is that we found the guy, came down there, and then I gave him like $50. Said, look, here's $50. Get me the fuck out of here. Do what the fuck you gotta do,
Did you say like to him like that, Carla?
Yeah, I said, get me the fuck out of here. I said,
listen, man, I hope when we reconvene this show, like Kyla can transition from a Liberian tourist to an actual citizen, man. Hopefully,
what's it to you? What is it to you? That's what I'm saying. What is it to you?
Nah, because
you're nobody. You've never even been to the country, a continent.
But I'm saying our country is moving.
Hold on. It's not your country. Look, if I want to talk to anybody, I'll talk to the fucking man who's running this shit. The fucking the white man. You ain't nobody, bro.
What
you just a tether to the white man, 1776.
So if I want to talk to somebody,
hey, I'm just trying to
be somebody bootlicking. Hold on. It's not gonna be somebody bootlicking and talk about when you leaving the country.
But one thing I give Elvis is assimilating into the culture and embraces America. You, on the other hand, you're rejecting America and its ideals. So
is this really your last?
I choose.
Is this your last live stream? Is it? I think you said Tuesday or something.
No. I can go a couple more days, but really need rest.
It's really time for you.
Get your rest,
Really,
Colin,
I'm
man.
gonna make
It's
this
all
the
good.
last
We
one.
really
good, man.
time for you to invest in Liberia, build a house over there,
Look,
and leave our country.
first of all, if you know anything, I already got a house over there. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, well, it's time to transition.
Hold on. You
Man,
can't tell me.
stop forcing Colin to do things you don't want to do, man.
Get him up. He's out of here. The
Oh,
fuck out of here.
Colin.
Come
Chill
on,
ass
I'm
though,
Colin.
bro.
serious.
Don't let the emotion get the best out of you, man.
Look, I don't mind. Look, if you're gonna have an honest discussion with me, that's fine. But if you're fucking trolling me or talking about, what it is this. He knows I'm winning. I'm winning. Everything I said I'm gonna do, I did. Right? People talk about Colin, you're getting old, but this old man fucking ran a show for a whole freaking year. It was a year
Colin,
ago
not old,
tonight.
man.
It was a year ago tonight. I started this show 1 year, and I gave 100%. I don't see nobody else doing that. I don't see guys 30 or 20 years younger than me doing this. I run a business. I was able to go to Liberia 4 times, 3 years in a row. Stay there, get a house, do all the shit like this. And I said, I got somebody on my platform who hasn't done shit is trying to pass judgment on me. No, it don't work like that. That's what I hate about the internet. People could freaking just come up out of nowhere. I don't know nothing about this guy. Don't know where he works. No nothing. He's giving us nothing about himself. Don't give us his name, his picture, nothing like that. But gonna come up here and run his mouth on me. No, it don't work like that. So when I do come back on the air, it's gonna be some changes here. I want to know who you are, who the fuck I'm talking to. I want to know what you do for a living, and all stuff like that before you can talk to me. And everybody's gonna super chat you fucking because you're gonna pay for the pleasure of my company. So the bottom line is that's what's gonna happen next time I come back on the air. So the bottom line is this free ride of people come up here running their damn mouth against me. I don't know who you are. At least I put all my stuff out there. Everybody knows I've been to the continent. I've been to Liberia. I know what I'm talking about. And so I don't have to be somebody telling me when are you leaving. Who the fuck cares? You? I can leave when I fucking want to. I can go to Liberia, come back. I can stay there. I don't have to stay there. I can stay in America. That's what's called being free. I can do what the fuck I want to do. I can come into Liberia. I can leave when I want to. I'm not beholden to it when not. But when I'm there, I make sure I enjoy myself to the fullest because I love that country.
Colin, look, can I? Who is this? Who is this? Hold on. This APO.
Oh, I don't know what.
Person.
I don't know. I don't care.
Okay, I'm just saying they just being disrespectful.
Say I don't know. I'm not gonna tell you how much I paid for a fucking house. Why people? I don't know who you are. What the fuck am I telling you for? People have this idea. If I don't know who the fuck you are, why are you asking me something personal? I can even see if somebody emailed me and said, "Kyle, I want to know this one now." Why the fuck I'm gonna tell you this on a public platform, my personal business? People think I think people got it fucking wrong. I think if people got it fucking wrong. They just come on here and they think it's a free for all and shit like that. They don't contribute anything worth talking to. And I thought after a year I hear some intelligent conversation somewhere I could build with whatnot. And I just said the black man in America, man. I'm telling you something. You guys are a big disappointment. Like I say, Liberians, I got nothing to say because at least they have a country that's theirs. The people who wrote the Constitution look like them. The people who wrote the Constitution were them. So if granted, our ancestors, whoever, American-Liberian, don't rule it no more. But the bottom line, as long as those people that run the country embrace what the country stood for and everything, I'm cool with that. And I
Kyle,
saw that.
I believe that America is my country as well, though.
I mean, look. I'm not. Look, America's my country too. But the thing is, though, I know that maybe because you've never been out of the country. When I'm in Liberia, I really do feel like I'm at peace. Because I'm like, maybe like I said, some people are different. Some people like myself, man. I demand respect. And I like respect and whatnot. I could tell by when people talk to me, look at me, whatever like that. I don't feel I get that same respect in America that I do in Liberia. Liberia, people treat me like a normal person. I like that. They don't have to treat me special, but I feel like a normal person and stuff like that. In America, it's all good, but I know this is somebody else's game. I can't be in the fucking same country as fucking these racists and whatnot and say like that. I'll live here because I was brought here. Unfortunately, of circumstances, and I was, and I said
that's another thing I want to ask you. What percentage of the population of America is actually racist?
Let me tell you, say this. It's very tricky, right? People think racism means you hate black people. That doesn't necessarily be true. Racism is about one thing. It's about recognizing and valuing and legitimizing and standardizing whiteness. That's all it is. If a person believes that he's white or believe in the idea of race that he's white or not, that there's something intrinsically special about being white and whatnot, even if he's your best friend, he's upholding a system that's oppressing you. That's the only thing that's basically black people have in America that's just holding them back, is the fact that we can never be white. Hispanics and all these other people cherish their proximity to what? Whiteness. The Irish people were treated bad, they said, but the one thing they had, was their ability. The salvation was the ability to be next to or be part of whiteness. Black people in America, the whole idea of whiteness is to protect whiteness or their civilization against black people, right? That's the whole way. So in other words, they have a system where everyone hates it. Even the African immigrants come over here. They want to be part of whiteness, even though they're black, right? And how do you be part of whiteness? Is you hate the friggin' thing in America. The slave descendant.
Kala. So, are you saying that African immigrants want to, be
They want acceptance by white people. That's what
Hold
it
on,
is.
Kyla. In the interview, Malcolm X actually talked about this when he talked about the hate produce.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole thing is about whiteness. Everybody wants to be near white. Some black people want to be near white. That's why we had the Blue Vein Society. And you got some people who want to be white. Everything is about their eyebrows proximity to whiteness. That's
I just want to be around. I just want to be around good people, no matter what.
There's no such thing. Look, that's easy to say that, man, but that's not the real world. When you become a man one day, you'll understand that. That's not as easy.
Maryland has a lot of black suburbs where people just live in their right mind. Outside of Baltimore.
Look, I live in a suburb. I live in my right mind. But the thing is, though, I understand the fact that the matter is I'm living in a country. I'm legitimizing a country that basically states that holds my people in contempt. Look, my individual life is fine.
Yeah,
So I don't basically judge the world by my life. If I judge the world by my life, my whole life, I would not be in this movement, right? Because my life has always been good, But I'm saying like this: when I look around and I'm seeing the level of hate our sisters have for themselves and whatnot, why they got to go out there and they got to put the fucking weaves in their head, why they got to wear the contact lenses and all the shit like that.
I don't think they wear. I don't think they wear weaves because they hate their hair. I think
yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'm not gonna play with you. I'm not gonna like this. Black women wear weaves because they're taught to hate what they look like. They bleach their skin because they're taught to hate what they look like.
I don't know any black American woman that bleaches her skin, but
it is. There's a lot of black women bleach their skin,
But Kyle,
look, the makeup, the eyelashes, all that shit is basically based on the fact that black women, when they look in the mirror, like, let me give you an example. I saw another woman the other day, man, real dark skinned sister, right? She had a baby that looked like the growing number of black women, dark skinned black women, that are having mixed kids and whatnot because they say they want their
white
kids.
men love dark skinned women.
No. They know. A lot of them are being abandoned by these white guys. So you got large numbers of black people, white guys that are getting black women pregnant and abandoning them, because of self-hate issues. So I see it all the time. Black women, like, you see these kids, like, you know that kid is looking at himself like, I look like my daddy, but my daddy don't want nothing to do with me, you know. And so the bottom line is this: self-hate among black women, the weaves and all shit like that, has everything to do with this American sick culture called white
Wait a
supremacy.
minute.
There's one Africa to wear.
You see
There's a
that
lot
in
of women in
Virginia?
Africa to wear
Because
weaves.
I don't even see that in California.
Hold on, let me say this right about the whole hair thing, right? Most black American women I know who wear weaves and stuff, they also wear their natural hair. So
Dude, man, let's stop it. Look, at this one place near place.
Now, why y'all making it sound like black women just wear wigs?
Hold
All
on.
races wear wigs.
Let me say this. Now, hold on. There's one place that I go to get some Italian food. Once I call Sunrise, right? Right next to Sunrise is, guess what? A weave shop, right? Now, I've noticed this, right? Every time I pull up there, right, the women are like they're ducking. They're like, oh, they don't want to see me go. I'm looking at them like, I know where you're going. You know, they either sit in their car, wait for me to go inside Sunrise or whatnot. Then they make a beeline to get in. Then they come out with that package when I dip in their car and whatnot, you know, and go off whatnot. And then
I'm
one
scared
time,
you might think that shit's true.
check this out. One time, I did something funny, right? I went inside, the girl said, oh, it's coast is clear and whatnot. And then also, I went back outside, right? And just stayed outside and whatnot. And she comes outside. She was like a deer in the headlight. I looked at her like, you got caught. I'm like, I know that ain't your head, your hair on your head, whatnot, you know. And like this,
Kyla, I see black women wear natural hairstyles all the
I know.
time.
I see a lot of black women that, but there's an awful lot of them wearing them wigs and the weaves.
The same women that wear the wigs
Hold
and the
on.
weaves be wearing their natural hair.
Check this out, Kwame. No, Steve.
Steve.
There's a lot of same thing. Steve, there's a lot of black women walking around with those blonde weaves. If you're dark, looking like Lupita with a fucking blonde wig on, man, come on, that's self.
Kyla, some people. I mean, some dudes be
I
dyeing
don't
their
see dudes
hair
wearing
different
no
colors.
fucking.
You ain't never seen dudes with dreads with the tips of
I don't see brothers
with
wearing
the
their
tips
hair
of their
blonde.
hair dyed.
Blonde. I don't see no bros dyeing their hair blonde and
I've
shit like
seen
they
it.
wearing weaves like
Come
that.
on, Kyla, you gotta
live
stop
some
it.
weird
They don't
shit,
dye their whole hair, but they dye the tips of their hair. Blonde, red, green,
Look,
blue.
Blonde,
when you see a
red,
black
green.
woman out there with fucking, see, Steve's a simp, you know. You see a black woman out there with a fucking blonde weave on her head. I feel like telling them one time, yo, sister, man, love yourself. Take that fucking shit off your head, you know. So bottom line is that's what it
Kyla,
is.
I'm not a simp, man.
Wait a
I'm just
minute,
telling the truth.
Kyla, in wig wearing Liberia.
Well, not really. Not really. You know,
Kyla.
not really. You know, not really. There's not a lot of people they wear wigs. A lot of Liberians have like nice hair. You know, it does. Look, it's like this.
Elvis,
Hold
just true.
on. You can wear a wig.
They don't wear wigs in Liberia like that.
Hold up. But when you got hair going down to your knees and your ankle and it's blonde or pink, there's something wrong. You know. Anybody have bone straight hair that's blonde and whatnot, you know, that don't look good. And you don't look racial ambiguous or nothing like that. That don't look good.
So you got to be racially ambiguous looking to have blonde hair.
Kyla,
They can get away with that shit. Racial
with all due
ambiguous.
respect, every sister ain't got to be so damn proud and with black pride to a point in which they can't live their life.
I think so. You know,
I'm gonna put it like this, right? Because
I think so.
I have three sisters, right?
If I had in my power, I'd arrest anybody with a
I believe in woman autonomy. So you know, once you look good and you keep yourself up and you're in shape, you can that's part of being.
Hold on. What about Ayanna Priestley, man? I seen her on MSNBC the other day. I just take a picture. She was like a black Alfred Hitchcock now. She bald and she gained weight with that. Not good, man. You know.
Yeah, man. When you get that type of congressional money, you're gonna put on a little weight.
French is ready to cuss.
Tyler just think women are there for his eye candy, man. You don't know women got agency over their lives, Tyler.
That's called objectifying.
Women are put here for our enjoyment, man. You know?
Once a woman's in shape and they
the
keep
Bible
themselves
did
up,
say that.
and I believe in getting a good grade of weave, like a Brazilian or
women in
Indian
Liberia wear weave like crazy. They got on those what we call struggle weaves, the blonde weave, the purple weave.
I never seen nobody with a blonde weave.
Tyler. Or what they do? Wait. What they do? sometimes they don't do the wig, right? But they'll cut their hair and they spray it gold or silver. A lot of Liberians want to do that shit.
Do they
Once the
do that shit
structure of
that
your
they do
face
in
is beautiful.
Nigeria, Elvis, where they had the white thing sticking out the front for some reason? Like they don't try to hide it at all.
What do you mean? What, the gray hair?
No, this
Nah,
like
No,
the when
Liberia,
you put a
yo,
wig on or some shit like that. They got the white thing
Oh,
sticking
like the
out.
lace front?
Man,
Oh,
that shit got
Liberian
to
women are
stop,
y'all, y'all,
different.
man.
y'all,
Liberian
y'all
women,
just gave me a business idea for Liberia. I can import weave.
yo, it's
Serious,
1776. You are
that's a
getting on
nice
my
little
last
business.
fucking nerve, man.
Just relax, bro. You're on thin ice. Don't let Kyle kick you off again, man. Damn.
Yeah, man. Walk on them eggshells,
But
brother.
that's
Like we said in Liberia, man. Don't play with Carla Pepper Bush, man. That's his Pepper Bush. Don't play with it.
So
But
yeah.
bottom line,
Don't
listen,
don't.
The point I'm trying to make is I got 3 sisters, right? And they dye their hair sometimes blonde. They wear
you should put
afros.
your
They
foot
got
down,
weave.
man.
They
Put
wear
your foot
Yeah,
down.
my sisters too, man. I got 3 sisters too.
exactly.
Yo,
So my
Yappy,
point is trying to
put your
wait.
foot down.
Now, like I said,
Just,
I don't. Let me finish. I don't like I said, I don't like weaves and whatnot. But to say it's self hate or
But
whatever else, that's not
tell them
true.
that. Tell your sisters that. I don't like weave.
But Carla, they're
No, I
not
tell them
living a
all the
life for you,
time.
Carla.
I
What
tell
they
them
got to
all the
do with them
time.
that you don't like
You
weed?
gotta tell your sisters. You gotta do that,
I tell them all the time. But at the
honestly,
same
I don't like
time,
weed. Tell
honestly, I'm
shit
gonna
that
keep it
I don't
real.
like weed.
I'm
You
gonna keep
gotta
it real.
tell them like you mean it. You gotta tell them like you mean it.
I'm gonna keep it real. I'm
No, the
only
only thing
concerned with the woman I'm dealing
I
with.
tell my wife, she was
If I'm not dealing
flabbergasted
with
when
a
I
woman,
told her I don't like her wearing eyelashes. She's like, what's wrong with that? I'm like, that shit make you look like a hoe. She said, no, everybody. I'm like, no, I don't like you wearing that shit at all, bro. It make you look silly as hell, man. So what she does, she do a
man,
little, mascara,
I
and she do
tell
a little
my
thing where
sisters
she
all the
kind of
time.
buff it out
Oh
a little
no,
bit.
oh no, yo, oh
But no
no.
fake lashes.
Yo, we've been poking the bear. Everybody be quiet. Here goes Frenchie when I about to tell us about hair. Well, woo. I think I said the wrong thing. Hey, what's up, Frenchie? My queen. What's going on? I'm trying to suck up now.
Hello, Kala.
Really, Albert. Hello, Color. And hello
We
to
got
some
you
of
now,
you on the
Pat.
panel.
We got you now, Pat.
Yeah.
it's time for me to go.
Mhm. So, I just wanted you to explain what you meant by good hair.
Oh, me?
Yeah,
I
someone
like
made reference
look.
to good
I would
hair.
say like this. My favorite hairstyle in black women is like an afro right there. But it's also part like you know how you take braids and stuff like that, locks and stuff like that. And that's what I love. Look, I've seen so many sisters out there with beautiful hair that's natural and they let it grow. Look, if you stop putting the chemicals in your hair and the weave in your hair will grow, right? Black woman's hair grows up from their scalp to the sky, right?
Carla, she asked you about the good hair comment.
Hold
Good hair just
on.
means you can run your hand through the hair
Look,
without a
black
hitch.
women, hold up. Check this out. When a black woman has a hair and she's pulled down, white women, Asian women, their hair grows down. You know, so black women are not supposed to pull their hair down. Their hair doesn't grow down; it's supposed to grow up. Your hair has to grow to the sky if you let it grow up. You know, that's the problem. That's why black women out here being bald because they pull their hair out. You know, so
Carla, but what is good hair, Carla?
good hair is a
It
hair that's hair.
means
As long as
soft
it's on your
hair.
head, you know, it's on
There
your
we
head.
go. It's the hair
Soft
that's on
hair you can
your head.
run your hands through.
Oh, okay. So
You
The
can
hair
run your
that's on
hands through it.
any hair that's on your head, man, is good hair. You know.
there you go. That's the right answer,
The
Carla.
definition of
You
good
Yeah, but
hair.
What Tyler,
so
what
long as
Definition
Tyler
of
trying
good
to
hair.
say is good
look,
hair is
so long
anything
as
that's
it's
non-black
natural
hair.
and it suits you, you know, it suits you, you know.
But
let
Wait,
let Frenchie finish, guys. Let Frenchie finish.
wait. So, okay, I do agree with you, Color. We do have hair that defies gravity. Great. But in order for the hair to grow, you need to sort of manipulate it, aka maybe do some sort of braids. It could be box braids, cornrows, whatever you like. So you do need to manipulate your hair a
Yeah,
little
but
bit.
not weaves though.
And
Weaves destroy the hair. Also,
I agree. I agree. I agree. I wouldn't say weaves. I'd say more wigs. But
yeah, Show your hair follicles.
Listen, man, I love a woman that put an iron comb through her hair and get it nice and soft. You know, like that's
What?
Yeah,
No,
that's
that's the
true. That's
worst
true.
thing that you can do. That's the worst thing that you can do because that's going to damage your hair.
yeah,
But
like see.
Callum,
I ain't seen nobody
so
with
what do
that
you think
hair
about
growing up.
braids, Callum? What do you think about braids? Because
I
you're not
love
using
braids.
your
I
natural
love
hair in that
cornrows.
sense.
I love corn. Look, I love cornrows and braids, but the only problem is black women, right? Black, because where I live at, right, all the young girls it's just like as soon as a woman girl turns 15, she's too good to wear cornrows. She start putting weaves in her head. I'm like, yo, like you're so beautiful with cornrows in your head, beautiful, all these kind of styles. But the bottom line is, most black women, I hate to say this, most black women think that they gotta attract white men. Black men love hair like this.
Carla, I see a lot of black women with dreads now. I don't know, braids,
But
yeah,
Steve,
braids.
Yeah, they'll wear dreads for like a week.
you
Then
can
go right back to their freaking weave. Now
I can
hairstyles
sit
like
a
this, hairstyles like that's beautiful. That's cute.
I could sit at Panero Bread and look at a black woman. If she
That's
has
her hair, like
long
that.
hair,
That's nice.
if
That's
she has
great.
long hair, I know she's disciplined, right? I know she's using the proper oils. I know she's taking care of her hair. She's using the right shampoo. Like, you know what I mean?
So in other words,
So
this girl doesn't have long hair, short hair, but it is pretty, right?
yeah, well, she's not too disciplined, like for a black woman to have.
Short hair, I have no problem with short hair. Look at that hairstyle. You don't tell me that girl look hot.
Oh, that's a Yvette Carnett hairstyle.
Yeah, that give me stud vibes.
Kid and Play.
Give me stud vibes.
That's a hairstyle right
But
there.
wait, it's comments like that you've got certain black women that just won't wear their natural hair. You see, and some black women would argue that black men don't like natural hair. They prefer their women. I know you do, but that they prefer their women
Look at that.
to
See,
wear weaves
that's
and
natural
wigs,
hair, right?
etc.
Look at that hair. That's all
That's just a
dread.
lie that they say just to justify what they do.
Yeah, that's a lie.
Okay,
It's not a lie. It's not a lie because Lupita's very much natural, and the amount of bashing she took
Lupita
on
dates a
social
white
media
man.
because I don't blame her because the amount of critique that she received were from black men disrespecting her hair, the
She
way
wants
she
to have a
looks.
baby with
You
good
guys are
hair. That's
lying.
why she wants a baby with good hair. You got to watch those dark skinned women. They love a white man, especially in Maryland, man. Dark skinned with the natural hair. That's a white man's gem, That
Dude, man,
Lapita
shut up,
skirt.
man. Man, stop it. Like I said, right there, that's beautiful. Like that. That's what Lupita had in Black Panther. I love that style right
Who the fuck is Lupita?
Lupita, the girl.
You don't know her, Jonathan?
You don't know who Lupita is?
Hell
Lupita
no. Now who is
Nyong'o.
Lupita?
She's the lady in Black Panther. She's the lady in 12 Years a Slave. I don't think Jonathan watches movies like that.
Now she's not an
Yeah, I
A
really
class
don't.
actor. She's more like a C class actor. But
No,
Look, the thing about it, Carla, most black women, their mothers damages their hair before they turn 13 years old. So now they're fighting their whole life trying to repair, man. So they're permanent,
that
they're
hairstyle
pressing,
right there. Hold up.
they braid their hair too tight.
That's how black women used to wear their hair back in the 70s.
that's when the men were in the house.
Can't have no.
Now look at that hairstyle right there.
No
I would
problem for my
love to have
daughter.
a woman with a hairstyle like that, right? But the bottom of the average black woman will not wear hair like that.
No, the thing about it, a lot of women don't got that kind of hair. You got to know the different texture in women's hair, Carla.
Hold on. First of all,
Some women have thinner
I
hair.
knew a couple sisters that had their hair like that. Look beautiful. A week
You're not
later,
hearing what I'm saying, Carla. Some women have just really thick, bushy hair that can do that kind of shit, and some women got more thinner hair
a lot
that
of
tends
black
to break.
women, they'll wear it for like a week, and then next thing you know, they're back to weaves and freaking.
Oh, yeah. I would tell me, the reason we put the weave on is because it protects our hair. So I'm like, I said that to her, and she got mad. I'm like, you think God made you? God made you with the idea that you need another person's hair to protect your hair? That should make no sense. But it's hard, bro, man.
That's the issue going forward, right? Because we look. I said I can't live a lie. I can't live a lie. You got women out there. Look, they will say a dab will do you. Okay, you can wear extensions here and there and whatnot. But when it gets ridiculous, when you see somebody with a fucking hair all the way down their back and whatnot. And
But it's harder for black women, Kyla, because the style your hair, right? It's harder for them. But white women, you can just brush that shit, got a comb, it goes right through it. But with them, they got to comb it, they got to do it this way, got to make sure it sits this way. So it's like a pain every day to try to do that hair when you're going out the house.
And that's another good
That's
point,
another
though.
thing.
A
Hold
lot
on.
of
That ain't true either.
I wouldn't say it's a pain. It just takes a lot more care
Y'all
and
might want to be
maintenance,
around some
and it's
white
a long
women at some
process,
point. That
but
shit
it's
ain't true at
worth
all.
it.
White women don't
I
take a
mean,
long time to do their hair, Jonathan?
Hold
Hell
on.
yeah, they
Let
do. They
Let
shit
Frenchie
get
finish.
nappy and tangled like a motherfucker.
I wouldn't know. I never with a white woman, so I don't know.
Like,
well, Carla, I hope you hold the men accountable too for getting fake hair transplants and fake beards and stuff.
Niggas wearing the piece.
You know, seeing as we're talking about the women.
transplants.
Yeah, I seen that stuff on
Yeah,
YouTube where dudes be wearing those pieces
black men.
glued on their hair. You never seen it, Carla?
Only white guys. I think that was only white guys.
Carla might even be suspect, man. The way he got a
No.
full head of hair at his age,
Deion
we might have to tug at it a couple times to see if it's for real.
I don't have my hair freaking line goes all the way down to my freaking eyebrows. What are you talking about?
You know dudes that go to the barber shop and they gotta go in the back to get their hair cut? But they gotta give you that Jefferson haircut. Make the front ball and the back with a little fade, and then put the little glue on there and put a little piece on there. Yeah, they got it from
I
there.
have jeans because I have a thick hair on my top of my head, whatever like that. I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, none of my grandparents.
Jonathan might be thinking about going to Turkey. His hairline starting to go.
My question would be: all the men that are asking for women to wear their natural hair, what do your exes look like? What hairstyles did they have?
I mean, when we were younger, we can't be picky, right? So I dated with girls that wear wigs. You know, a lot of them. I mean, I'm not gonna pass it up because she wear a wig.
Look, it all depends on the female, right? Some women can get away with wearing blonde wigs, whatever like that. They can say, okay, look at it. But some women, you got it like this. Look, my whole thing is not everybody. Look, why is it let me say this, right? And I don't want nobody to get mad at me, whatever like that. I come from a Creole culture, North Carolina, right? And our Creole culture is like we're like the closest thing you're gonna get to white supremacy and white. They're like my grandmother.
We could tell.
Thank you for admitting that, Carla. Thank you for it.
Hold on. No, let me say this. That was one side of my family. That's just one side. My grandmother used to always say that a woman's hair is her crown and glory. She always said that God gave women hair. That's the only thing God gave her, right? Is her hair, to cherish, and that's a symbol of what attracts a man. That's her thing. Her beauty is her hair. That's what God gave her. And then she also said, if a woman do not have long hair, that's what the whole thing we always were. If they don't have long hair, because like my aunts, my sisters, all over there had long hair. She said it was like they were cursed or some shit like that. That's the way they used to believe, That's where that colorism and that texturism, all that shit comes from. We believe that shit. We believe that God gave women to have nice hair, long hair, whatever like that. If you didn't have long hair, that you sinned or something like that, you did something wrong, whatever. You sinned against God or something like that.
But it's true, Kyle.
Women who didn't have long hair.
Did you just say that shit is true, Jonathan?
Yep, grandma's
that
right.
Women without long hair is cursed. Is that what you're saying?
Whoa,
hey man, look at the African continent, bro.
That's why I get on your ass, man. Pause, man. You just full of shit, bro.
That's just ignorant because women wear weave, period, worldwide. It's not just exclusive to African women. So what's your point? A lot of black women in America wear weaves. So now what are you going to say about that?
Yeah,
a lot of black women have long hair. You just wouldn't know until they straighten it out. The way their hair grows is curly, doesn't grow straight out.
And it shrinks as well.
Yeah.
Our hair shrinks.
I don't know. I think it depends on where y'all live at, because I be seeing black women with natural hair all the time. So it's kind of
whatever.
Everybody,
you assume that sometimes it's extensions.
It really varies where people live.
Oh, let me get Ola on. I guess Ola has something to contribute.
Oh, I gotta say something about their weaves.
Of Culo.
No, I'm watching you people talk about hair. That bring me to boycotting the African hairstyle. The African hairstyle.
Hey, I knew it, man. Always a scream, man. Go ahead,
No. It's just, Carlos, you show your hair like, okay, what this boycotting African saloon again in America? Carla, you see what I see here in the United States is the audacity of superiority of the Black Americans against the Africans in the
What are
United
you
States.
talking about? I didn't even bring up
Let
that.
the man finish. Jonathan just regurgitated some white supremacist talking point on some.
Is the audacity of some Black American superiority against the Africans, and it will always become a conflict. See, I think the
What
problem
about the women of Angola, southern Angola? They got the longest hair, and the women of Chad, they got real freaking long
A
hair.
lot of those people have admixture of non-black
No.
DNA.
Those women in Angola are not admixture. That's where my ancestors come from. They had really long hair.
Carla, of course you would say some shit. Man, Carla, your ancestor came from the most bushiest part of Angola. They ain't had no long hair.
Where's your ancestors from, Carla? Where's your ancestors from?
What?
Where's your people from?
Carla is a consummate tether. He likes to tether onto people that he thinks is great. Because these people got long hair, you think that's where his ancestors come from.
I'm
do you know a lot of
Congo
Ghanaians?
River, Angola, northern Angola, southern Congo, right there.
So you think your people came from people with long hair, Carla?
No, I didn't say that. I was just joking, man.
Okay, all right. Because I was about to say.
Carla, do you know?
Those people come from the south part of Angola. I come from the north part.
Do you know some Ghanaians also have a lot of Congolese also in them also? Because they were bringing Congo to also dig the mine there also, and during the Ashanti war, I think that's why the Ashanti took you when your mother is Ashanti, you can be an Ashanti, maybe because of those wars then, So the Africa is heavily mixed with all kind of different type of people, migration and everything. If I take my DNA, I'm from that side called Nigeria. If I take my DNA, don't be surprised you can maybe see me Gabon. You understand me? I don't know where my ancestors where they come, where they're wandering, where they come from, and all these things before they start forming this tribe and everything. So West Africa is heavily mixed with each other. They come in a little bit the Congolese also. You understand? So we just don't think everybody come from real where is really coming from.
I mean, Kadola, do you appreciate black women's hair?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. That took you a while. To answer that, Kadola.
Oh man, you gotta pause there, man.
No.
He appreciated black woman hair, but ain't nothing like running your hair through a Dutch woman. Tell him, Kadola.
Kadola said he's never had a black girlfriend. Nigerian man was never had a black girlfriend. That's amazing.
I was shocked.
Jonathan, that's not right. He loves black women's hair, just like Dutch women's hair is better.
He did not say that. Don't come and bring your supremacist mindset to Kadola.
Don't bring what I'm not saying because
Kadola just don't know what he's missing because he never had a black woman. So
which is true because
don't believe that.
Those side man, you need some money to roll those things out there.
Yeah, Kadola said he's like 7'8", 7'10". I don't know how tall he is, and he's never had a Nigerian woman.
No. I'm 6'8".
6'8", I should say, not 6, but 6.
6'8". Without shoes. Shoes, I'm on 6'9". You have to know I was 6. When I was 14, I was already 6 feet.
I just don't believe it, Kadola. I guarantee you, an African woman would have put juju on you so you fall in love with her. There's no way you skip them. There's no way you skip them.
Kadola, what college you pay for?
It's just the money. What? You don't have money, you don't roll like that.
Hey, Ola, so you 6'9", right?
He played ball in overseas, not in the U.S.
No, I've never been to
U.S. for Germany.
I've visited the U.S. a lot of times.
He played in Germany.
Like Germany, right? Average 2 points per game.
I think the first time I met other African countries like Ivory Coast was through all West African University game. That's when I even met Senegalese in my life. I was like, wow. I saw the Ivorians, the Ivorians were like, whoa, this is nice. You understand me? The Senegalese skin color was a little bit because they were dark.
Yeah, Senegalese are dark people, yeah. And they're tall too, it's better than Mandingas.
It's
Yeah.
all.
So the
White.
Cameroonians, the Liberians were never really strange to me because they were very, they were already coming towards Nigeria a lot, and we already start seeing that. I went to school with a Cameroonian girl called Kuala, So for me, I give
Holla.
you Kuala, a girl called Kuala. It's from Cameroon. Nice girl, beautiful girl.
Okay.
But the Black Americans, man, they're like, oh God, it's like Africans and it's like Israel and the Palestinians. The Black Americans and Africans can always be like that. I don't know why. I don't know if you have to be like a little bit mystery inside them with those wicked, the wicked white people, they live with. I don't know, because sometimes DNA speaks. Sometimes we don't never really talk about.
Okay.
Why
Kyle,
so
Kyle,
black?
Kyle, I want to say something about the hair picture that you got on the screen, right? What do you think she had to do to get her hair like that? Most likely she had to perm it first. They had to trim it. They had to put a lot of glue on it. So you're
That's
showing that picture as if it's desirable, but it's a lot of processing that has to happen for that hair to be like that.
that's a wrap. She used when a girl has a hair like that, whatnot. It's like after they wash it, they put the oil in there, whatnot. They put it in a tight wrap, wrap it up like a do rag.
Tyler, that's gel. They use gel to lay that shit down, bro.
Yeah, I know.
It's not no wrap.
Tyler, there's nothing rap about that.
I don't know what Tyler's talking about.
Hold on, guys.
Is the admixture. You have to understand, is the admixture of the Black Americans sometimes give this type of hair. We have to talk about that also. The chemicals.
That guy right there, that's the haircut I got right now. The last guy you showed. With the part. Yeah.
Hey, hold on. Let me see.
Not the beard though. My beard's fuller than that.
Brother man wanted to hold on.
Yeah, women like that with natural hair, but you see, most women that have that kind of natural hair, they gotta have some kind of admixture. Like the Ethiopians might have it, a mixed girl might have it, and there's some black girls who might have that kind of hair, but usually they have to have some kind of admixture.
Nah, you don't need admixture for that.
Kidola, brother man wanted you.
Yeah, most regular black women have that kind of afro hair.
What do you mean about FBA's thinking they're superior? He wants you to, finish your point.
Is that Issa Rae with the Senegalese hair? Yeah, that's Issa Rae. Now, Senegalese have really nice hair, especially the Wolof women. They have really thick hair. It depends on the CC that you have. Yeah, they got nice hair too.
Africans have been doing their hair for right immemorial without not using these wigs they're wearing now. I saw my mom, we call it plaiting the hair, with thread and all kind of something, make it long. Sometimes they all stand this, all different type of style. Africa have more beautiful hair that wearing this Asia fake hairs in their hair. Sometimes confuse you. Who are they really? And we should go back again to the natural hair Africa hair.
Bottom line is.
Well,
you should only concern
they could do that. Y'all stop making the girls shave their hair.
Their hair is
I
strong.
can't make the girls shave their hair and then get mad at them for wearing wigs. That doesn't make sense.
No, they can because they can stop this. They can stop these chemicals. Started doing
African women shave their hair at least once in their life. Well, I won't say African women, but in my culture, most women shave their hair when their father died and when they're in great, grief. That's a sign of grief.
Yeah, but it's not really because they want to do it. It's because the men force that shit on them.
Yeah, and then my mom cut my sister hair one time because I think she did something to it, so she cut the whole hair and it regrew. Even my sister's daughter, they cut her hair so it regrew.
But there's some African women when they shave. So
I think it's time for a change. Women should lead the black race at this point. Men come up with the
let women have
shit.
their independence, their autonomy, man. Let them breathe. Let them be themselves. Sometimes women go through stuff. They might want to just have their hair purple or red. Women go through a lot of stuff that we don't go through.
Bro, hold up. You want to be with a black woman, though? I don't want. Look, man, it's like you sit there talking about black to the 20th power, and you all of a sudden a woman comes out and says we're going out to dinner when that she got a blonde wig on her head. That just kills the whole fucking vibe.
Even I think blonde looks black. You know, women can wear pink
Oh,
hair,
come
red,
on, man.
purple,
See, that's what I said. This is
blonde.
why
They
we gotta
they
get
look
back to
good.
colonization, man.
But
I'm like
but we don't want.
the 20th power, man. Black and the black, man.
Now
Say
it's
black
all
women,
about the
right?
woman's face, her
Black women
facial
got
No,
structure.
you see, most of those braids are not natural braids. Those are like weave, right? Or weave that is part of it.
I
one thing I
like a
learned.
woman with aquiline
One thing
features.
I've learned over the years, right, the hard way, right, is when you're dating somebody, whatever like that, you cannot tell a woman how. My wife right now, Isabella, even her, right? I thought, oh, I finally got a woman that I can control and tell her how I like hair when that. They'll say 1 minute she has a hair, like I said, oh, it's beautiful. Next minute she did. I said, why the fuck you do that? It's my hair. I said, if I want to do that, I'd get with a black American girl. They always tell me, they don't say shit about my hair, whatever. I had no say so, what the fuck soever, you know.
So that's why you got one like Liberian women because you thought you had more say so, Colin.
Oh, of course. I thought African
Mm-mm-mm.
women
Okay,
would be
Colin. There you go.
Oh
I think she
better.
confessed it
man,
down.
I found that
that's crazy.
that's not true. Look,
See,
all women, no matter where they come from, you know, they don't want you telling them about their hair, man.
modern Liberia is
The only women,
Americanized.
only people that can tell black women about hair are white men. You know, that's the only freaking people they listen to. Black men,
Okay, I
you know,
That's not
disagree with that.
true.
Go ahead.
That's not true, Colin. That's not true.
that
Cadola,
brings
No,
me down
Kyle,
someone
to
I'm
was
about for
someone.
that. I think you're right on that part.
yeah.
No,
So
he's not. Cadola, someone was asking when you came up and you said the audacity of Black Americans. Could you expand on that, please?
No, I was just meaning
We're
what I
arrogant.
mean is what oh God. It just a first. When I see this I start thinking about there are some certain people in America. I'm not saying everybody. This one that spoke weed, you can see it in their lips and their eyes. You know, now they're now on this
yeah, what do you got against
YouTube.
weed? What about the Rastafaris, kiddo, that went to Ethiopia? Are they smoking weed too?
No, Kala, I don't want to bring the Jamaicans into this thing now, Kala.
You got to, man.
No,
Just
I
threw
don't
us
want to
under
do
the
that.
bus,
I don't want
man.
to
So
do
Y'all
that.
let's
smoke
have
weed in that. Y'all smoke weed in Nigeria, Kadola.
Kala, because
Y'all got the shisha pipes and everything. Cut it
no,
out.
you see those guys that smoke weed are useless there in Nigeria. Jonathan, you there? You see, they're useless. They're the thieves we have in our neighborhoods and we want to get rid of. You understand?
Kadola, Colorado is popping right now.
What's popping there?
Colorado, look it up. It's
See, Cadola and Kala, they know the
like
past.
the
They don't know Africa, the
meth of
future. You
Nigeria.
know, they don't.
They be
Yeah,
having niggas looking like zombies.
I'm just eating
like
some
like
tacos. Some tacos from
just like in Liberia. Just like in Liberia, they locked up 4 women for selling dope. Man, is y'all don't know the future. Y'all don't know the present. Y'all just know the
Oh no,
past,
well,
man.
basically, just we're gonna roll over and just let people sell dope. Okay, you know, not like
Yeah, they arrested them. They got a 20.
yeah,
They
so
got a
we're gonna
20-year sentence.
roll over like when do people sell dope or not? You know, so yeah, okay, yeah.
these
Just
boys
let
that are
the
smoking weed.
women assault the police, whatnot, the Fulani one because she's a Fulani Muslim woman. Yeah, just let everything
But
go, man.
Pan Africans do tend to, mesmerize
What do you
Africa
think? Hold on, let me ask you guys
like
a
it's the
question.
past.
Hold on. What do you
Like
think
gay
about?
niggas is walking around all
Hold
over
on.
the
What do you
place
think
and
about
down. It's
Umar
like they don't
Johnson?
allow that in Africa.
Check this
Nah,
out. What do you
that
think
nigga.
about Umar Johnson? He's like, man, he goes to extreme, man. He's like, I want a black woman that got the nappy hair, the big lips,
But
and a
The
big.
nigga
he
that
was
said he's
dealing with a
broke.
conscious stripper. The conscious
Yeah,
stripper ain't had no.
I'm like Umar, man. I guess thinking the female he's looking for is Magilla Gorilla. When I say he just described
You see
Magilla
what? You
Gorilla.
see, Kala, so the Thomas is crazy. That guy, I don't understand how people can call that guy. That guy's crazy,
Yo,
man.
he's for entertainment, man.
The
Yeah,
nigga said that the nigga said the FBI froze his
yeah.
accounts, so he needs donations. They froze his
Yeah,
Yeah,
account.
nigga, I
yeah,
seen
he
the
broke.
video. Nigga was
Are you
like, if you
serious?
could just throw a couple of dollars on my Apple Pay, I'm like, nigga,
No,
what?
they
You ain't got no
they froze
cash,
his
nigga.
Cash App.
You don't
They
save
froze
up
his
for a rainy
PayPal.
day.
They say they man, it's hard, man.
I'm
Umar's
sick
broke.
of niggas like this.
Why can people live
Look,
like that?
bottom line is this. Look, I got a business, I got a career. I don't want to be Umar. I don't want to be out here,
Umar better get a
$72 a
job,
week.
man.
I'm not gonna be Umar. When I come back and whatnot, I'm like this. It's gonna be monetized. You want to contribute? You got to know the money's not going to me; it's going to a movement. If you support the movement, you support the platform. But I'm not gonna be out here begging. Oh, somebody no.
There nobody gonna be. Look, black power don't feed nobody. Black power don't make you eat pancake and burgers. You got go to job, man. You see, I'm eating tacos now with some cheese on top.
Hey,
This
why
is
don't you tell Umar that? Kidola, man, you should get your own show, man. You're hilarious.
Look, I'm just eating tacos with
He
cheese
is. He's so funny.
Yeah, Kidola, why don't you have your own show, man?
No, I can't. I can't
Why
do
not,
that.
man? Why not? You would be friggin' a scream, man.
Huh. Oh, God,
Just basically.
Cadella, take over Kyle's show.
You be like, I'm the Nigerian who knows how to solve the Black American. That's the thing.
No, I can't stop the dead Black American problem. That is huge.
No, I'm saying but you gotta because you know about all the old entertainers from the 70s and shit. I'll be like, how the fuck you talking about Millie Jackson, man? What the fuck?
Yeah,
honestly,
because I would dip into Black American type of lifestyle.
That's what I say. That's why you want to do a show, man. Because you know so much about Black America, man. So
if you don't have money, man, you look like an idiot person in Africa to live like a Black American type of high class type of Black American type of lifestyle. The clothes, the cars, and the rolling. You need some money to roll like that. I like Black Americans, man. I think let's put the throw out, man. Black Americans, these contemporary ones, I don't know where they're from anymore. In Nigeria's society, Soul Train, disco, FM, TV, and everything that came to Nigeria that run 24 hours, Black Americans contributed a lot to those movement, entertainment. I think to this present day, even at that time, early 90s, late 80s, Black Americans came a lot. They were, so I don't know where these people are coming from that are complaining, that are trying to destroy the name and everything. I'm not going to say trolling, man. Put trolling out.
No, it's just one place. Call coming from one place. TikTok. You got so many Black people triggered by. I think some of these Africans are getting paid. It's like, say this. White people give them.
Kala, no.
Look.
I agree. Some of them getting paid for sure.
What's up, Fresher?
Some of these people are getting paid.
Like a Millie Jackson?
We say, yeah. She knows about Millie Jackson.
Man,
yes, I do.
Yeah, that lady's a G-Wagon, man. It's ugly and beautiful at the same time.
She
is. See what that lady sing with Teddy Pendergrass? Man, you like that music. That woman, man, she will give you all the best love type of song.
Who is Millie Jackson? Hold on, let me look at
Millie Jackson, but that's
you don't know who Millie Jackson is?
From the 70s.
Check that lady out, man. Check that lady
out.
My
goodness.
Hey, I don't keep up with people's names. Give me what's the name of the song she sung?
Man,
she was kind of raunchy though. She was kind of raunchy though.
You check some music like, baby, I'm waiting. Wait to knock on my door. So like, baby, where you been? There's a lot of music.
I think my mom will talk about her one time. I think I know what you're talking about.
Man, shit.
I love her voice. Her voice is nice.
The voice. The day I played that lady's played from my dad, I like, God damn, this is the boss woman, man, boss woman. Boss woman. Now this weed smoking ones, they don't talk like that anymore, sexy anymore. They talk Indian. They just will give you the whole lie. Say, baby, where you going to now, man? Come on back home here. You will like it. God, no way,
The brother, hope you okay over there, man. You sound like you're having a quick orgasm, man. Damn.
Okay, yeah, I know who Millie Jackson is. I just seen a picture of her. I've seen her before. Yeah, I know who that is.
But one thing Cadola has shown right, a lot of interracial marriages last a long time, and that's one thing Cadola really shows. Seriously,
are you advocating for interracial marriage on this platform, bro?
Now Cadola shows that, like, all my friends with black and white last 20, 30 years, man, like, it's just a real affinity and affection that causes those relationships to endure.
What do you mean? You don't think black marriages last long too, bro?
About 7 years, if that.
No marriage lasts longer in America.
Oh man.
No, but
Cadola
Cadola shows like like a lot
I'm
of
sure he has an
interracial
understanding with
marriages
his
just
wife. It's all
endure
about
just the
understanding.
time
Last the longest in
because the
America.
white woman has to leave. The white woman has to leave her family and cleave to the man. She has to leave her family and cleave to the Negro man, and it just is a bond, unbreakable bond that's formed in interracial marriages. And I
What are
noticed
you
that, man.
talking,
Whether it's
Colin? Are
black
you
and
hearing this shit,
Korean,
Colin?
I don't know why.
black and white, they just endure, man. Those
He's
women,
killing my. He's
real.
killing my freaking show, man. Well, look, why will you come on my show and say that nonsense?
Black and white. This nigga say black and white endures and is an unbreakable bond. Until they
No, I'm
divorce
talking
you,
about.
take
I'm
half
talking
your
about
shit.
Cadola.
Let her express
No,
her.
Cadola's been married for.
I've been with my woman since 1997. Feel me? 1997.
Oh yeah. Okay. Look.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Cadola.
I'm gonna say it like
Congratulations.
this. I'm gonna say it like this. If you find the one true love, that's your number one.
Yeah. You have
fine.
to be.
But I am not gonna sit here and be
without
like, oh, white women, because the bottom line is women are just
without
women.
no money involved. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying? No money
This
involved.
guy think white people is better.
Yeah,
Cadola,
that's the problem with him. You know, he judges. He sees everything from the prism of white
Cadola,
people. You know, so you see everything from the prism of white people. You're always gonna hate yourself.
It's 1776. You got a white baby mama?
Yeah, you know he does.
I want to hear for real.
No.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I don't think my brother. I don't think my brother married.
He said no.
That was a long no.
It's a high percent chance you got a white baby mama.
Look, you can be with anybody. You're still very happy.
He paid child support for that mulatto baby.
I don't believe in polygamous. That's just the truth. You know, I don't date one girl, be having about 5 girlfriends somewhere. No, I don't do that. You know, that's just the truth. I stay with one person, and then I try to express my feeling in that one person, and that person understands.
That's right.
My
That's
name
right.
is
Okay, Pastor Steve. That's
Well
right.
done,
You preach on.
Cadola. Well done, Cadola.
Somebody said Cadola is a kept man. You know you can't fuck around with that white woman, Cadola. She'll take half your shit and go back to Holland. So you got to be on your P's and Q's, man.
You know, I was a bit traumatized by my father having a lot of wives. My father have Black American wife. He had my mom. Then after that, he have other wife. The Black American woman was confused. Like, wow, I thought you only have one wife in Africa. After that, my father started picking all kind of concubines around, you know, with about 30-something children. That's a lot of family. When I see that lifestyle, I get panic, I shock. Since then, I decide, man, no, I'm going this polygamous of a thing. I'm not going there. You understand? So,
But what's it really polygamous if they're not truly married?
Man, polygamous is in African sense, you marry by your heart.
Oh, okay. Go you married by your heart. Okay, all right.
Now, Cadola, I want to salute you for embracing modernity. You saw what the African culture was, polygamy, 30 kids, and you kind of shifted in your mindset to not really to embrace modern life. You know, have one wife, have a stable family structure and unit. You know, you kind of abandoned your father. Your father was more of that African culture, and you embraced a more, civilized Western culture.
What are you
So I just
talking
want to
about?
salute you,
Most
man.
African
And
men have
we
one
all have to
wife.
become Cadolas,
Most African men now have one wife. What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't even know about Africa. You have this stereotypical mindset about Africa, bro. You think all African men are marrying 5 women and having 30 kids?
They got one wife. And,
Most African men have a baseline. Most African men have a baseline of. Most Africans have a baseline of 4 wives.
Most African men have 2 girlfriends and a wife on the side. That's true,
the
but
base.
usually they have one wife. You're not having 36 kids with 7 wives. But it's the opposite, though. A lot of black men in America have like 3 baby mamas on average.
That ain't true. That's cap. That's cap.
Yeah. On average. The average is out.
That's cap.
For all the niggas that ain't got no baby mama, you got a nigga that got 3 for them. That kind of balance it out. It's the same thing in Africa, too, bro. People got baby mamas out there.
I think if you make an African woman very happy, I think they'll be very, very loyal. That means to say you just have to the way you treat treat one woman like that. I think African women, because they're like us in men, man, they can want to fight hard. Also, when we start getting disappointed in you, I think if you give an African woman that kind of big respect and every African woman can ginger you up, they can.
Kadola, you talking all that you never been with an African woman, Kadola.
No, what I mean, you see, I have sisters, I have aunties, some of my father's sisters. I can say these women didn't really marry for love, really. These are kind of like that man is having some money, can take care of you. Okay, just go there.
Cadola, African marriage rates go bunkers as far as divorce rates when they go to the West.
Yes,
it's only in Africa.
Yes. Once they
Yeah,
enter that
because
way,
marriage in Africa is about dependency, right? Usually the man is earning, he has a home, he has some piece of land, and the women, depend on that for her kids to inherit it. So yeah, I mean it makes sense. But that's like that for most people in the West, though. Most marriage rate is 50, or even maybe 52% now divorce rate. So
interracial marriages is like 75%.
Look, shut up with that bullshit. Damn.
That's cat, man. I thought black men and white women had the highest divorce rates in America.
They do.
I don't know what's
Actually, it's
this
black
nigga.
women and
I
white
hope you're
men
not
have the
engaged
highest
to a white
divorce
woman
rate.
right now, bro, and trying to psych yourself up to get married because you think it's gonna last.
Clay
Go
Thompson
for it,
parents are
brother.
still together. Look, LeVar Ball parents are still together. I mean,
Yo,
you can just look
No,
through the annals of.
but
go ahead and go
that's
for it,
black
man.
man, white woman. They have the longest,
That's what I'm talking about.
marriages. But if you mean like
No, it's
black
not, bro.
woman and white man, that shit comes crashing down within 6 years.
No, that's not
That's why I'm
true. Black men and white,
But
black women and white
there's
men have
statistics
higher.
for this. Look it up.
Give me the source. Pull it up.
Black women, hold on. Black women have
Your hand work.
hold on.
You feel it, but the black man is more successful than the white woman that lasts.
Steve is a victim because black women have been putting a lot of propaganda out on social media.
No, Carla. No, I haven't put in propaganda.
What?
They're saying that in marriages, a white man lasts the longest or whatnot, and also like that. They're putting out black
It
women.
lasts. I believe that it's statistic that it lasts better with the black woman and the white man than the black man and the white woman.
Well, I would say like this. I would say like this. Only because usually the white man that goes with black women have no other options.
That's false. That's
That's
false,
not
Carla.
true. That's not true, Carla.
No.
I've seen some really handsome white men with some really beautiful
I haven't
black
seen
women.
it. I have not seen that yet.
Yeah,
Carla.
You haven't seen that yet, really, Carla.
In England, everybody.
I'm serious. Look, I know this
Listen,
is a pattern. Look, I know. Hold
no,
on,
when-
let me say it. I know this is a pattern, right? Like, look. I'm like this, I have a heart, right? I have a heart. I told you a story before, right? Nah, I'm not. I'm a black nationalist, black to the billion black, only black, marry black. But when I was very touched when I seen these two, a bigger couple, the guy was black, and like you could tell they met at Weight Watchers or something like that, and they hit it off, And so I thought that was cute, and because they have a lot in common. They're both trying to lose weight and whatnot, and he's all just in love and she's in love, whatnot, I don't consider that a black-white couple because these are people who are both not really wanted by this.
Well, you just consider a fat couple? Is that what you're saying, Carl?
I said overweight. You said fat.
Oh man,
Carla, man.
But if you ever go to Great Britain or the interracial rates are off the
this dude's gonna talk about something he has no idea about.
Look,
what about Great Britain that you knew about?
I believe it is higher in the UK as far as interracial marriage.
In the UK, all those African brothers go. You got to understand, Wales, the UK.
Hold on. Let me say this: the Africans are not restricted to the same rules we are because they didn't have the history of slavery. They didn't have what's this guy named Emmett Till. They didn't have the whole socialization around race and class and sexuality that we did. So therefore, when they date a white woman, it's not the same stigmata as black people in America are doing it. It's a different thing. But somebody, let me give an example. When I saw the model Iman, and she married David Bowie, right, singer, I didn't even see that as an interracial couple. I just saw that as a Somali Kenyan woman with a British guy. I see that as as an interracial couple.
Hey, Steve, you right. My bad, bro. You 100% right. I'm wrong. Black women ain't divorcing. Black women ain't divorcing no white man for no reason at all.
Yeah, that's what.
They
But
can
you
get
got to
cheated
understand,
on, pimped
like
on, catch
interracial
STDs.
relations,
They gonna stay there.
interracial relationship was
So you
ubiquitous
seen the
in
statistic,
the
Jonathan?
early
Basically.
1900s,
44% less
right?
likely to get a divorce. They're taking it all. They could care less what you did.
Thank you. That's the point. I
Oh
see. I
no,
know the statistic.
ubiquitous. Yo, back in the days,
That is sad.
black men were killed and murdered for dating.
No, they had to pass laws in the 1920s to stop miscegenation because it was so
didn't have
it
to
had
pass
so many
laws.
black men
Look, society
that
was
was
so violent
dating
back
and
then.
marrying.
Society was so
Mm-mm.
violent back then. You could caught in
But
public walk with a white woman, you could be murdered. That
but
happened a
all
lot.
through the north, that's why upstate New York you have a lot of light skinned people because it was so much interracial dating up north,
No.
and especially in the
Those people came up from the South when they were already like that before they got there. We didn't have a
Yeah,
lot.
they were already
if you look at the
about
NAACP,
racism.
all the members of the NAACP were married to white women.
All those light skinned people upstate New York, they were very, very racist too towards white people.
Yeah, but I'm saying interracial. The whole history of America is suppressing interracial relationships.
Also, takes out a lot of those light skinned people. They became members of the Nation of Islam, and these
Yeah, but
cult.
a lot of mixed people in the Nation of Islam.
A lot of them were not mixing with white people. They were just light skinned from years
So why
back.
did they have to pass laws in the 1920s to stop it? Because
Hold on.
It was everybody was running to the courthouse to get married, so they had to.
Look, it doesn't look in America, right? New York, they never had laws against that, but it was just a custom. Remember something? In New York, you're talking about the white people that you're going to come in contact with, mostly from immigrant background. Polish, Jewish, Italian, whatever like that. And it's almost certain that a Jewish girl's gonna marry a Jewish boy, Italian girl's gonna marry an Italian boy, Irish girl's gonna marry an Irish boy.
Yeah.
Color and race were not.
Robert Smith, he's a billionaire. He's married to a white woman, Byron.
Okay.
Byron Allen.
Byron Allen's married to a white woman.
Hold on. Yeah, but those are rich people. I'm talking. Look,
right. So
this is another thing we got to talk about. Look, rich black guys.
Rich
right?
black men make the dumbest decisions ever.
They can go out there and marry white women because they're not constrained by the society. They live in a different world.
Man, my cousin married to a white woman. What you talking
about? That nigga ain't rich.
Exactly. He talking about
who?
Yeah,
Steve's cousin.
I said my cousin married to a white woman.
Hey, Steve, I got a hella relative married to a white woman.
Exactly. So they not rich. They not NBA players and all the other stuff.
Wait, hold up. How the white woman look? She big?
Oh man,
she's actually a very pretty lady and whatnot. They met in college. He was a basketball player in college.
No. The woman, the black woman in my family that married white dudes, they just fuck up.
And she was in the. She can't be big in college. She's in the military. She's in the Navy.
You couldn't even find a cracker that could at least maintain a job. What was you thinking?
But yeah, they met in college, and she's in the military. No, the army. I think the army. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of military couples. Most of the interracial couples I see here are military.
Carl about to say something crazy, and I just want to ask the question. You think more African marry white women in America than black Americans, Carl?
Hell yeah.
Oh, yes. Oh yeah, Africans. They come to America for a job.
You guys are out of pocket.
African men come to America for a job, a degree, and a white woman. Those are
no, they don't.
They get around white women, big white women.
The minute they get to America, they get divorced and they go to the first white person they see.
Yo, check out Elvis, man. I put
a degree, a job, and a white woman, man.
Hey, Frenchie, remember that post I put up? The green card hustle's real. Remember that, Frenchie?
You guys are lying.
Elvis, the Africans marry white people.
Yeah, but not the same rate as black Americans.
The African Trinity.
Like 40%.
A degree, a job, and a white woman.
At the airport with a freaking big fat white woman. I said
that's a damn lie. Unless a nigga trying to get his green card, yeah, but
She sort of
African men like the African women, man.
I said, the green card hustle is real. You know, that was pretty funny, wasn't it?
You know, they got
Elvis,
black Americans been marrying white people for multi generations, man.
But we don't marry big
Elvis,
white
I can't.
Yeah,
I can't
I
believe
give
you're
you
from
that, but still.
Minnesota.
Stop lying. Frenchie want to speak. Go ahead.
Hey,
Carla, he said you lying. What black Americans marry big girls too, man.
We don't marry big girls, big white girls. They don't work like that, you know.
Colin, that's cat.
Carla, you ever
Most of
seen that
African
show,
American
My
women
600-Pound
tend to
Life?
be.
My 600-Pound Life. That girl boyfriend was coming. He came in a gray car, and everybody was certain he was black. And he came in some black forces and opened the door, and everybody was like, "Hell nah." She's 600 pounds, and there's a black man that's coming there to come have a date with her, bro. Black American dude. Hell no, he's a black American dude, Carla.
It's probably a Liberian, I guarantee.
Hey, Elvis, I'm surprised you're from Minnesota and you didn't date white girls. That's kind of hard, to
Elvis dated
understand.
a white girl before, man.
I never did a white girl. I never did anybody outside of my country.
Wow.
Hmm?
I
don't like being uncomfortable, bro. I just hate being uncomfortable. I'm not the kind of nigga that's gonna go to a white family and meet them and try to get along with them. Nah, can't do it. I don't like being uncomfortable. You did a white girl in 1776. You ever had to meet their families?
Yeah, that's cool.
Nah, that shit's uncomfortable as hell, bro.
Baseball. Watch baseball.
Hey, hold on. You got also 70 says like believing a lie. He probably feels, oh, they love me and whatnot.
Yeah, they're like, what's she doing with that nigga?
About here, love me.
Condola laughing because he knew he had that same anxiety when he met his wife's family.
When that be said, all of it comfortable. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Condola.
You can be a little bit scared.
He care like what they think about me, man.
Like, when you get there,
I can't do that shit, man.
you don't know how to behave. You phone your husband, or you phone your husband.
You try to be on your best behavior, be a good black boy. Don't want to seem aggressive. Yeah, I can't do all that.
With the same little thing, you want to force yourself to smile.
Smile, laugh at her dad's corny jokes. Act like her mom's casserole is nice, man. Can't do that shit.
Corny jokes. Hey, Carla, have you ever been with a white woman, Carla?
When I was a teenager.
Oh,
okay. Really, Tyler? When you were a teenager?
When I was a teenager,
wow.
Man, we were running through everything. We were running through everything, man.
Can't believe it.
See, I tell you. Let me tell you something.
What do you mean by we was running through everything? What do you mean by that?
Hey, Steve, can I tell you something?
I said, our house, our basement, when that man was like, we had all kinds of girls, man. Me and my brothers,
Steve,
our friends, whatnot. Our house was a spot, growing up.
I'm telling you, suppression of white woman love creates Pan-Africanism, man.
Right,
I'm telling you, there's a
hold on. That was the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life.
What did you say?
Suppression of white woman love creates Pan-Africanism. That's the dumbest thing I've
ever heard. I said, hey, say that again, Carl. What?
He said the suppression of white women. This dude right here.
Oh, really, the suppression of white women love is what?
White women love causes Pan-Africanism.
I don't get it.
Look at the NAACP.
Hold up. 1776. He wants to come to Liberia with his white girlfriend or girlfriends, whatever like that, right? He wants the U.S. military there and whatnot. He wants to look. The bottom line is this. Let me tell you something. 1776, right? When we're in Liberia, and I'm saying I get really uncomfortable seeing white people in Liberia, right? And so therefore, if you're not gonna bring a black queen over or get with a Liberian queen, stay in America.
He's kind of right though. That's why you see Dr. Umar. He's pressing on that message. Hold on. He know a lot of Pan-Africans love them white snow bunnies.
Hold on. I would say like this though. You don't ever hear me making an issue out of it. I'm like this. Hey, look, if that's Umar, he talks about people who are not Pan-Africans, who are not black now, not part of his life. He could hold me accountable for that, right? Because I'm about this life. I sworn to his life. But you can't just go up to random black men and whatnot. Oh, that's nobody. How do you know what their ideology is? Whatever like that, And then also it goes to the point where what's happening is this. A lot of people are saying to themselves, something? I look at all this hate I see coming from Africans. I look at all this fucking the stupidity.
Only from Africans.
Look, all this ratchetness from black women. You know something? What do I got to gain from this Pan African shit? Right? Nothing. So then you know what they're saying now? These YNs are saying, "Yo, fuck Dr. Umar." They going after white girls, Hispanic girls, Asian girls with a vengeance, right? Because the Pan African movement is supposed to be like there's got to be a reward in the rainbow. You can't just say you're gonna be a Pan Africanist and then your whole life is just restricted and you got nothing out. You have no Afghanistan. You have nothing to show for it. When you ask people to do something, that's because you have reward and punishment on side. If you do obey the rules and whatnot, you're gonna move up in this thing right here. You're gonna have a trust fund. You're gonna have things like that. But you gotta stay this. Umar Johnson
could we broach what Tariq Nasheed said? Because I kind of I don't agree with him on a lot, but I think that Pan-Africanism really is a plot to stifle our love for America. Like it creates this unnatural desire.
What love for fucking America? America doesn't love us.
Not because we fully never embraced America. We keep looking at this.
Hold up.
Tariq is a bona
fide born again coon. You know?
Nah, but I'm saying Pan-Africanism, right?
Let me say this. Love is a two-way street. America has never shown black people that you know.
Look,
you can't talk about love in America when not.
I think it's a intelligence agent's plot.
Africa is killing men not to marry white women.
Yeah.
The past the old Pan-Africanist people. You have to talk about the king of Zambia that become president of no, not Zambia. Botswana. You know, that man married to a white woman, to a British white woman.
That's a different.
What was the French? What about the one he's married to a French woman? He's an African.
That's Ivory Coast and Guinea.
Hold up.
Yeah.
That's a different culture. You know, those people weren't lynched for dating white women. We were lynched for white women. So
Ivory Coast and
African men or African descendant men that married to white women.
And Kwame Nkrumah had a white woman too.
Do pretty good also. Do pretty good because there are women. Kala, there's nothing wrong. You want to eat like yogurt with walnut or something.
Condola, black women can fit yogurt and walnuts for you, man. Come on.
And Pilates. And Pilates.
Like white women can't, Elvis.
Just tell your wife what you want to eat. They'll fix it for you. White women ain't got nothing special with black women.
I just told you I don't eat tacos from cheese. That make me feel good. You know what I mean?
Condola, your wife can make some suya with some tacos with some sour cream.
Through the grapevine, Abraham Traore is engaged to a white woman.
That's a damn lie. Where you get that people? That's a lie.
Don't put out propaganda like that, man. Come on.
Where you get that shit from? 1795.
1795. I think you might be COINTELPRO. 1770.
You just be sprinkling truth with all the lies you're saying, man.
That was a lie, man.
Okay, I'm glad you know that. We making sure out the whole club, man.
Hey, Colin, can you let Brother Man come up?
Okay, I think that's
just one time.
That's Merkelin. That might be Afrodamas.
That ain't Afrodamas.
That's somebody that's never been on. Just let him on, Colin. The show is about to be over.
He's been on before.
2 seconds. Let me see his face that he's not one of these white trolls who's gonna fucking destroy my show.
Listen, Colin, I don't believe he been on your show.
He's not
before.
a white troll. He's a black guy. Let's see what you got to say, man.
I can't let up anybody until somebody drops off. I can't like come up.
All right, drop 1776 love. He's had enough for the night.
I can't drop.
I'll drop off. I'll drop off so that he can come on.
Right.
Bye, Frenchie.
Bye, Frenchie. Love you.
See you later, Frenchie.
All right.
Okay, Steve. Relax.
When I come back, I'm gonna do our own shows.
I gotta relax for Elvis.
Don't be speaking all soft on the phone. You got bed on the phone, man. Okay, Frank. Be a man, man.
And that would be good. A Pan-African dating show, that would be tough, man.
Drop the link, Carl. He's trying to come up.
No, 1776 like that British accent,
Yeah, I like it. I watch Top Boys. I watch Top Boys 1 and 2, man. I like it, man.
You had Dave on there. You had Kano on there. You had Getz. All the real. The real Grimes dude from the UK, man.
Yeah, man.
I'm not a fan of Grime, but I wasn't a fan of Grime. But Musa on the panel. Let's what you got to say?
What's about the praise and white poetic about white women? What's up, Musa?
What's going on, fellas, man?
Oh, you know,
Man, y'all got, listen, y'all got to give 7760 flowers, man. It's right, man. Y'all need to appreciate America more, man. If I wasn't for, if it
Look,
wasn't
hey,
for America,
Musa, look,
Collar, you
if I
been
came
in
from
the center sentence. Let
oh
him
my
finish, Collar. You
God,
didn't say
man.
nothing yet.
if I came from
Oh
a
my
poor
Kyler
God,
kept
background,
me and Musa. Me and Musa
maybe
can't get
man.
two words out.
Can I please
Collar
talk,
get
man?
five.
I just
Collar
got
can
here,
get 5
bro.
words out.
go ahead, Musa.
Bro, can I please talk,
Go
man?
ahead. Go ahead.
No interruption, please. Listen, man. If it wasn't for America, man, listen, I would probably like be in Haiti, man, like slaughtering people, man.
You be
So
dead.
America, give me that chance, man. You know, I got my trade. You know, I'm doing my work. You know, I got like 2 jobs, and and sometimes time to time, I help other people. Like if they call me like for the plumbing, I go there and do installation, do all of that, man, and work on my other
Can you hear me?
jobs. So
Oh, look at
yeah,
something.
yeah.
Michael Wallace.
Hold on a second.
And,
So without America,
What's up,
man,
Michael
I don't know
Wale?
where the hell would I be.
Oh,
So
okay, that's
so
that
I appreciate
McKellen.
America. So
yeah.
I appreciate America for everything.
I would say this,
Okay,
Musa,
bro.
right?
America
Look,
appreciate you
Again,
too,
look,
bro. We hear you. We hear
Musa,
you.
I would
1776,
say this, Musa, right?
1776,
I agree
hit
with
the
you.
nail on the
If I
coffin.
came from a third
You
world
guys,
hellhole,
you guys should definitely listen to 1776, man, because he's right, man. He's right.
yeah,
He's
no,
right
look,
on a lot of
76
stuff.
is a
Yeah,
coon. He's a
sometimes
coon.
sometimes I don't agree with the stuff he said, but for the
What I'm
most
saying,
part,
what
he's
I'm
right.
saying is this, though. Look. The bottom
Embrace
line
the
is
dream,
this.
man.
Like I said, look,
My
America. I've
slave.
gotten everything I wanted out of America, right? But the bottom line is this: you'll never hear me tell white people that this everything's great and blah blah blah. That'll never be my
Well,
mantra.
Musa, you
Elvis.
been here for so long, and you still got a thick accent, man. What's up with that accent, bro?
No,
The reason, hold on. Let me explain to Elvis. The reason why I have this thick accent is because I speak multiple language.
So you never learned how to? Did you
So
go to
that's another
ESL
language.
as a kid in school?
Yeah, of course,
All
once I
right,
went to ESL,
hold
but
up,
the thing
Let
is,
me, I
Carla,
got
can
you.
I talk?
Look,
Can I address
hold on,
Elvis,
we
please?
got
Can I
somebody
address
that's joined the
Elvis?
panel for the first time.
But Kala,
But I
let,
was
let
gonna
Musa,
finish. I was
Kala,
gonna
let my
finish.
brother Musa finish his talk, Kala. Man,
Go
let the
ahead.
Thank you, my fellow Nigerians, soon to be a
that's
Nigerian.
good, brother.
Yeah,
God
the
bless
reason
you,
why I
man.
have this accent is because I never took the English language serious. It wasn't until when I started having like kids with Black American women, then I started taking the English language serious. But before, prior to that, I didn't give a damn about the English language.
Okay, I think I
So
know
that's the reason why I still have this accent.
I think I know who McKellen is. He might be in them. Let's hear him. I think it's in them.
That's not Ant now.
Okay, let's
Not
hear
and
him.
now.
Okay, he's not in them.
Yeah, Carla, you lied. You said this is the first time we've spoken. It's not. Okay, we've spoken
Are
twice
you the guy
before.
the hard truth? Are you the guy the hard truth?
Yeah,
Whatever.
that's me, and I beat you
Oh
in
yeah,
the
you again.
debates. Even though
You
you
again.
tried to use dollar bill and you tried to tag team me, I still spanked both of you. But I'm
Okay.
walking my dog. I'm walking my dog, so if I go quiet, it's got some white people around, and I don't want them listening to me talk to you.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Oh man, let me afraid of white people, man. Damn.
Well, what's
Ain't
on
no
your mind?
I'm not
What's on your
afraid.
mind?
I just
Hold
don't
on,
want
let
them
him
listening to
talk.
me.
Let him speak. What's on your mind?
No, you were talking about interracial relationships, and seeing as you're not in one, if you want to know anything, I'm the only one in one, apart from Ola. But I don't mind speaking to you
Well, hold on. First of
about
all,
it.
you're in the UK, right?
Oh yeah,
Okay,
and you
so
were talking.
that's
I heard you
look.
bring up the
Hold on,
UK.
hold on, hold on,
Yeah, I
hold
heard
on.
you
When
bring
I
up
say
the UK. Yeah.
interracial race, I'm not talking about race. I'm talking about a social and cultural dynamic unique to America. And the UK is a different case. Germany
Yeah,
is
I
a
heard you
different
talk
case.
about the UK,
Italy
so
is a
I
different
called
case.
in.
France is a
Yeah.
different case. When we're talking about interracial marriage or whatnot, we're talking. That's a real. When you date a white woman in America as a black man, it's not like the UK, whatever or Europe. In America, you're making a statement.
Yeah.
Black
Oh,
women
Hey,
you
have to
know
be
what?
black men.
Actually, I wanted to
but
ask you a question,
how
Carla.
long have
Carla, I
you been
wanted
in
to
your
ask you a
interracial
question.
relate? How long
Sorry,
have you been
who's
in
Let
your
who's
him
this?
relation?
ask. Let him
Is this
finish asking the question. Go ahead.
1776?
Hey, yes.
1776. Is that you? Yeah.
Yeah.
12 years. I've been with
Mate,
the same one.
that's
Oh
what's up,
wow.
mate.
Yeah. Well, I didn't use the word mate.
Oh,
I don't know.
oh
Yeah.
my
Yeah,
goodness.
1776. I know
he
you.
got a posh, he got a posh accent. He doesn't have a street accent, man.
Yeah,
all right.
exactly.
Finish up. Finish
Guys,
what you're saying.
I know 1776, he's trying to be the comedian, he cracks the same stupid jokes, mate, when no one's using the
Yeah,
word.
he
I
does. He
get
says a
it.
lot of dumb
I get
jokes
it.
and whatnot.
He doesn't have much to add to the conversations anyway.
Hey,
But yeah, keep going on, guys. Alright,
brother
Steve, are
man, can
you
I ask you a
okay?
question?
No, it's
Well,
nice
hold on,
that
hold
you're
on. You
joining
can
us,
answer me
man.
a
I
question
never knew
first.
you talked to Carla
Don't
before.
interrupt.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I heard.
Elvis, I've
Go
spoken
ahead,
to you.
Go ahead,
Elvis,
hard
I've
truth.
spoken to you before.
Yo,
Oh,
hard
really?
truth.
We were
Okay.
both on
Go
the
ahead,
Afro-Dharma show. We were.
look,
Okay.
Carla,
everybody,
let me
hard
just
truth.
finish talking. Carla, why are you interrupting me? I'm trying to
No, I'll
talk
say,
to
go ahead, finish
Elvis.
what
Give
you're
me a
saying.
second.
You're talking to me.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Elvis, I spoke to you on, remember, on Afro-Dharma show. You were defending FBAs. You were angry at me because you felt that I was disrespecting them.
Man,
Hey,
I don't know. I don't remember. We had a different
What?
name then. I don't know.
hey,
Oh yeah, I
originally,
was the harsh truth or something else. I can't
Oh,
remember,
shit.
or which
are
which which I can't remember which name I was using at the time. But
are
yeah,
are
that's the
are
only issue
you?
I've actually got. 7070. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Elvis right now. Yeah, Elvis. That's the only issue me and you have actually had is because you keep defending these FBA people. So I thought it was quite funny when Carlos knew him and Dollar Bill claiming that you're against the Black Americans, and I thought that's the opposite. Elvis is always defending you guys. It's
Are
crazy.
you a Caribbean? Are you a Caribbean refugee, or you're like
Oh my God. Hold on,
Afro?
Bro, this
1776.
7 why you gotta go there, bro? The dude's
I can answer. I could answer that. I can answer that. I'm not a refugee at all. My dad came to the UK. He was a brain surgeon.
oh
But
wow.
that's the last thing I'm going to talk to you about. 1776. Me and you have nothing to talk about. We're not on the same level. I'll
Mm.
talk to anyone else though.
Damn.
Hey,
Dude,
see, hold on. I'm gonna say this right. I told Elvis this before. I always seen Elvis, defend Black Americans, so that's why I say he has my respect. I don't know about Colin Dollar Bill, but he has my respect. I appreciate Elvis for that.
I'll give Colin some props, right? Colin used to be so angry when his show first started, right? He used to be cutting people off, chopping people down. I think he kind of mellowed out a little bit. But when Dollar Bill was on, man, Colin was on another level, man. He was
Actually,
an angry
Carla.
motherfucker.
The guy
Actually,
said his father was a brain surgeon. He didn't say where he's from. Is he from the
sorry.
Caribbean? There's
No,
no black man
I'm Nigerian.
indigenous
I'm
to.
Nigerian. I'm Nigerian. But
Okay.
I want to ask. I want to tell Carla something. Carla.
Yeah.
I'm going to say your shows have actually improved a lot because there was a time when I thought you were a piece of shit, but now I'm actually starting to like your shit. In fact, I'd say you're on par with the Afro-Dharma show. That's how good your
Oh
shows is.
Lord, man, you just
And I
killed it. You should have
confess,
left that part out.
Carla, you pissed me off. I'm not going to lie, you pissed me off so badly once that I was actually paying to put fake views on your channel because I wanted to get your channel shut down. But then I
Oh
stopped doing
wow,
it.
that's crazy, bro. That's diabolical, man.
But see that there
But I
goes
stopped doing that. So I'm
this
sorry,
guy's an
Carlo. I
example
apologize
of
for that.
another
I apologize for that.
Nigerian that has escaped his country.
Bro,
And
relax, man. We're not even going there. The dude's calling. Let him have his talk.
Elvis,
Go ahead.
1776 is just angry because I was
another
upset about some of
Nigerian
your comments. He's upset.
another Nigerian
No,
escapee.
look, would you shut up with
Yeah,
that
yeah.
Nigerian stuff? Look, I met many like Nigerians in my life. They're good people. The bottom line is this: I don't believe this bullshit you see online. There ain't no tension between Black America and Nigeria. There's none. Bullshit.
Exactly.
There's not a lot
So
of
yeah, that's
African.
why I stopped it because I was listening because I had the
both groups
wrong
of people have
impression.
egos and whatnot. Both people have egos and hard headed, whatever like that. And we're gonna bump heads. But the bottom line is there's no real beef between Black
And
Americans.
can I say this to Brother Man real quick? Brother Man, you are a real funny brother, man. I will give you that. You be cracking me up on Dinah's show and on Kyla's
You
show.
know
You
what?
got
Actually, you know what, Steve? I wanted to say because the only two Black Americans I could say I actually like are you and what's the Afro think tank. But I'm going to say this: there's been times where I've gone into Dinah's show because I wanted to make fun of FBAs, and I was going to say some really fucked up things. But then I see your name, then I can't bring myself to do it. So I just said, fuck it, I'll just leave it. So a lot of the times I just won't fuck with them just because I see your name. So that just goes to I'm changing as well. I'm
Steve,
trying to be more.
Steve is he's the common grace, man. Steve, you're a good dude, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, and what Afro think tank. When I listen to you guys, I feel bad, and I'm like, oh, I can't say shit about these Black Americans. It's fucked up. So
All right, Carla.
But
Man,
you
this
know
is
what?
a this is a
But you know
this is a
what?
moment
Some of them deserve
of
it.
kumbaya, man. Carla about to end the show for a good hiatus. Everybody's coming up to give appreciation, man. Give your flowers to you, Carla. You better
I
appreciate it,
got
man.
7 hours. It's about that
Yeah,
time.
yeah, yeah. I gotta give Kyle his flowers, man.
Like I said, I
You know, like
appreciate
he
everybody
came a long
supporting the
way.
show. Hopefully,
Ross,
I come
salute
back
you,
in a month or two.
embracing this
And
country.
I come back stronger. If
Carla,
not,
Carla, 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 Carla. Hold on, we got
Thank
Dollar
you
Bill
for this.
Dollar Bill in the channel, man. Dollar Bill in the chat, bro.
he didn't
Carla,
come up.
Oh
Carla, where you
man,
going to? To
Ubuntu,
Liberia?
Ubuntu King.
I can't let anybody else up because I'm full.
Carla, where you
Man,
going
Dollar
to?
Bill, where you
You going
been
to
at, man?
Liberia? Carla, where you going to? You go to Liberia or what?
Nah, Carla got work to do, man. You
I
gotta
got
take
work. I gotta
a hiatus.
I gotta get back to work, man. I've been slacking. And also, I'm just saying and it's been a year. It was a year ago tonight. 1 year ago tonight, I started the show. So a
So is
year.
this your last show, or you got a couple more?
I'll be back. But I'm saying right
No, I
now,
mean like it's like this your last show until you come back, or you got a couple
that's the
more.
last show I come back.
But I,
I
but
was
I
gonna
have
do
to
a
So,
salute.
so
show.
when will
Okay.
you be
I was
back?
gonna do a
I
show
have to
tomorrow
salute.
night.
I have
I
to.
was gonna do one more show tomorrow night, but I'm just tired. I'm just like
I have to salute Kyla because I won't be working at 57, man. I'm gonna be retired.
Oh my God, here we go
You
again.
get 30% deduction for your retirement money, man. You gotta wait till your rightful age. You can't retire at 57,
and
bro.
also, you got to have a real business. I have a real business, man.
I'm not. I'm not. I'm.
And I never
I'm not
retired. I'm never
working.
retired from the shit.
Carla, I can understand, man. The age is getting hold of you,
Yeah,
man.
like I'm not going to be working at 57, 58, 59, 60.
What exactly are we doing?
I'm not giving the white man any more energy.
Hold on. You're gonna be doing the same thing you're doing now, bootlicking, ass scratching.
Nah,
Oh man,
he's a
he gonna be
social
killing on
worker,
the
No,
beach
no,
with
Carla.
his
It's
no,
white
not
no.
woman,
Nah,
Carla.
he's
bootlicking.
not
You're gonna be a
bullshitting, bro.
booter, man. You're gonna
He's
be out
speaking
there
He gonna be
working.
facts.
killing on the
You
beach with
gotta
his white woman,
respect. I
Carla.
mean, you
That's what
gotta
he gonna be
respect.
doing.
You gotta
Fooling, man.
respect it.
Nah,
He's
if
speaking facts.
why should I give
This is what I'm talking about.
the white man my
We're gonna talk about this shit. Oh yeah, all right,
why should
76.
I give the white man my youth
Hold
and
on.
my old
76.
age?
Okay, how about this? Why don't you do what I did and get a show and see if you can build an audience? You got so much to say. You're trying to make a
Nah,
build
man,
acronym.
I'm not
All
He,
gonna
this.
be
He might
grinding.
be able to,
he's
Carla.
too
I
Carla.
will
He's too
say.
hateful and on the form, man. He's gonna say
I'm
a
not
little
gonna be
truth and a lot
grinding.
of lies, and people ain't gonna rock with him, man.
He would attract a lot of people though because
Hey,
he
Elvis,
does say some funny
what?
stuff.
Well, 1776 don't have enough intelligence, and let me tell you something. Why?
That's a
But Carla,
lie.
No,
look at
but
most
That's
I'm
FBA
no,
that's
folks
no,
a
too.
no.
leak.
Let
That's a
me say
smart
this.
Nah,
brother.
nah,
Let me say
nah,
this.
nah. When you're
That's
grind,
not
when
against
you're grinding to
1776.
57,
That's a smart
that means
brother.
you bullshit. You bullshitted when you were 30.
Nigga, when do you think people retire in America, man? College still a working age man. What do you mean? It's not supposed to be retired at 57. Like 64, 63. That's the retirement age.
No, what,
What is
what I'm saying,
1776?
if you've been
1776
doing
has
your
no
due
life.
diligence,
Hold on. That's what I'm saying. Let me get this clown out here. 1776 has no life. He doesn't have a woman. He has no girlfriend. He fantasizes about fucking white women because he's fucking because he watches a lot of porn. He ain't got no chance of getting white women.
Damn, Carla, you got me so
No,
hard
I'm
at
serious.
it.
I'm serious. And the guy doesn't have a fucking good job and whatnot.
No, he's a social worker, Carla. He got a good job.
He ain't got no good job. I'm dead serious. He's working for somebody whatnot. He got to punch a clock, whatever the fuck he's doing. I work for myself, right? And I still was
Nonetheless,
able to
that's a
do
job.
a
What's wrong with
tour,
that?
go overseas, right? 3-4 years in a row, and run a business, right? A top level business in the state of Virginia, and still do a show 6 hours a night. So
We
he has nothing
appreciate you,
to talk
Carla.
about.
We appreciate you, Carla.
Well, hold on. Look, if you're gonna sit here and judge me and whatnot, get your shit. He can't even tell what he does for a living. He can't
Carla,
show
he
us
just
his
trying
face.
to be funny, man. He
Allah,
just
his
trying to
job
crack
is his
jokes.
Did I
job,
tell you?
man.
I'm not here to be fucking
You are
funny.
disparaging your brother, bro.
I'm not here.
A job is
I
a
am not
job.
here to be fucking funny. And so the bottom line is, people gonna come on my platform or not, that platform there. You're gonna show some level of respect. As simple as that. I'm not here to be funny and whatnot.
But why are you talking
Hold on.
about my
We all
studs?
bust balls here. Hold up. We all bust balls here. But when I feel like you're really attacking me personally, and whatnot about what I do, my age, or whatever I do, you're attacking me personally. You know that you got a problem with me. You know, if you got a problem with me, you don't have no business being around me, talking to me. You know, you can go do something else. You know, I take a lot of criticism, and we can go back and forth. But when I feel like you fundamentally are trying to undermine us, like you said, when you leave in my country, who the fuck? You a bootlicker, you know? If I'm gonna leave America, I'm gonna talk to the fucking man who's fucking running this shit, you know? And it ain't the fuck you. It's gonna be the white man, you know? And you get no respect for me, you know? None. You know? The man I'm talking to in America is the white man. Yeah, go ahead.
Because he has his own opinion, he's a bootlicker.
What you say?
We can't even understand this nigga Musa, man. Learn how to speak English, bro.
Yo, what are you saying, man? You speaking
Because
shit
he
out
has
your
his
Come
own
on,
opinion.
Elvis, chill, man.
Because he has his own opinion, he's a bootlicker. He's a bootlicker.
What?
What are you talking about, man? You gotta speak English,
He's
man.
saying okay. I'm gonna tell you what he said. He said y'all think you think
Why you
because he
gotta
has his own
translate for the nigga? He's
opinion.
been living in America for
Hold
like
on, let me
20
hear
years, man.
Oh my
Just say shut up,
god.
Toby. What did you say?
I'm saying, okay. I'm saying like,
You keep going in and out. Let Steve interpret it for you.
Steve, you gotta be a temperate, man.
You gotta get another better mic, man. Your fucking phone sounds like shit, man.
Steve, what was he trying to say, Steve? Tell us.
He might be going like through a like area where he ain't getting a good
What did he
service.
say, man? I don't care about that. What did he say?
Okay. He was saying that you don't have to call 1776 a bootlicker because he has his own opinion.
You know he's a fucking bootlicker. He's a fucking.
Carl, I think 1776 got a medical transport business. I think that's what he does.
I did medical transport. There's not a lot of money in it. You know, I did medical transport.
Okay, can I talk now?
You know.
Okay, we hearing you.
Hear me well, Carla?
7 years ago.
Okay, terrific. So my Bluetooth was messing up, man. But listen, Carla, how is he a bootlicker when he has his own opinion?
No, I'm
So
saying
you
like
can't blame his own opinion, man. Like everybody has their own set of opinion.
Listen to my response, right? I'm saying like this. He does not like the fact that I'm loyal to this country called Liberia. He doesn't like that shit, right? He basically sits there and bashes Liberia all night and whatnot. You know, he talks about the native Liberians running the country and whatnot, you know. And he talks about what his so-called ancestors lost in Liberia. But here he pledged allegiance to a country that let 100 black communities burn to the ground by white mobs and whatnot. When he pledged allegiance to about 1776. Nigga, if I was sitting next to him, I'd punch him right in the mouth. You know?
Hey, Carl, post a link. I think Dollar Bill wants to come up and say goodbye to you too, man.
Dollar didn't call me tomorrow, you know. It's like,
Now he wants to come up. We want to speak to him too. It's been a while, man.
He wants to come up because of me, because I made him look stupid. But anyway.
Oh, really? What was this? I missed that show. Is it on Carla's platform or a different
I was
platform?
speaking to Carlo on Carla's show, and Carla and Dollar Bill, he was excited. He wanted to tag team against me, and I made him look stupid too. He tried to yell over me. That's a tactic I like him use. And so that's why he's come up here. He doesn't want to say goodbye to his buddy. He could just ring him if he wants to do that.
Okay,
anyway,
come on with Bluetooth King. I want to say goodbye to Dollar Bill too. It's been a while. We had our issues.
Point about the 77. Look, if you basically are fundamentally against me or whatever like that, you don't have to like me, right? Well, you're fundamentally against me and using my time on my platform or not. You know, there's something wrong with that. You know, I would never, if I don't like somebody, right? If I'm against what they're doing, I am not gonna. You're not gonna see me on their platform. You're not gonna see me go around them. I'm not gonna communicate with them or nothing. I say, okay, that's just being a man. You know, okay, you got your opinion, you stay over there. I can say mine. I feel Collie, you're crazy, whatever like that. You know, hey, it's fine too. You know. I let my opinion be known. I don't agree with what you're saying. That's fine. You don't have to agree with me, whatever like that. But what I hate is when people come up here and they know it's because they know I'm right when I talk about Liberia. They know I'm right when I talk about America. When I talk about America, I say America was built on a lie, right? And just like which we call Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy, they're all lies, right? But we still deal with them because that's just human nature. America is one more fairy tale that we believe in. or not. And all I'm saying is, when you want something real, right? That Declaration of Independence for Liberia is real. Liberia is real. Those people over there are real. So when you keep saying stuff like these people are going to U.S. basically, you don't see, he doesn't have no respect for the Liberian people. They have no respect for the country. Those are real people, and you're gonna find out real quick if you fuck with them how real they are. I know that. I take them very seriously. So I'm not gonna run up to them and talk about, yeah, we're gonna build a U.S. base and whatnot. That's still so disrespectful. So when he keeps saying this stupid shit every night, knowing when I said stop talking like that, because I don't want people on my listen. I don't want Liberians passing by saying, "Oh, that guy Collar has his guest talking about like I approve of this shit." Talk about building a base in Liberia. That's sacrilege. Talk about building a base now. Liberia managed its independence for 178 years. That's one thing they're still proud of. Despite all the problems they have, they're still proud of the fact that they've never been colonized and occupied. Others will tell you that. That's a one source of pride for Liberians, that they would never colonize, So when you talk about, let me tell you something, you build a military base there, that base becomes the government because it'll be the most powerful entity in the region, right? So therefore, people will stop obeying the government, just like they did during Firestone, and start seeing Firestone and bong mines and these concessions as the legitimate authority. Liberians came a long way. Now it seems like we don't need these concessionaries like that anymore. We don't need no U.S. military base and whatnot. We can finally build a country in Liberia where the elected government is the supreme authority of the state. Not some NGO, not some outside, not the UN. The UN pulled out. See, I really thought, Elvis, when the UN pulled out, it was going to go all the shit. I really thought that, But Liberia's holding up. People don't understand what we're talking about. It's holding its peace absent UN troops, So, like I said, I respect this country. 1847, July 26th is the anniversary of the greatest republic the world's ever seen, in my opinion. The Republic of Liberia, and whatnot. That was the turning point in the black race after hundreds of years of degradation. Liberia was a Lazarus. It was a black man rising from the death and the ashes, rising from the dead. The black race rise. That's what the Spain called Liberia, the black man's Lazarus. That means Lazarus is a man rises from the dead. And so Liberia was so honored for its achievement of basically out of all of Africa, this one country pulled itself up and became a republic, right? That Spain made a holiday called Liberia Day. It was so impressed. Spain, which once ruled the world, honored President Tubman with this idea of Liberia having its own national holiday at the time, So we respect this country and whatnot, and everybody around me is going to respect this country, if nothing else, Go ahead, Musa.
Oh yeah, I'm back. Okay, good. But Carla, man, you gotta give 1776 his flower, man. That man like speak nothing but facts, man.
No,
Like
he's
I
no,
like
he's no. Look, the
I need
bottom line
him
is
to
this.
finish
Hold
my
up, look,
point there.
I'm sitting there watching
Mhm.
this, right? He one minute he'll talk about something here like that, but another minute he's telling jokes, being disrespectful, making ad hominem attacks, and then taking subtle shots at me or not. No, it don't work like.
It's not doing it's
Hold on,
not
hold
playing
on.
the
Yo,
story that I
Musa,
do,
I don't
bro.
know what type of man you are, right? But people do not talk to me a certain way. In my real life, people don't talk to me a certain way. You don't come at me sideways or you're going to be dealt with, I don't let anybody just talk to me any kind of way, As simple
I
as that.
mean,
For my
to
presence, you're
be
going to
fair,
respect,
to be fair, I don't ever seem like poking fun at you. I mean, he may say something crazy,
Well,
but I
I don't
don't
have
think
look.
he's being
I don't look.
disrespectful.
The bottom line is this: when somebody starts talking stuff like "you need to leave America" and all this kind of stupid like that, that's a serious fucking thing you saying. Who are you to
Yeah,
tell me what the fuck I
he's
gotta
a
leave?
patriot, man. You gotta respect him. He's a
Hey, look,
patriot.
hold up. You don't say shit like that. I don't say shit like that, right? If I don't say shit like that, why the fuck should somebody on my platform
So,
say that to me?
Carla, you don't respect his patriotism.
What are you talking about?
You don't respect his patriotism.
No,
His pictures and
look,
do
but
not
that's
respect
on
that.
him. I don't have to respect it myself. If that's what he wants to do, it's fine. But don't
Musa, you gotta take some English classes, bro. Rushing
take
up on
time.
that
Hold
English.
up, hold up. The
All
problem
right,
I have
Elvis.
is a problem I
I'm
have
not
when
gonna
he comes up
listen to
here
you, bro.
and keeps telling me after every look.
You
Hold up,
know something,
Musa,
Elvis? I
Musa,
could go off on you, but I'm not
Musa,
gonna do that,
Musa,
man.
Musa. Let me
You
speak.
can put shot in any shit out me, man. That don't mean nothing to me, man. Like
Hold up,
words
Musa.
does not phase me,
Let me
Elvis.
talk. Right? Let
No,
me
no,
talk.
let me talk to Elvis right now, man. Words,
Hold up, Musa.
words does not
You
phase me
asked
at
me a
all,
question.
man.
Musa, you asked me a question.
Like none of these shit you saying to me, Elvis,
Hold
means
up, you
anything
asked
to
me
me.
a question. Let me answer you. Right now, like I said, I basically people we could have all different opinions and stuff like that, right? But when you basically are taking ad hominem, personal attacks, and shots at me and my character, like, look, let me say something. You asked me about his patriotism, right? I said, if you want to be a patriot, flag saluting dude, that's fine, right? But everybody knows on this platform, this is a Black nationalist, Pan Africanist platform, right? When basically, if you can have your difference of opinion on that, but when somebody comes up here and be like, oh no, we gotta do 17, look, I tell you all the time, if you really believe that, what you do is you get your own fucking platform and you could flag salute, say I pledge of allegiance, my country tis of thee, I'm proud to be a lead sing lead wood. You could do all that shit you fucking want to do. On this platform, this is a Black nationalist platform. We do not talk about interracial fucking marriage and condone that shit, you know? Although I'm not really against it, we don't promote that shit on this platform. When somebody's coming by when I never heard the colonization thing, if they come up here and hear him talking about, get yourself a white woman, all kind of stupid, what the fuck is that shit? That's so disrespectful to college Genesis, everything I stand for, That's what I'm talking about. People don't really understand fucking the one basic thing, respect, I would never come on somebody's platform and I know what their core values are, what they stand for, and just start talking about your belligerent shit just out of because I disrespect. He's only 1776 because he's disrespectful to this Pan-African movement. That's all. He doesn't think it like he don't think he has a place in it, right? He doesn't have no place in it, So he wants to undermine it, belittle it. But the bottom line is this: it's too late. I already did a tour to Liberia. I'm already got people on the ground. I'm already going back. I've been there several times and whatnot. I'm building a pipeline between Black America, Black America and Africa, and Liberia is going to be the beachhead. So I don't give a damn who doesn't like it. It's going to go on whether you like it or not, so get used to it, so it is what it is. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, well, let me consider what you're talking about and whatnot. I don't give two shits about the fucking Declaration of Independence of America. It's a fucking lie, and I'm sick and tired of playing games with people talk about, oh, well, this, if you want to believe in it, look, Musa, do you believe in Santa Claus?
Carla, come on now, man. Like,
Oh, hold on. Seriously,
I
serious
mean,
question.
all over here are going, man. I don't think none
Seriously,
of us believe in that. We're not kids.
Seriously, hold on. Do you believe in Santa Claus?
These are fairy tale, Carla. These are
Oh
fantasy.
yeah,
I
and
don't
that's what.
believe
Hold on.
in
That's what
that
a
crap.
fucking America is. A fucking fairy tale.
Carla, like I said to you earlier on, man.
America is a fairy
Without
tale.
America,
Look. America
I
is
would
a
not
fairy
be.
tale.
I would not be
Look.
able
Everything I've
to
gotten
make
in America,
money.
it
I would
ain't
not.
because
I would
America's
not
a
be.
great country. It's because we're a great people. Black America's a great people. That's why we got what we want. It ain't because of fucking America. You could take Black America and they'll succeed in anything. Black
But
America
do you
went to
not
Russia,
benefit? But do
succeeded.
you not benefit from America?
Black America went to Paris, the Parisian culture, and turned that out and succeeded. Black America built Liberia. Black America built Freetown. Black America created Sophie Town in South Africa. Black America went to Panama. Black America went to Dominican Republic. We went to Canada. We were all over the damn world when that. So we will be successful no matter what we do. It ain't have nothing to do with no damn America.
But Carla, do you not think that's very hypocritical of you? Because sometimes you crack joke on Native Liberian, you call them savage, you call them barbarian.
No. Look. If somebody basically does something that's, I would say, look. First of all, I call some black people in America savages. What's the difference? So I'm not. So I could call FBA people savages and whatnot, and savages and whatever the hell I call them, whatnot, But when it comes to Africans, I gotta have this. Oh well, I can't call them that. If you're behaving like a savage, I'm gonna call you that. I don't care if you're FBA. I don't care if you call yourself African American. I don't care if you call this. If you act like a savage, I'm gonna call you a savage. I don't give a damn who doesn't like it. A savage is a savage to me. Don't fit the criteria of a savage, and I will not call you that. So if
And
you
you
act civilized, I'll call you civilized. You act like a
you said
savage,
you said that America is a fairy tale. How is it a fairy tale? This is the country that you make your money. This is the country that you make your
Yeah, look,
bread. This is the country
I'm gonna
that
tell you right now because
that
hold up,
like you sent money to your wives back in Liberia.
Black America built Detroit. There will be no Detroit without money. We built Chicago. We built New York. We built all these cities and whatnot. We built Black Wall Streets, coast to coast, sea to shining sea, 100 of them. It ain't because we're friggin' Americans. Yeah, this would happen that right. But you
Oh,
can
come
take that
on, man.
same Black American spirit, right? That hardworking, rugged individual spirit and whatnot. And you can duplicate that all over the world and they'll be successful. So the bottom line, I think a lot of you immigrants come over here and you don't believe in yourself. You think everything you get in America, not because you're hard work or whatever like that. I get granted America, but you need to ask yourself this question. Why am I in a position to be at the bootlick of another race of people? I should never had to come to America in the first place. We should have figured our problems out in Haiti. I would have had my own paradise. I should have been basically like the Japanese. They don't have to come to America. They got Japan. They got a Japanese stock exchange, largest in the world. Chinese don't have to come to America for the most part. Singaporeans don't have to come there. Only Black people, because they fail to build their own countries. They got to come to America. So
Carla, let me tell you something about Haiti, man. Like Haiti will always be in the position that it is in because the people are not the
why can't you
same.
guys fix Haiti?
Can you finish? Let me explain. Because the people are not the same, man. The people don't look themselves as the same. So that's that problem number one right there. Like if you don't see yourself as the same, like you hate your fellow countrymen, that's a big problem. That's a big
Well, that's
problem. So
something
it
that
will
you
never
guys
change.
so the cute.
So it's
So
always
the
gonna be
answer
like
is
that,
running to
man.
America.
It's
You're
always
running.
gonna be the plantation field.
So let me ask you a question. Why do all these Haitians wear Haitian flags all over the place? I keep saying I saw a Haitian girl today, man, with a Haitian
Those
flag.
are Americanized Haitians. There are difference between Americanized Haitians and people from the island. Like
Oh,
you
how
would
come you guys
never
hold
see
on? How
me
come you guys can't
rocking
come
the Haitian
together?
flag. And by the way, Carla, that Haitian flag is not truly the Haitian flag. To be
How?
honest with you, it's not truly the Haitian because if you read like the 1805 like Haiti Constitution, the flag was black and red. The flag was never blue and red. So in 1806, when the mulatto plotted and they killed Emperor Dessalines, then they changed the flag to blue and red. But the masses who were descendants of enslaved Africans, they never agreed to that bullshit. So there was like constant civil wars between the mulattoes and the blacks. So that Haitian flag that you see, like Haitians are rocking, I don't ever rock that flag. That's them. I don't celebrate that stuff.
Yeah, well, like I said, the main thing is what you guys gotta do is if you really believe in Haitian, like you, but stuff like that, you have a land, right? I don't feel sorry for people who have a land.
It's not my land, bro. It's a place that they took my ancestors and enslaved there. It's not
Oh,
my land.
hold on. So you say Haiti's
Told
not
you
your
where my land
homeland?
is at,
What
man,
you
and
were
I'm
born
doing
there?
things like to go back home. And that's not
No,
my land. I don't care what they do to that place.
that's a sad situation. So you got Haitians
It's not a
live
sad
on an
situation
island.
for
They don't
me
consider their own man. That's
because
sad.
I keep telling Haitian to go back to their roots.
Kali has a point. If you conquer the white man in America, is America now your land?
No, I know. I'm not have no intention to conquer because black people can't run this country.
Not just the country. We're just talking about the land, because the land that you was enslaved on, you can't really own that land and call it your own.
Haitians basically drove all the whites off the island. They basically governed the island. They had 99% of the population, and so therefore I'm saying to myself, Is it too late for
But
Haitians?
Carla,
Haitian
did you
nationalists?
know that?
I'm a
Did you
nationalist.
know that most of the Africans, when they slaughter like all these white people, like they got rid of them in the island. Most of them like wanted to go back to their kingdoms and empires in Africa. Did you know that? Like my family wanted to go back home, so they never had that chance. So I'm the only one. I'm the only one in my family that's going to repatriate it to Africa, and
Yeah,
I know
well,
exactly where I'm
you know,
going. And I
okay,
tell and I
I
tell
understand
Haitians
that.
to
I
do the
understand
same
that.
thing
But
too.
hold on, let me ask you a question. Now, what you should have did was you should have said, you know something, I want to forget about this. Look, you may say so. And people don't take this the wrong way, right? Sometimes in life, man, you gotta be able to, if you really believe in yourself, your people, like you just said, right? You gotta say, you know something, maybe this career in America wasn't worth it. I'm saluting and praising a country that was part of the reason why I'm in a situation. Well, let me go back to my people in Africa, like you say, you're the Hausa. Go back there.
Well,
I don't give a
well,
damn if I live
that's exactly what
hold
I'm
up,
doing, Carla.
hold up. Hold up. What
I'm
I'm
only
saying is,
working on my Nigerian citizenship.
hold up. What I'm saying is this: you don't have to go. You don't have to need citizenship to go back to your country. You know that, right?
I know
I say
that.
if
Yeah.
you're going back to the northern area, you're living in a village or that, you don't need citizenship. You just need to go there. You know, you can get your citizenship, apply for citizenship.
Why you always pushing people to go live in a village, man? The guy's going through a process. Let him go through his process, man. He's doing what he wants to do. He took the first step. He went back there. He identified with his
Right,
ancestral
okay, I
tribe.
get it.
He's
What I'm
doing a
saying.
lot.
In the meantime, right, what he's saying is he's giving the white man all his accolades and praise. And I'm saying, dude, man, you know, if you're gonna be an American, just be an American, right? Say, yeah, I'm an American, fuck it, fuck everything else. But if you really feel the way you
That's why
do,
I'm telling you, I have tremendous respect for 1776 because he's like, listen, man, I'm of African descent, but hey, man, like, fuck it, like the way the continent is, I don't want to go back. I want to stay an American. I want to be a proud American. I want to be a patriot.
I have
I
no
got
problem.
nothing
Look,
but respect for that.
I have no problem with somebody saying I'm a proud American, right? I'm a proud American, and this is my country, blah blah blah. Well, I know a lot of people like that. You know, my family. You know, they're proud Americans. They don't want to do nothing else besides America. They look at me, my love for Africa. They think I'm crazy, whatever, like that. I get that, you know. But what I don't understand is if I tell you that I feel strongly about this, right? You know, I feel strongly about Liberia.
But
I
Kyle,
feel now, hey, look, my
Kyla, but
culture is African. There's nothing else
you,
to
but
discuss.
but
You
Kyla,
know,
you're playing victim because you said some crazy stuff about me, but I know you don't mean it. You just said
hold on.
you
Hey, look,
call me a
remember what I said?
coon, bootlicker. You call me some crazy stuff, but it's all in jest, you know.
Hold on. If you're basically going to talk about how 1776 went out at this time where your people, this country gave you no protection. It allowed white people to massacre and destroy 100 communities in this country, or not. And you are and you in the
Carla,
Constitution.
with all due respect, brother, that's in the past, man. Like,
Oh, it ain't
and
no
none of
past.
that stuff
I
happening
don't
to
buy
you
it. I
right
don't buy
now.
it.
That's in the
You
past.
None
The
of that stuff
future,
happening
the
to you
future
right
is
now,
here at
man.
last.
know, the past is still
This
with
is the
us. You know,
present, bro. Like, you
I
gotta
look.
make up for the
But
past to
Kyla,
have the
when
present.
I apologize if you took it as disrespect. I was just using a biblical term. The Bible said you can't serve two masters. You got to
Yeah,
love the one and hate the other. So I was telling you to go to Liberia and love what you love.
I'm saying like
I
this.
didn't mean
Hold
disrespect.
on. And the Bible also says in the 21st song, it says, "That prepareth the table before you." And what? The presence of thine enemies. That means God got a table for me right here in the devil's fucking face. I'll be here until I'm ready to leave. You understand? That
Yeah.
prepared the table before me in the presence, not avoid someplace else. In the presence of my enemies. That means,
Who is the devil?
the white man's a
Who's
devil.
the
You know, the
No,
devil.
okay, here we go. Here we
You
go.
know,
But listen,
you know.
listen, man.
So the
You see
bottom
what
line
I'm
is this.
saying, Carla?
I
How is
look.
the white man the devil, but yet you are using the white man currency to
Yeah,
live
well,
your life?
whatever it is.
You are using the white man currency like
I'm like this.
to live a better life.
This.
Come on,
This.
man.
Look. I'm living in the white man's country, right? And I understand his rules, his laws, everything like that, and I gotta obey his rules, whatever like that, right? But my goal is to say, look, you know, and I want, and the bottom line, because I don't have enough strong black men around me, I'm like this. It's like this show showed me that, man. You know, except for a couple of people, most black
Let's
men.
keep it real. Without the backing of the United States, and if you
Oh,
went to Liberia,
you know, I don't need no fucking back in the United States. You know, what the fuck I need the United States for?
like you said when you got arrested, and they saw that American
I wasn't no
passport,
United States. I said, look, I walked out there and said, they wanted to know my ID. The only ID I had on me was my fucking passport. That's all they
and
wanted to
when
see.
they saw the U.S. government, they let you
They didn't
go.
say no, you know, U.S. government. When I stayed, I was there for a whole fucking hour while when they took apart my phone and when I look at my pictures. You know, they say,
Kyler, they show you love because you come there with a bag. You come there with 2, 3. You come there with like 5, 6 stacks. So the people show you love.
No,
But if
that's
you
not
went,
like I said. You're like again, you're being disrespectful. You know,
uh,
that's not what happened. You look, you basically have this idea that Liberians are some friggin' weak people, you know, that you're gonna flash a couple of dollars and they're gonna be jumping up and down. You go there with that attitude, you're gonna be you're gonna get for a rude awakening. Liberians are not no fucking pushover people, you know. I know them, you know. So this idea that you could just basically show them some racks and and next thing you know everything's all good. No, it don't work like that in the real world, you know. You fuck up, you're going down. You know, as simple as that. That's the country, you know. So again, Musa, the whole thing is this: I live in America, right? And to be honest with you, I'm grateful that I'm in a position that not only I live in America, I can make money here, but I can leave anytime I want to. I love that. You know, I can leave anytime I want to, and come back when I want to. And the Bible says, "I
Exactly, because America give you the freedom to do whatever you
for
want,
you in
brother.
the presence of thine enemies." That means God says, don't go nowhere, Kala. I got you in the presence of your enemies. America's the enemy, you know?
Kyler, let me ask you a question, right?
God,
Why do you
respectfully,
like
America is not the enemy. I have to
right?
strongly disagree with you.
So, Kyler, do you hate white people?
No, I don't hate white people. You know, I
So,
don't.
why you refer to white people as the devil
No,
then?
I
Like the
said
white
this.
man's the devil.
I say like this. Look, this is what I hate: is this idea of whiteness. I hate whiteness. You know, and people who practice whiteness are the devil. You know, because racism,
But Carla,
right,
you can have a black
is
version of that. You can practice
from the
blackness,
pits of
like
hell.
anything that
That
they do.
that idea that you
Do
could
the
have
opposite.
one skin color and you could stamp somebody to slavery because their skin color is something that comes
there was
from
only
the
10% of white people that had slaves.
Kyler, but who is
but
doing
they
that in
all went there and
2025?
support that system. That's what I'm asking. And so
Kyler, who's doing that in
1776, all
2025?
he wants to do is defend white people, defend
Who
white
wants
people.
to defend white people?
1776.
He's not
Only
defending white
look,
people. He
bottom
just
line is, every
No,
white
he's
person
not defending white people.
part of the slavery system, from the slave catchers to the people who basically did run the slave auctions. Everybody got a piece of it,
You
and
had
then white people
300,000 white men that died in the Civil War to bring
never
an end
never
to
will have to do
slavery.
hard work or whatever like that. It was a status. You're white, you had status. You were a part of the elite class just by having white skin. That's
Slave
America.
slave
Yeah.
masters,
Yo,
and
Carla,
benefactors that
Carla,
created
can I say,
Liberia. You
Carla,
know,
can I say
No,
this
no,
to
no,
you,
no.
man?
They didn't create Liberia. That's another lie you keep
Hold
talking
on a second. Hold on a
about.
second.
Look,
Can I say this
Liberia
to
was
you?
just a dumping ground. The people, the exceptional men in Liberia, went over there and said, "You know something? Let's create a country that we're here now. Let's create a country," and that's what 1847 is about. They said, "Let's create a country and become a nation, declare ourselves independent." There was no people that said form Liberia. There were just a bunch of freaking scattered settlements and whatnot with rationings and whatnot. And President Monroe gave money for it, so they got a little bit more rationing. But they said, you know something, we got to fight the natives. We got to do like this. We're making our own treaties with the natives and everything like that. What the fuck do we need these people from America for? So they said, you know something, got together with all the settlements and say, you know something, let's divide the country up and become a republic. And that's how I was born. It wasn't fucking white people did that shit. It is what it is.
I said this before. Go
Carla,
ahead.
yeah, I was gonna say this to you, Carla. In 1797, the British fleet. Like they lost like I would say approximately like 50 to 45,000 British men. They were fighting against the enslaved Africans in Haiti. Do you think the British like give a damn about? Oh man, like we lost so many of our men like when we are trying like to conquer the island of Saint Domingue against the French. Do you think they
Let's
care
be
about that, man?
honest.
They
Let
don't
me
care about that, man. So why are we focusing ourselves in the past, man? Why
Well,
not focusing on the
hold on,
present
hold
and the
on,
future?
hold on. Okay,
The
you guys
Chinese
walk
parable
around talking about
is it,
you guys walk around talking about your 1804, which was a lot of times debunked because Haitian Revolution was not really a Haitian Revolution. That was basically the elite black people who wanted power over the elite white people. There was a power struggle between them, and also the black people that
That
was fighting with the white people,
that's
basically
not true at all. But I'm going to
That's
listen to
more
your rhetoric.
enslaved people on the side. That's why
right.
Liberia was created. Liberia was created
They,
because
they
they
said those that can't.
get rid of free black people in this country, or we could have the same thing that Haiti happen.
They
We can't.
said those that can't conquer the present focus on the past. When you're not conquering the present and
Well,
not
hold
looking
on.
at the future,
Didn't you sit here for a little while just railing about the freaking 1980 coup? Now you're gonna talk about don't conquer the past, man. Shut the fuck up, bro. You sit there just
Listen,
I got
Kala, I don't listen,
hold on.
Kala. I
This
do
guy was
not
here
dwell
talking about
on
the coup
1804 like
in
24/7
Liberia.
like some Haitians, man.
What was that? And
I'm
also,
focusing on the
you're
present.
never gonna get that power back. The coup
I'm
happened, it's
focusing on
over,
the
right?
present,
So
man.
now he's
Like
telling me since
1804
I
means
can't
nothing to
talk
me.
about the future, let me talk about the past. But yeah, he just did that with Liberia. But when
no,
I
I
talk
just
about
said
America,
Liberia ended in 1980, according to me. That's all I was saying.
yeah,
I'm
but
not.
you will say,
I'm
yeah,
not. I don't hold any
you
animosity.
kept going Elvis about look what you guys did when I look
I
how
just said
great
in
it
the
was.
last 50 years, I don't see any major development.
I'm saying like this: if you could say that, then I can say, you know something, I'm sick and tired of what happened to our people, for hundreds of years. I don't forgive. Fuck that shit. So
Kyla, you can't use one part of the Bible and then throw away the
no,
other part.
he just did. He said you can't serve two masters. So I said, okay, I'm gonna take a passage from a thing. You can't, I prepared the table for me in the presence of my enemy. Isn't that in the Bible too? He had one passage. I had one passage.
Right, but you also supposed to forgive your enemies as well.
Oh yeah, hold on. Look, I'm like this. You can forgive, but you don't forget. I don't think
I
we're ever.
agree, but
Hold on,
not forgetting
but
something
I'm like,
and
Steve,
constantly bringing it up is
Steve,
not the same
so when
thing.
people,
but Steve, do you see?
Steve, let me tell you something, right? It's gonna help you out in life, right? It's the worst thing in the world to have no friends. What's even worse is when you have no enemies. If you have no enemies, that means you really don't exist. The most pathetic thing in the world is a man who had not only don't have friends, but you withdraw from the world and you have no enemies because you're just a shriveled up coward. That's what they try to turn black people in America for. You have no enemies when I just forgive when I I can't do that. I believe in this.
Your color.
America was
Let me
wrong.
ask you this. Let me ask you this. Like, who's more of an enemy to us? Because I don't think it's white people, man. Because white people is not even paying attention
I
like
think
to black
it is,
people.
bro.
9 times out of 10, your biggest enemy is gonna be another black person.
No, no,
Unfortunately,
no, 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 no. I don't
Exactly.
believe that.
yes.
I don't
Exactly. White people is not even paying attention to us, man. Like no
Look,
A
matter
look,
lot
where
of
we
black
at,
people,
they're not even
a
look,
paying
lot of
attention
black
to
people
us.
have,
hold
a
on,
lot of
hold
black people have self hate, so they
on.
look at other black men as the enemy.
Believe that,
So
right? Shows you that a big thing. Look, white people know what goes on in black communities right now with the violence and shit like that. They allow the shit, because if how you control black people is make us fearful of each other and shit like that. They know what the fuck they're doing. Like I said, when I went to Liberia, I felt that. Damn, man, I never felt safer in my life. And then dawned on me, I'm not listening to it on the radio. The young people are not listening to it. Kill this nigga. There's not guns and drugs on the streets. People have the opportunity to kill each other. So I'm saying to myself, how is it that I go to Liberia, a poor country, and it's so peaceful? Yet in America, I remember I was in Liberia one time, and I'm looking at the news feed when three people killed in a gang-related shooting one. I'm like,
Kyla, can I ask a question?
so the bottom line, yeah, it is white people.
Can you
Hold on.
easily
it
let me get
isn't.
Shy on.
Can you easily get a gun in Liberia?
No, you can't get a gun in Liberia.
No,
No.
That's my
Kyle,
point.
you gotta let Principe talk,
Yeah,
man. I
well,
think
so the
Principe
bottom
was
line,
here
hold
before
up.
Mighty Shy.
You go look. I seen a couple of weeks ago. I seen this kid, 15 years old, passing a gun to his friend. They make guns as easy. You can get guns like you can get candy in America. You know, that's the
And
white man.
that's the point I'm trying to make.
Well,
You know, usually.
hold on. That's the white man doing that. You know,
Oh
Marge, go
man,
ahead. That is it's true. It ain't the black people. We don't make these guns. We don't sell these guns. You know, it's a white man. You know, you don't want to believe that when that, but it's the truth, man. When you grow up, become a man, Steve, you're gonna face reality. You know.
the white man cannot make
Hey,
me pull a trigger and kill another
Yeah,
black man.
Jose
What the
Duke
hell?
Jackson moved for the
Hey, hold on.
continent.
They're basically instigating you with kill this nigga, my ops, and
Colin,
all shit like that.
I'm
And then
gonna tell you the truth, bro. I
that
grew
nigga
up.
shit, that's the culture.
Listen, I grew up listening to Chief Keef and all those drill rappers and stuff. I've never in my life. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
Question, you ask this question. Why those fucking people ain't in the first place? We should have a culture, you know. Why do we have
I
that?
understand.
Hold on. Why do we have that degenerate culture in our culture? You know, so I would like to see an area. Say if we didn't have white people, right? We wouldn't have that degenerate culture. They're the ones
Like
putting it out.
Ross Moore, what Ross said, we have to embrace where we
What's up,
live,
brother?
right?
I don't go
We have to
high rise.
embrace where we live.
Hold on. Let me
It's a
hold
good
on. Let me
country.
on. I'm gonna let her have the floor for, and then we'll go ahead and go. See, it's 5:30 in the morning. I gotta go get up. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
I'm
Mark.
about to get off from work right now.
Oh, hey, Kala. No, I just want to say, thank you for coming, doing live shows and for all that you shared. I have learned a lot and I also giggled a lot too. But I just want to say thank you for coming
Well,
on and,
thanks for
sharing.
moderator. We was like I said, you can still be moderator because I'm coming back, and stuff like that. So soon. I don't know when. Probably be in the
When you
fall.
coming back?
Probably in the fall. When I get situated. After the summer's over. I got a lot of work to do this summer and whatnot. And I can't keep doing this. Because I gotta devote my time to where I'm, where my bread is buttered at. And so it is what it is. I did a tremendous sacrifice to doing this show every night because I actually believe in what I'm saying. If I didn't believe what I'm saying, I wouldn't be here. You don't do 8-hour shows and we're not talking for 8 hours when if you don't believe what you're saying. So all I'm saying is this: you may not agree with me, but you got to respect that. Respect that college. That's what he believes in. You ain't changing his mind.
Yeah, this is the
Don't-
last show. We went out with a bang.
So anyway, folks, it was nice, and y'all have a good night, and I'll see you when I come back on the other side. Y'all take care.
All right, Carter. See you later, man.
All right,
Bye
Colin.
bye. Bye bye.
See you.
1776 forever.